Baptizing the chemicals, crawling through the catacombs of every sermon that you weaponize. Now every halo that you hold above my head is just a noose made of the words that you memorize. You say I'm broken, say I'm blind, but you can't prove a God with a state of mind. You want my worship, want me on my knees, but you can't sell faith with a casualty. If your God exists, then show me all your proof. Burn his name into the sky and show me it's the truth. I'm tired of secondhand miracles with zero evidence. If your God is really there, then make him manifest. I've been screaming at the ceiling till my lungs both cave. If he's really in the room, then he can say it to my face. No more echoes in the dark, no more prophets in my head. If your God exists, then prove he is indeed. You decorate your trauma with God and call it meant to be, but trauma isn't holy just because you survive the scene. You tell me every
What's up, guys?
some celestial plan, so every suffering
Turn it up.
dies is a message from God's hand. You say I'm lost because I'm asking where the compass is. You call it mystery whenever you can't answer it. Live my best alone.
As loud as it gets.
If your God exists, then show me all your proof. Burn his name into the sky and show me it's the truth. I'm tired of secondhand miracles with zero evidence. If your God is really there, make him manifest. I've been screaming at the ceiling till my lungs both cave. If he's really in the room, then he can say it to my face. No more echoes in the dark, no more prophets in my head. If your God exists, then prove he is indeed. Dear God, if you're there, then why the secrecy? Why am I dissecting all this doctrine like it's therapy? You built a universe but couldn't build a little clarity. You want communion while I'm choking on disparity. They said God is love, but then they weaponized the sentiment, painted over genocide and labeled it benevolent. You're omnipotent, omniscient, but you couldn't intervene. So every tragedy is just a plot twist in your perfect scheme. I'm not your villain just because I see the plot holes. I'm not the devil just because I don't applaud those. If you made me in your image, then you built me with the doubt. So either fix the code or stop deleting when I cry it out. You want devotion, give me evidence that you exist. Cause I'm done signing blank checks to an empty abyss. If faith is all you got, then why you so afraid of proof? If questions are the chase, then why am I the one that's loose? You say I'm playing God because I won't pretend to see. But if you're speaking for your God,
Facts and information leading to a true conclusion.
if your God exists, then show me all your proof.
The amount of times I have said what evidence is, and the theists are still too dumb to understand. Yes, I can. I can prove God doesn't exist. Oh, we're gotta let the music go. We just went live. Be patient, young theist. You'll be an atheist by the end of the night. Harassment and bullying? All I did was call you dumb. Now you're a dumb crybaby? We're already pissing him off and we've been live for 4 minutes. Oh, I love that. What's up, Kelly? What's up, Tekken? Goat? Liquid? What is up, guys? All right, let's go on ahead and get some people in here. I did get the cat. So we do have a cat. I am slowly introducing her to Odin, though. So she is not currently in the room. But she will be in the next couple of days. I'm doing a very slow one because Odin's extremely energetic and scares the shit out of cats. Yeah, I got a new kitty cat. Got a new kitty cat. Little blue-haired. What is it, a Russian something? Super cute. All right, let's get Artist in here and get our first conversation going. Tuxedo cat would be pretty dope. I've had a black. The black cats are pretty fun. What's up, artist?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, doing all right, brother. You over the age of 18?
Yeah, I'm over 18.
Awesome. Which God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
All right, brother. What you got for me today?
All right. What do you think about the passage, "The kingdom of God is within you"?
I don't care about it. It's from the Bible,
Okay.
and the Bible is the claim, and the claim doesn't prove the claim.
Excellent, excellent. Now I know where you're at. Would you consider yourself godly or ungodly?
I am 100% a godless heathen, because there's no such
Nice.
thing as God,
Okay.
Santa Clauses, gnomes, Spider-Man, etc.
Would you consider that your fruits or your fruits of your labors then?
Sure, if that's what you want to call it. There's no evidence of a
Well, you
God,
can
so there's
call it
no
whatever you
justification
want.
to believe in one.
It's a label. That's what we do as society
So
and as
the
people.
label
We
is
label things.
called atheist. A means lack of or without, and theist means belief in God or gods. So when you put those two things together, you get lack of belief in a God or gods. That's what I am.
So you believe 100% that there is no deity, no God, no
I
supernatural
do,
being.
but that is not the typical atheist. The majority of atheists are what we call weak atheism, which is just a
Yeah.
lack of belief. I do have a belief, a strong belief, that A, the Abrahamic God is impossible to exist, proven through the laws of physics, and B, any other god, like Hinduism, etc., Odin, whatever, only exists in the imagination and is not real.
Nice, nice.
So for the Abrahamic God, for instance, the reason I say that there is no such thing and it is impossible is your God exists outside of time, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah, without time, there's no causal relation, so your God couldn't have created anything. Doesn't exist.
that's a good theory, and that's a good angle to look at it and view. That's why I respect you, because you look at things at a different angle. And see, I'm an artist, so I see things at a different angle, or I
I'm an
create
idiot.
things at a different angle. Yeah, so am I, man. You know, some days we are, and some days we're more knowledgeable than most insects on Earth.
I'd argue humans aren't special at all, and many other animals and insects are way better than us in many different ways.
I disagree. I think that certain individuals or certain people
That's valid.
are very very special, man. Like shit.
That's valid. That's valid. I can grant that. That's hilarious. Well, so with what I said about time, do you have a defeater for that or a justification why I should accept the special pleading fallacy of he created time, therefore he can do what he wants?
I don't know, man. Time's a funny little measurement that humans made up just to, weigh
No.
shit or measure shit.
No, time's the fourth dimension, height, length, width, and time. Time is a word that we made up to describe a natural phenomena of the universe. Same as
You think?
gravity. We didn't invent gravity. Gravity is the description of the universe. All that exists is the universe. Nothing does not exist. Therefore, the only thing that is necessary is existence itself, because it would be absurd for the opposite to be true.
Very true. Very true. Shit, I was gonna try to stump you today too.
Well, the tree out back already did that.
Gosh.
But
Do you think humans have the ability to tap into
No.
Christ consciousness or God consciousness, or have attributes, or even, I don't know, spiritual or supernatural powers?
why would I believe in that anything can
I'm
be
not
done
saying
about
I'm not
Santa
saying
Claus
you
if Santa
believe. I'm
Claus
not
doesn't
saying
exist?
I'm not saying you believe. Do you think it's possible? You know how you hear these
Well, it's possible for
documentaries
God to
or
exist
shows.
too, but there's no justification to believe it. There's no justification to believe in souls, spirits, demons, angels, gnomes, Spider-Man, Superman.
True. What about our leaders, man? What about our world leaders? What do you think about them?
It's all fucking dumb. We should just have a
Yeah, I
socialist
know. 'Cause
democracy.
we all could be living like kings, considering the fact that there's so much money in the world. It's ridiculous. It's almost disgusting.
It is disgusting. Think Trump.
Yeah, and not just Trump. There's the United Nations, and they're disgusting individuals too. They all should be put into the same room, and they all should be judged by, I guess, the people, which is society. And I think we should switch things around, turn the tables on all these
We're
high
trying,
up
but they
leaders.
won't bring out the fucking Epstein files.
Well, not just the files. There's other things besides, there's other
But
information out there
anyways,
besides,
that
bring 'em
pivots us
down, files.
way away from God and straight
yeah, I
into
know the
politics.
topic and stuff like that.
Do you have anything you'd like to provide for me to think about, or try and
Do you
justify
think
something.
okay, one more thing. Do you think we're children of Earth or children of the stars?
Me and you are literally made from the exact same chemical compounds of stardust.
Nice. So we're children of stars. We're light people. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Adios, amigo.
Adios, brother. Appreciate you. Hell yeah. A fucking theist first caller, and he was actually good faith. Holy shit. Yo, Collapse got one membership sent in. Hell yeah. And then, so W's going out to Collapse. We got RON25 from Goat. Blessings of Mommy Shub upon thee. All hail the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young. Amen, sister. And then Kiara sent a $2 as well. I graduate high school tomorrow. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Congratulations. That's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, that guy. It's always good to have a good conversation. AI is proof of the devil. What the fuck? Juggernaut, are you a friendly or? Yeah, I thought you were friendly. Yeah. Oh, you're all good. How's everyone doing today? I haven't streamed in a couple of days, so the algorithm's going to take a second to warm up, but we got a new cat, and she'll be on stream here pretty soon. I'm going to put my camera into a wide angle so it's further back and have the tree perch right next to me. And probably put up a cat cam. Oh, you are a mod. Yeah, late stream. Well, I mean, I've been doing semi-regular around this time. Yeah. Show me the kitty. She's not down here. Odin, she's scared of Odin, so we're doing a very slow interaction with them. So I'm keeping them completely in separate rooms so far. I'm trying to see some kitty today. I posted a photo in Discord. Hell yeah, Juggernaut. Yeah, go on ahead and keep tapping, guys. Get the likes up there. Keep commenting. Repost the live out so we can get the algorithm fixed up. Every time I take a couple day break, the algorithm says F you. Oh, no, you know what it is? It's because I got reported like literally immediately. We're going to restart the TikTok stream. That's what it is. I totally forgot about that. TikTok doesn't like the reports. Go live. Click, click, click. Bada bang, bada boom. Live again on TikTok. Let's get those viewers in here. Hopefully we can. I'll stream for a couple of hours. Trying to think of when to get the cat down here. I literally just got her home like 6 hours ago. God, it's already been like 6 hours. No, yeah, 6 hours. Holy shit. We just got her to the house a few hours ago. I picked her up at like 10 in the morning. So she just got used to the house, and then she's gotten used to the little dog, the little corgi or Yorkie, whatever he is. And I introduced her to Odin. She's definitely scared of him. He's very high energy, so he scared her quite a bit, but she's cool with the other dogs so far. So they're upstairs chilling. And then tonight I'll probably bring her down just to show her the room, figure out which nook she likes the most, and get her a little safe space down here. Put that I'm trying to find out which tree perch I want to buy to put up. So we still got to figure out which tree perch to get, but there is evidence you chose not to believe it. False. You don't choose beliefs. Your brain subconsciously grants belief systems based on justifications. That could be something you think is evidence linking towards God. That could be hearsay because you don't have critical thinking skills. But you don't choose beliefs. If you think so, try and believe the sky is fucking falling. Like, no. What's up now? If God's not real, explain my birth. Yeah, your parents fucked. Best of luck. If you're incapable of basic critical thinking skills like that, that's sad. I did just read it. Your parents fucked. That's why you exist. You think we have knowledge? Yeah. So you're just OP? No clue what that means. Offering from a penis? Yes. No, your face is formed through genetics, dumb nut. So again, if you lack basic critical thinking skill, you're not going to have a great conversation here. You just conceded the EO god. You are a theist now. Incorrect. What the fuck is EO? I'm not a Catholic. Orthodox? What is EO? Theist means belief in God or gods. I lack a belief in God or gods, therefore I'm not whatever the fuck you just said. Oh, precept, Jonathan. Stupidity. There you go. Precept, change that to stupid, and you're good to go. What exactly is evidence? Yeah, so Stanford Encyclopedia is going to call it, well, Stanford and Oxford is facts and information leading to a true conclusion. And then when you look at proof, it's evidence and facts leading to a true conclusion. So evidence is required for all belief systems. And beliefs are not choices. Howdy, howdy. What's up, Belleth? What are you on? He's on a lot of stuff. He's on a lot. It's sad. Stay in school, kids. What's up, Brent? Eastern Orthodox? Yeah. Orthodox, because you're the correct one out of the thousands. You are the only correct one out of hundreds of thousands of interpretations of hundreds of thousands of different deities. You are the only one that is correct. You and you alone will be the only person to have ever existed, to ever be correct, and ever go to heaven. You will be alone. The fuck? What kind of logic is that? Still waiting for my apology, Brent. Uh-oh. No drama, girls. No drama. I didn't like the way I said girls. Ladies. Let's say that. On breaking on your phone? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Brennan, if you don't chill, I'm just going to mute you for being annoying. At this point, it's just annoying. What's up, Grease? Let's get you in here. No clue, Ignatius.
What's up,
Grease?
man?
You over the age of 18,
I'm
brother?
Grease and I'm greasy and I'm greasing around.
You over the age of 18, brother?
No, I don't know what's going on.
Cool. Haven't been here for a while. Yeah, and I haven't been live for a couple of days. Been a little bit busy trying to get this cat. If knowledge, then God. If not God, not knowledge. Yeah, logic. There's no such thing as a logically sound argument for God because it still requires evidence for the empirical claim that God created the universe or interacts with it at all. Those are empirical claims. And second of all, philosophy doesn't prove things. Abstract concepts do not make interactions of the absolute or objective world real. You have to demonstrate them. So philosophy and logic fall short hella hard. Nice and cloudy day out there. I think it's been pretty nice here. No clue. Atheist arguments are just based on a poor perceived rejection of epistemology. Awesome. Provide epistemic justification for your God, bud. Best of luck. Who says God created the universe is an empirical claim? The universe is empirical. The creation thereof would be empirical. Yeah, basic philosophy 101, bud. Best of luck. Haven't been here in a while, in a bit, but always glad to see you stream. Hell yeah, Pragmatic. Love having you here. I want pizza. Where's my pizza? So everything is just a coincidence? Nope. Not necessarily. Even if it was, boo-hoo. There's no evidence that a god had anything to do with it. Chaos has order, by the way. Go study. Books are free at libraries. My favorite pizza is Domino's. Best of the best of the best, sir. Nope, I don't believe anything without evidence. I don't believe in faith. Faith is stupid. I'm not dumb enough to have faith. I'm not talking fast. Sorry, you're not keeping up. Slow tier. Cody is so basic. Yeah. Sup, Chixie? So you don't believe in other minds? Yes, of course I do. There's justification to believe in them. They're empirically proven. You have justification to be believed to be real. There's no justification to believe that you are not. Therefore, it is justified to believe that you are. Come on now. You guys are bringing like the most basic, boring arguments that have ever existed in all of the arguments for God. These are the most boring ones. Provide something of substance. This is like boring. All right, let's get Gorilla in here. You can prove I'm conscious. FMRI machine, best of luck. What's up, Gorilla? How you doing? You over the age of 18?
Yep.
All right. Which God do you believe in?
Christian God.
All right, brother. What you got for me today?
I have an argument for you, and it's not going to be based off the Bible, but
Sure.
more social. Like, how can you contest with the point that the majority, like the safest countries in Europe, are all Christian countries? Like the majority, like the countries with the lowest rape, murder, homicide, theft, like they're all majority Christian countries. And then like you look up like the most dangerous countries, and they're all like Islamic faiths. So I think that in of itself speaks volumes. Like when people are practicing a religion together as a society, especially the correct religion, your society will mirror that.
Can you demonstrate that it's the correct religion, bud?
Yeah, I think I just did.
Oh, you didn't? You just said
higher
that.
functioning societies, less poverty, less rape, less murder, less crime.
Where'd you get this statistic from?
What do you like? The Pew Research Center? Like
Pew? Let's double check your work.
You think like, I don't know, bro. You're really snarky for some reason, even though you're wrong. I don't understand why. Like the safest countries in Europe are like Iceland, Ireland, Austria. You know, Switzerland, Portugal. These are all majority Christian countries. Christianity's growing in a lot of them, so I think faith represents the people of a country. Do you disagree?
I'm still on your first fucking claim, bro.
Why are you swearing? Is it because you Googled it, you went to
Fickety-fuck,
imright.com, and you
fuckety-fuck,
figured out that I'm
fuck.
right?
It's
because you figured out that I'm right and you have no argument?
English language.
So is nigger, but you're going to get real mad at me for saying that one, aren't you?
Oh, man.
Exactly.
You're gross. Have the day you deserve. Damn. I literally just got up Pew Research and you're going to drop a slur. Yeah, fuck is socially acceptable and it's not attacking any specific minority group. So, books are free at your nearest library. Go have fun. Sober, what's up, brah?
What's up? I'm just double checking his work for you. Iceland is 60% Catholic, by the way.
Cool.
But they also majority believe in folk tales such as trolls.
Really?
You know,
interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of like where we think skinwalkers would be one of our
Right.
folk stories, right? But they like full blown believe in elves, trolls, stuff like that. So
That's badass.
yeah, but I don't know if that's a good example of believing in the right stuff if they're believing in stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, appeal to populace isn't exactly a sound argument anyway. Let's get Ofty in here.
Hey
What's
guys,
up, Ofty?
just
You over
wanna
the age
ask
of
a
18?
question. Roger Federer.
You
or
over the age of
Rafael
18?
Nadal?
You over the age of... Okay, fuck off. Asim, let's get you in here.
I'm gonna let you do 1v1s.
Bet. If they even get in here. Stray, let's go.
Yeah, I'll join if I need to.
Hell yeah, border. Wait, where the fuck? What? I wasn't agreeing to you dropping. Jerk, gonna leave me all alone. What's up, Stray? You over the age of 18?
Yeah,
Sweet. Which God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus.
Hell yeah, border. What you got for me?
You wanted evidence for God?
Of course.
Oh, I can't give you physical evidence of God.
Oh, that sucks. So he doesn't exist. I'm sorry to hear that. You should we welcome you into atheism. Our community is very friendly and very welcoming, and our morals are better than the biblical morals that are provided by a genocidal, grape condoning, slave condoning maniac.
Well, I don't think he condoned any of those
Yeah,
things.
he
just
literally
to be
did.
fair.
To condone by literal definition means to allow and accept, and he did not tell anyone do not own slaves ever once in the Bible, and he taught in Deuteronomy how to buy, sell, beat, and kill them. So he literally, by all definitions, in accordance with the Bible and Oxford Dictionary and all of the human language, condoned slavery, rape, incest, slaughtering of innocent children, Amalekites, Canaanites, Amorites, etc. Also, the she-bears that slaughtered 42 children for calling Elisha bald. Anyways, you should try reading the book that you practice, because I have.
Oh, why would you read a book you don't believe in?
As if I've been an atheist my whole life. So critical thinking is
Oh,
something
you're a
we develop
Christian?
as adults. I
You were a
grew up as a
Christian at one
Messianic
point?
Jew / Christian. So my father's a pastor and I was around the Bible my entire life. Hardcore, devout, flat earther, everything biblical, literalist, snakes talked. I was fucking dumb. And then I started questioning things and learning how critical thinking and logic worked. And now I'm an atheist because my brain grew.
Why do atheists assume Christians can't critically think?
Because you can't. You believe in fairy tales.
No, that's not true. I don't believe in a fairy
Can
tale.
snakes talk?
In the Bible, they can.
Right, that's not in reality. It's a fairy tale.
In the
That's as
context of
true
the
as
Bible,
Humpty
they
Dumpty,
would,
my
though.
boy.
I mean, I feel you. Like, I've never seen a snake talk, but why you think
Correct.
I
It's
can't
biologically impossible and has never been biologically possible ever in the history of mankind. So it's a stupid fairy tale. Also, it says that rabbits chew cud. That's false. Genesis 1:1 says that the earth was created, and then on day 4, Genesis 1:14, it says the sun was created. That is false. It also says all people came from 2 people. That is false. It also says the earth is 6,000 years old. That is false. We also say that it says that the earth is flat and there's a solid firmament. That is false.
It says it has a firmament. The Bible makes no distinction on the globe.
It does. It multiple times. It states A, the 4 corners of the earth. B, it also says that the shape of the earth is that of a pressed seal. Which, have you ever seen a seal be pressed? One of those wax seals that you press down and it's a fucking flat ass circle with little walls coming up. Yeah, it's called flat. So the Bible is just full of horse shit, and it's only believed because people spread it through blood and sword.
Well, that's not. Oh, that's not. That's just silly.
It's 100% factual. If you don't agree, you can prove otherwise. But until then, the Bible's just horseshit.
Well, I don't feel like we got to the core of the question here. You said that like we can't critically think because we believe that snakes.
No, my
can talk.
claim is there's no evidence for God. I'm saying you don't critically think because you believe in something without evidence, which is the definition of faith. And that is not critically thinking. That's polar opposite of the definition of to critically think. So yes, I am saying that you do not critically think because you have faith, belief without evidence, and a magical unicorn. It's stupid.
So if I believe that I can work myself into a better life,
There's
but I don't
justification
have
in
to.
psychology due to the priming and placebo effects for that. Neurology has shown that you can rewire your brain through specific actions, meditations, and rituals in your day-to-day life.
But
That's
by
an
your
empirical
definition,
fact.
that would be called faith.
Incorrect.
You
It
call
is
that faith.
incorrect.
Because
Faith.
there's no
Incorrect.
result. You said
Incorrect.
that people
Incorrect.
who have faith
Do I need to mute you,
don't have
or
factual
are you able
evidence.
to shut the fuck up?
You can mute me all you want.
Cool, good boy. So, incorrect. Faith by definition is belief based on spiritual conviction rather than evidence. It is literally by definition belief without evidence. We believe that we can change our world based on the science that is psychology, neurology, and other justifications that we can see through repeated testings and demonstrations and controlled studies that are repeated and consistently accurate and true, and we know the causal mechanisms. So that is evidence, which is by literal definition not what faith is. You want to try again, or do you want to look
But that
dumb
was your-
again?
that was
Which
your
would you
definition of
prefer?
it.
Do you
I
want
don't
to
look
keep
dumb.
sounding
That was just
stupid, or
your-
do you want to try
that
and
was
provide
just your
evidence for God?
definition of it.
No, it's
So I
the
was challenging
definition in
your
accordance with
definition.
Oxford Dictionary and
what I'm
Hebrews
saying?
11:1. So in accordance with
Well,
the
you
Bible
can't-
and
you
in
can't
accordance
really,
with
like, so when
in
you,
accordance
like,
I'm
start
sorry,
from
I'm
square
sorry, I'm
one
talking,
about
I'm
it,
talking, I'm
something.
talking. So in accordance with Hebrews
And you
11
don't really have any
oh
other-
sorry, shut the fuck up. You're not in charge. Hebrews 11:1 agrees with me and Oxford Dictionary. If you disagree, prove it. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Fuck your feelings. No one gives a shit about them. I only care about facts.
So yeah, I was just trying to present you with my logic here.
You have
It's
no
all good.
logic. Provide your logically sound argument
Well,
for God.
then what can I present to you if I
Evidence.
have no logic?
Prove me wrong, dude. Present some fucking evidence that says I am
Okay,
dumb.
so what does logic need to be like?
Axioms.
What is, okay,
So
what's
provide
that?
a logically sound syllogism that your God is real.
Because this world exists.
That's because non-existence isn't able to obtain. It's not possible. It doesn't exist. The only thing necessary in this universe is for existence itself. That's why things exist. It is the one and only absolute necessary truth of reality. All
You don't
things
believe in
exist
God at
because
all?
energy can't be created. No, I don't believe in fucking fairy tales. Energy can't be
At
created.
all?
A fucking magical unicorn could not have created energy.
Well, that's silly.
No, it's the first law of thermodynamics. Books are free, and your nearest library will help you learn that.
But I read.
No,
That's
you
still
don't.
silly.
What's the second
Because you
law of
have to prove-
thermodynamics, which
because
proves the first law of thermodynamics?
You have to prove. You have the burden of proof, man.
Yeah, the
You
second
gotta
law of
prove that God doesn't
thermodynamics.
exist as much as I have to prove that he's
You
not.
have to learn how to shut the fuck up to listen, though. So in order to learn
Not when people
something, you have
talking to me
two
like
ears
that,
and
bro.
mouth. Well, you don't shut the fuck up, which is why I keep on calling you out for not shutting the fuck up. Every time I try and provide an explanation,
every
when
time
you
I-
ask for an explanation, I'm in the middle of talking and you're still going off. See, you have problems. You have two ears, one mouth. Shut the fuck up. You said I have to prove that your God doesn't exist. Wonderful. Without time, there's no cause and effect. Therefore, no thinking, no action, no change. Your God could not have created anything because he exists outside of time. He is transcendental, the triomni, all-powerful creator of the universe, of which the universe is that of energy. It started in a hot, dense state, and 13.8 billion years ago. It started expanding from that energy. How do we know that? CMB radiation. We can literally observe and see where it came from, a hot, dense state. It is impossible for anything to have existed outside of that. It is impossible to have change without time. It is impossible for your God to have done shit. If you disagree, you are the one with the burden of proof. You, the theist, making the stupid ass, magical, unicorn believing, fucked up, stupid claim, are the one with the burden of proof, not me. All I have to do is say, I don't know, prove God. It is your burden, not mine. Best of luck. I'll give you a couple of minutes.
You still got the burden of proof.
Adios, dumbass. Hope you have the day you deserve. Johnny, let's get you in here.
Hey, Evidence First, how you been doing? You been alright?
Doing all right, brother. You over the age of 18?
Yeah, 22, he, him. We met a while back on Jay's stream.
Awesome. I don't remember. What you got for us today?
I'm a friendly. I was just wondering if I could come up and hang out for a little bit, if that's fine.
Sure. I don't see why not. Fuck it.
Alright, sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, got nothing to get to that. You atheist?
Yeah.
Cool. How long you been atheist?
Former Christian.
Former Christian. Gotcha.
I've been an atheist since I was 18.
Okay. Couple of years. Hell yeah. We're almost the same.
Yeah.
He, him. Yeah, those
Just
are called
finally wrote the book.
pronouns. Sorry you guys don't know those. You guys need to learn critical thinking. Best of luck.
This is the thing I deal with every day when I stream, as I get at least one person that comes up and tries to act like they don't have pronouns. It's absurd.
I'm a wannabe, but you're the one watching me. What's up, wannabe?
I'm not the wannabe.
You're watching me. You're watching my show, bud. You're the wannabe.
I'm laughing my ass off.
That's adorable. Are you over the age of 18, Ryan? I know you are, but what am I? So, what's your evidence for God? What's your evidence for God? Oh, I'm sorry you don't know basic words. I'm so sorry you don't know words. Ryan, what's your evidence for God? Ryan, what's your evidence for God? Ryan, what's your evidence for God? Ryan, hey Ryan, hey Ryan, hey Apple, hey Apple, hey Apple, hey Apple. You have no power here, dumbass. This one, you are on this wannabe stream. I am your God. You are my bitch.
No,
You are my bitch.
no.
Yes. You're going to be in the corner like a good little bitch and hang out for a minute until you want to shut the fuck up and provide an actual argument. I asked you like 30 times what your evidence for God is, and all you're doing is crying like a fucking baby. This is what you sound like. Nothing but a crybaby. You are nothing but a pathetic man-child. If you would like to have a conversation, you can shut the fuck up and have a conversation. Would you like to have a Ryan, shut up. Stop with the crying, you pathetic wannabe. Do you want to have a conversation? Yes or no? Yes or no? Do you want to have a conversation? Yes or no? Do you want to have a conversation? Yes or no? Do you want to have a conversation? Yes or no? Do you want to have a conversation? To have a conversation, you have to have back and forth dialogue. All right, you have yourself the day you deserve, douchebag McGee.
He was crying when he said that too. You're the bitch. That's what he sounded like.
Thanks for watching. The engagement and algorithm love you. Mwah, mwah.
That's what I'll never understand. If they don't like it, why don't they just leave? They literally have the power to leave at any time they want. They can say, you know what, I don't like this content. I think I'll just go watch something else.
I can't have a
No.
conversation. Bro, I asked you like 20 times what your evidence for God is and if you wanted to have a question. You were incapable of shutting the fuck up and providing an answer. Hell yeah, Chaz. Thanks for the engagement, Ryan. You're making this wannabe have better engagement in the algorithm. We haven't had a mod crash out, so I'm not sure what we would do. Probably try to support them. Yeah, support always. Always support first. People are mods for a reason. Everyone here is in a community. We all love each other. I bet you can't have a conversation in public. Ooh, I'm so scared of you. I never got into Frankenstein. Not gonna lie. Never got into Frankenstein.
It's an okay movie, but it's not my favorite.
I mean, I've seen them, but I never like. I mean, they're old. They weren't scary. It was like, oh no, it didn't even show the person getting messed up. I'm so scared.
I feel
What
like they were more
exactly is
about
your
the
goal here?
thought.
Piss off all the Christians on planet Earth. That's obviously my goal. I'm only here to rage bait, obviously. No, we want to end indoctrination. Spreading beliefs uncritically is stupid and bad for society.
It is, yeah.
You're definitely scared. That's why your heart's pounding. Ah, a mind reader. Oh,
No, his heart pounds because that's what it has to do to keep him alive. That's quite literally what it does.
that's true. That's true. That's true.
Would you rather it not do that? Because that wouldn't be a good thing. That'd be a bad thing.
Yes, 100% Sofa. If you want to keep crying in chat, you can. Thank you for the engagement. If you want to have a conversation, request up. Is that why he's turning red? I'm
he's pale.
colorblind. I thought I looked pale, but sure. If white is the new red, bet. I should get some red lights. Post, you asked you, then you said you, but you're the one who doesn't want to when he clearly did. You want to try that again in English? Hooked on Phonics is a great system to learn your grammar.
Hey, Cody, I'm going to do something. You can get mad at me later.
Bet, daddy. Oh boy. Okay.
This is fun.
Sober, were you wanting to converse with him?
I was hoping you would get the idea. Brian, you're in a panel. I invited you.
Well, that's your problem.
I was giving you an
What do you invite
opportunity.
me up for?
I was giving you an opportunity
Why-
to speak.
I don't need one.
You
I don't need one.
You don't want to speak?
I didn't say that.
You were
Deathless
okay.
Light
Then speak.
2.0.
You were
I said
crying.
I didn't need an opportunity.
How are you going to talk without the opportunity to speak?
I didn't say I needed an opportunity to.
Okay. Sure. If you want to say anything, by all means, you can say it.
You invited me up, so what do you want?
I want to
Jesus
hear
Christ.
what's your evidence or like reasoning to believe in. I'm assuming you're Christian.
That's not the reason why I was commenting.
Okay. What was the reason?
Because he doesn't like me. I heard his feelings.
I don't, dude, I don't even know you not to like you. But just because you think you're smarter because you use
I'm smarter
big
than you.
words doesn't make you correct.
I'm sorry you don't know the basic words I use.
Oh, really? You think you're smarter. You don't know me, but you think you're smarter than me.
I know I'm smarter than you. You can't have a conversation. I am way
don't think so.
emotionally smarter than you. I have control over my emotions. You do not.
Emotionally?
Yes, 1000%. You have proven
Emotionally.
and shown through demonstration of fucking crashing the fuck out that you are an emotional ass
I've
middle-aged
proven
man
nothing
going through a
but calling
midlife
out
crisis.
stupidity because he uses big
I know
words.
you are, but what am I? So would you like to demonstrate your
Midlife crisis,
claims?
Dude, I'm doing great.
No, you're not. You're
Stupidity
pathetic.
points towards
I
big
didn't
words
make
point
any
towards
claims.
stupidity.
Did I make any claims?
Yeah, you keep calling me dumb, but you're incapable of proving it. Would
What
you like to
claims did I
provide
make?
evidence justifying that I'm wrong?
What did I?
I just
told
answered you. You have to use your
Dude,
2
I
ears
already
to
told
listen.
you. No, I'm trying to respond, but you won't shut up long enough to hear it. You don't have the ability.
Ryan, name 10 people who like having you around.
Don't include me on that list,
I've got
Ryan.
my family for one.
Oh, I'm
was
Family,
sorry.
the
joking.
people I work with.
I wasn't actually. That was mean. I shouldn't have said that.
He deserves it.
Family doesn't count. Of course, family likes you.
Oh, family doesn't count. Okay.
Well, no.
Just because your family doesn't, isn't too proud of you. I mean,
Oh, they're very proud of me.
Well, Ryan, what's your beef? Well, like, why don't you like big words?
I didn't say I didn't like big words.
What?
Obviously, you don't comprehend what someone's saying.
I'm pretty sure I do. I'm saying what you said. Big words point towards
Where did I
stupidity.
say I didn't like big words?
You joined up
No,
saying
what did I
he's.
say? I didn't
Your
say
bitching about me using big words is
God,
implying that you don't like
if
big
you
words.
guys had
It's an
half the brain
implication.
that you think you
I
do,
just answered
and-
you, and you're still incapable of responding to what we state. You asked a question, I provided a response, and instead of providing any response to what I said, you go on to another fucking crybaby bitch tangent. You need to grow the fuck up. I will let you sober. This dude is too dumb. The
You don't have the
acoustics,
ability
the
to shut the
acoustics
fuck
in your
up.
brain sound godly. You could have a
This
fucking
clips.
orchestra up in there.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna try to be a little bit more.
No, he's incapable. Midlife crisis, Ryan. Midlife crisis. Seek help. 988. Call him.
By the way, when I invite him, he has the option to decline.
Correct.
Like I didn't even. have to
Messiah's
join.
request up or shut up. The you calling yourself God is annoying.
How can he be the Messiah and God? He can't be both of those. They're supposed to be two distinct entities.
You intellectually run Ryan by being incapable of responding to any questions. Oh, look, God requested.
What up?
Hey, brother, you over the age of 18?
Yeah, I'm 31.
All right, which God do you actually believe in?
The one that's known in the Bible called Jehovah or Yahweh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you mean Yod Hey Vav Hey, yeah.
Why do you follow the Canaanite god of war?
Because that's who I am. Why would I not believe in myself?
He said he was the fulfillment of Zechariah 14. That's terrible. For I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to battle, and the city shall be taken, and the houses looted, and the women great. Half the city shall go into exile. You're the fulfillment of this?
You should look for the part where it says that I should be the king over all the earth.
No, you didn't say specifically what part. You just said you were the fulfillment of it.
Right, but you want to bring it into argument and try to make me look like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Isn't the
but
king of the
really
earth
you're
Satan?
fool.
Well, according to the New Testament, the God of this world would be. Yeah.
So you're claiming to be God and Satan?
I never said I was Satan.
You said you're king of the earth.
I said I was Yahweh, the God of the Bible.
Nah, no way.
Described from beginning to end, the one who is taught about by Jesus himself.
Can you demonstrate this to us?
Yeah, you can go to the part in the Gospels where.
No, I
Jesus
asked for you to demonstrate that you are God.
Yeah, I've got a video of me making lightning. You want to see that?
Okay, Thor, bet.
I was gonna say Zeus.
Seriously, I put my hand up into the sky. I tell you I'm about to make lightning, and you will see it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Do that on a sunny day.
Lightning doesn't work on a sunny day,
There
buddy.
you go.
No shit. What you did was put your hand up, and coincidentally, lightning that was already striking struck when your hand was up.
Coincidentally, but it's happened like 20 fucking times.
Yeah,
more
all
than
of
that,
us have
so
done
it's
that,
more
but
than
we
a
stopped doing it
coincidence.
more or less when we were 9, I think. When we stopped believing in Santa Claus, give or take, is when we
Yeah.
stopped believing that we are causing the fucking lightning strikes during a fucking lightning storm. Do you need me to buy your grippy socks, or do you already have a pair?
He needs a new pair. They
I
have a
don't
hole.
even have any socks right now, bro.
Yeah, you need
Messiah,
to go get some.
if I go out into like a cyclone, right, where it has the, or like a supercell where it has the opportunity to turn into a tornado, right, and I just happen to be recording and being in the area, and a tornado forms, am I God?
I mean, you didn't intentionally make that tornado form, did you?
No, I did. I knew it was going to be there. I wanted it to be there.
Yeah, he did it on purpose. He commanded he said, "Hey, wind, form into a tornado for me," and he reached out his hand and it happened. Yeah, that's not that. I mean, come on now, that can't be a
You
coincidence.
got that on video to prove that you actually did that?
I
Yeah,
have
I got it
faith
on
in
video.
this.
You can't
I have
really say
faith in
that you
this.
did that like
No, I
that
have it on
unless
video,
You got that proof, right?
Yeah.
But I have the proof. You can
No,
literally
no, like
watch
actually,
me
the
do it
Winchester
multiple
tornado.
times.
I actually was in that. Like, I actually have proof of that. I'm not kidding.
All right, well, that's
Messiah,
cool,
do you
but
have any
I'm not gonna fucking
demonstration that
argue with
you
you
are
about who I
God
am.
of the universe? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Well, a lightning video during a lightning storm is not evidence of you being a fucking deity. Do you have any way to demonstrate this to us?
Yep.
Continue. Yup is not a demonstration.
All right, so I was
Wait,
the one who
Nope, I
ordered
didn't ask for
Hamas to
anecdote.
Messiah, I have a
I
question.
did not
Wait.
ask for
I
anecdote.
was the one who
I
commanded
did not
the
ask for
armies. I was
anecdote.
the
That
one who
another claim,
commanded the
another
destruction
claim,
upon
another
many
claim.
places.
There's another claim. Would you like to demonstrate the truth of what you say?
Wait, Messiah, like, does that mean you like know the answer to everything?
I mean, I know a lot of answers.
What's 9 plus
Well,
10?
What's what?
9 plus 10.
9 plus 10 is 19. That's easy.
Incorrect. It's 21. God, get with the fucking times.
Are we
Jesus.
doing,
No,
are we
you're
doing
a fucking
references
liar
right now?
and you're a fucking dumbass and you don't speak truth.
Okay, what's this? Did he leave?
I'd
Oh, I was gonna.
like to have at least one normal conversation.
I'm legit gonna start. I'm gonna make an alt account. I'm like,
And Ron Wyatt. I microwaved a spider once. I didn't get superpowers. It tastes awful. Yeah?
hey, John. While we're waiting, can you tell us like the reason you kind of like went away from Christianity?
Because I heard opposition from atheists. So first I had a friend who was an atheist. I was like 12, and I had a friend who was an atheist. And I thought that was insane. I thought it was insane that this person didn't believe in God. I thought it was insane that he didn't believe in Jesus. He didn't believe in all the things I believed. I thought that was nuts, that somebody would like not believe in this love. And then I actually, like when I was probably about 15 or 16, I started hearing opposition from atheists online, like Atheist Experience and all these other like channels out there. Like Atheist Experience, and then there was also The Line and some other ones that I can't really remember that well. And I went to go try to look into the Bible so I could like try to find an answer for the questions they had, and I realized they were right. The Bible is full of contradictions. It is full of things that just are demonstrably untrue. There's no evidence outside of the Bible for the supernatural claims that it makes. There's just no reason to actually believe in it.
Good shit, brother. Proud of you.
Well, thank you. I mean, after that, I started developing critical thinking skills.
Yeah, comes pretty quickly, don't it? King, what is up?
What is up?
Hey, man, you over the age of 18?
Yes.
Okay, which God do you believe in?
The same one I just told you about.
You haven't been up on the panel yet today, or are you on another alt account and we should start reporting you?
Why? Because you're a little bitch and you get scared and you can't handle conversation?
So you've
still-
never read Colossians 3
You haven't
before.
provided a single demonstration, and I'm a bitch.
All you do is argue and you won't even give
yeah,
me the time
no
to talk
shit.
to you.
You're supposed to provide evidence when I ask you to justify a claim, and you're
All right, so
incapable
your
of doing that.
understanding of God is built off of a corrupted Bible.
I know, dumbass. I talk about all
Prove
gods.
Yes, it is. You think I'm lying? Your Bible.
Oh my
that you-
god.
His claims of corruption are not really that well founded. The earliest manuscripts we have match reasonably well with the latest ones we have. And when they make these translations, they look at all the manuscripts they have to determine what is appropriate and what isn't. We definitely know that the New Testament has been edited. There are examples where it has been edited. For example, the story of the adulterous woman not being stoned in John 7 and 8. That's a 4th century edition that first shows up in the Codex Sinaiticus, and after that it starts appearing in most of the manuscripts, but it's not original to the text. The
Is
earliest
this
manuscripts
another?
don't have it.
You're back again? Seriously? You're that pathetic?
That's on me. I let him up instinctively. I didn't.
Oh,
pay
I was
attention.
clicking it too. That's hilarious. Dude is so fucking bored as all-powerful God that all he can do is troll.
Actually, we can let him up, but like he did say like a bad word earlier, so
Did
I
he?
don't know. He said N-word.
Oh, he did? Yeah, no, we're not letting him up.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
there's
let racists
also-
up here.
And then also, there's an error in Mark 1 where the author quotes 2 things, but he both attributes them to Isaiah. The first
Is
thing he
this
quotes is
seriously
actually
another
from
one?
Mal- Is he actually coming back?
Yeah, of course I am.
How
Okay, if you
pathetic are
promise
you?
Not just okay. Yeah, I'd actually. There's no point. He's gonna say it anyway.
That's funny. And then, but the first quotation Mark quotes is actually from Malachi 3:6. It's not, sorry, 3:1. It's not
Do
actually
you
from
know
Mark.
Jaden?
Yeah, I do know Jaden. Yeah, that's my buddy.
Yeah, you guys talk a lot at the same. You guys are very focused on what you're in the middle of thinking.
Yeah, I think he gets it from me. I don't know where I get it from. I have no idea.
Yeah, it seems you and Jay are like very like internal critiques, while me and Cody are like external.
Yeah,
I
I
think
don't
both.
care
I
about
like
what the
both
Bible
positions.
says.
I like both positions. I think they both work really well.
Yeah, we just don't get to the point where we even grant that it's a possibility like this now.
Yeah, no.
I think it's funny how much I piss Christians off with just the fact that I'm demonstrating their book isn't true.
Well, you know, the number one truth that Christians need to understand is that their God likes getting nailed by Roman guys and then coming for 2,000 years. They need to really learn to accept that and come out of the closet because it's okay. It's 2026. We're trying to give equal rights to everyone, or at least the sane people are. And they too can fight the good cause.
Speaking
Yeah.
of fighting, this guy's saying you wouldn't last a minute with him.
You're so true because I would walk away. Why do people think fighting is so fucking cool? Anyone that has ever actually fought knows that it is not fucking fun or cool. Yeah, if you square up to me, I'm walking away, dude. I don't want to get fucking hit. Are you kidding me?
It's because like UFC and like boxer organizations like kind of like paint it to look like you're cooler than you are. That's all it is.
In the United States of slavery, it is the year 2026. Yes, Numa Bard. That is the calendar that we go off of. In other countries, like, is it China? It is 3,000 or 4,000 something. And according to the Jewish calendar, it is 3,000, I want to say. Yeah, the Christians do love violence. It's also probably why they're all conservatives. Is it really, Chaz? Wow, that's crazy. How does it... What? Cthulhu hungers for you. Even when I did competition fighting, I wasn't a fan of getting hit. Yeah, it's... You know the best thing to do before a fight? Fucking walk away. If you can walk away, walk the fuck away. There's nothing cool about fighting.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think Gregorian is 100% correct. Where have I said that? Are you slow? $5,786. Damn, I didn't realize it was that up there. Sober, I think that's the same dude. I think he's got like 30 different fucking alt accounts.
It's kind of
Dude's got
funny.
problems. We're just gonna block every single one of them for him being a pathetic piece of shit. I hope you have a shit life, bro.
He probably does. That's why he has to come up here.
Why are you so mean? Because fuck them. They deserve it. They genuinely deserve it. They have condoned slavery. They have condoned rape. They have condoned genocide. Fuck them. I don't give a fuck if I'm mean to them. Fuck them.
Yeah.
They deserve it. 1000% they deserve it. 1000%. The context. The context. Right? Context.
They hate context. I just spoke to somebody today who made the claim that Isaiah 52, the servant, was about Jesus. And when I started reading the context, he was like literally crying and interrupting me the whole time. And then when we finally got to 52, he got absolutely destroyed on
Johnny, I'm never going to follow along with what you're saying.
it. Sorry.
I don't read the Bible anymore because it's just such a waste of time to me. Like, if someone comes up and they're bringing up Bible verses, I'll let you go at them, but I don't care.
Yeah, I know. I got you. I understand. It's fair. It's fine.
My heart is hardened. It's a muscle. It's not hard.
It's actually probably a little lean, I would imagine.
It's true.
Muscle meat's delicious. I mean, I don't know if anybody's ever eaten like a steak, but good shit.
Ironic how schools teach evolution and talk about the Bible. I mean, the Bible and evolution could be true, or at least the Bible and God. Or God and evolution. God could have had something to do with evolution, but there's no evidence to justify that at all.
Yeah, within a Christian worldview, you can't justify evolution because Genesis is very clear that God created everything, created man and woman, and there's no room for evolution in there. And even if you try to make Genesis an allegory, the problem is that the New Testament treats Genesis like it's an actual series of events, not an allegory. So it's kind of an issue.
Tuck, I actually tell everyone that I know that isn't Christian and Christians alike, you should read the Bible just because we do. I mean, the majority of all the viewers here, and me included, live in America, which is going to be a Christian-ran society. So I think it is smart to know what the Bible says and what it teaches. And then also, I don't think it's justified to not believe in something if you haven't studied it, at least to some degree.
He's back, by the way. He's in the comments again.
How many fucking accounts does he have? Jesus Christ.
This is sad. This is pathetic. He's got like 30 alt accounts. He should come up here and talk shit on you. He's gonna cry because you're being mean to him.
Yeah, we've already been reported a couple times, which is why we're at 20. And we had over 100 people. I should probably restart TikTok, not gonna lie. Yeah, we're gonna restart the TikTok.
Yeah, just restart.
Sounds good.
I gotta watch my tongue today, apparently. All right. TikTok is back. We're gonna play nice. I'm gonna watch my tongue. We're gonna play nice, and I'm gonna watch my tongue so that we stop getting reported. So that means I'm not going to be calling them names anymore.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm gonna be nicer for the algorithm.
TikTok will have a fit if you don't.
Yeah, TikTok's crazy. I give Cody 20 minutes before 20 minutes of niceness before cursing. Yeah, we are eukaryotes, yeah. You have no argument to make. Muslims just copy Christians. Ironic that you're called evidence first, but the Bible consists of zero evidence. What? Yeah. I'm not defending the Bible. What the fuck?
The Bible's very much untrue.
This is an atheist channel, dude. Trying to watch my tongue? What? 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 Yes, we are fish. Yeah. So pro-life of him. Yeah, right? Exactly. Literally. I have evidence. Well, request. You know, nothing but talk about God since this opened. Yeah, duh. Yeah. It's a deconstruction channel. No shit, I'm going to talk about deconstructing. Ah. Burger is king, Christ is worm castings. All right. We are evolving imported. You have a fucking tailbone, and many kids today are born without molars. Like, there's so many evolution. Evolution, literally by definition, is change in allele frequency over time. Allele is genes. When you have a baby, you are like, that is evolution. Your
Yeah.
baby having a baby, their baby having a baby, their baby having a baby, etc., 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 is evolution.
Yeah, wisdom teeth were beneficial for our ancestors because a lot of the foods they ate were harder to chew and stuff. But you know, especially now that our jaws are smaller now, they don't really
Speak
fit
for
that well
yourself.
in there. Okay, since most people have small jaws now, you know, human beings, they don't fit very well, and
Let's
so
get
they often
parachute band. Oh, hell yeah. You mods are fast. Fuck yeah.
hell yeah. But they just get impacted and they get infected now, so they you know, it's not a good thing.
There's
So
evidence, Messiah. You're going to get blocked again? Damn, bro. You're on a roll. Go troll someone else, bud. Palmaris longus. No clue what that is.
I think that's the muscle in your arm that a lot of people don't have.
I'm ignorant.
There is a muscle in your forearm that some people can
Oh, I'm
flex
definitely
out.
gay for some people imported. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with being gay?
There's a muscle in your forearm that not everybody has because we don't really need it. So some people don't have it.
You're Jaden 2.0.
I think he just gets it from me. I think I'm Jaden.1.
Our ape ancestors had more teeth. Our jobs got smaller, but the wisdom teeth don't fit. Yeah, that's fair. I wonder how my bloodline's gonna work. I'm very big. Why are you like that, bud? Because I'm a dick. I'm morally. I agree with veganism, and try to lead a vegan lifestyle.
Mm.
So I wonder if my lineage is going to keep the flat teeth or not. A man? What? Why are you like that, bud? I answered that. Was that a sentence? Jesus could have called for angels with armies. Love refused as he was crucified. I don't believe he was crucified or existed. Only 32 people listening to this. Yeah, on YouTube. Yeah. I mostly eat vegan. Yeah, I think it's morally correct, subjective, obviously, and I never force it on people, but holy birdie, pigeon, chicken, and turkey. There are 3 birds, not one, just like the Trinity. What the fuck? Elden
There's
Ring.
actually more
I've never
birds than
played
that.
Elden Ring. No, I have not.
He's forgetting robins. He's forgetting freaking sparrows. He's forgetting a lot of birds. He's forgetting ostriches. How can you forget ostriches?
Oh, and spam. Nice. Mute that guy up. Need to play Elden Ring. Hop off debates for a bit. Dude, I've been live for like 20 minutes. I'm not hopping off. Yeah, right, board. Jesus sacrificed him. God sacrificed himself to save us from himself. Sacrificed himself for himself to save us from himself.
Pretty much, if you believe the Trinity, yeah.
So birds are more powerful than God? I mean, I'm more powerful than God because I actually fucking exist.
And birds can fly.
So you're a vegan. Does that mean that if you ever become a zombie, you'll get grains? Oh, God. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Life didn't come from magic. Facts. Facts. Let's get some reposts going on here. Need to get some more theistic arguers. There we go. Oh, God. All right, fuck it.
Yeah, so psychophysical and nomological harmony are going to be better expected on theism given our account of divine psychology, right? Because we're going to be holding to God being the act of all acts. Now, that's just going to entail that God does non-propositional knowledge, which means that we have non-inferential justification believing that theory. So it's going to have a lot of abductive virtue in favor of it. So just based on that, right, there's going to be more abductive evidence in favor of theism as opposed to like atheism. What's your response to that? Can you repeat everything I just said and demonstrate you understand it? Go ahead.
Can you break down everything you just said?
Johnny, you're a side character. I'm not talking to you. Stop talking, slow boy. Anyway, evidence. Go ahead and answer the question. Can you repeat everything I said and demonstrate you understand it? Go ahead. Smiling so hard. Holy shit, you look like
That's
you
a
chew
real
on
Christian
rocks.
right there, guys.
Your teeth are throwing up gang signs. Just to be clear about this, you look like you chew on rocks. Also, you're stepped on Newport cigarette. Answer the question, slow boy. You just got skull fucked in the conversation.
I actually smoked Camels. That's what I smoked. Wait, did he leave? Or did you guys drop him? No one dropped him? He left?
He left.
That was it? That's all you had?
As soon as I asked him to explain what he said, he couldn't do it because he doesn't even know what he's saying. He has no clue. Pretty sure those first few things were not even a proper sentence. Oh well.
The next Eminem.
Don't let Eminem hear him because Eminem did Rap God, but this guy can do whatever the hell that was.
Now, the second I go do something, if Philbro comes up, dude, I would have loved. He comes. It was Kant. Oh, he's back. Sober. If you want to chat with Kant, go for it. He just used a presuppositional.
Yeah, I just want to flag low tier
argument.
Johnny B dropped me just to flag that for
No,
the
I
audience.
No,
But
he
just
didn't.
stop talking side character. I'm
How
not
the hell-
talking to you.
Shut up,
Side
Kant. How can
character,
I
stop talking.
kick you? I don't have,
Slow boy, side
I don't
character.
have
Your
mod-
face
I
down,
don't
ass
have
up right
mod
now.
powers. How can
Your
I
cheeks
kick
are
you?
spread wide the fuck open. I'm giving you back shots.
Are you
You're
saying that I'm
conceptually cut.
God?
So just be
Hey,
clear about
if
this
you're
host.
saying I'm
I
God
gave
and
an
I can
argument in
somehow kick you
favor
with my
of the
mind, that's
posterior
fine. Great.
probability in favor of theism in virtue of
Well, how do you
psychophysical and
break down
nomological
everything
harmony,
you
right?
said so
Now,
far.
according to my
Break
account of
down
divine
everything you said
psychology,
so far.
Sure, I'll mute you
Can't
for a
break
second.
down
yeah,
everything
stop
you
muzzling
Here,
you.
Johnny,
You
quit for a
brain dead
second.
retard. Holy fuck.
All right, well, he said retard, so I
Yeah.
could. I mean, he said
appreciate
already.
No, I
Yeah.
appreciate you. Euro, what is up? You over the age of 18, brother?
I am. Do you not remember me?
I don't.
Oh. Well, you, like, convinced me into becoming an atheist?
Oh, you back?
Yeah. I need to ask a question.
Sure, go for it.
How did the Big Bang happen?
That's a good question. The
Leading
leading
theory. Go
Go
ahead.
for it. God damn it.
Fucking hell, dude.
Go ahead.
Maybe you were meant to be. I don't know. Wait, my bad. So basically, the leading theory is expansion is led by dark energy, which is kind of just a placeholder right now. We don't necessarily know what it is, absolutely, but it's a placeholder. The Big Bang itself, there's loads of theory. Myself, I believe in an eternal, like a multiverse, right? So I'm probably not the person to ask, but right now, in a simplistic view, quantum fluctuations is the leading theory.
Quantum fluctuations?
Yep.
Yeah, one of my favorite theories is going to be the quantum field, where it's like the closest flat line to nothingness that you can have, but there's obviously still something with quarks and whatnot coming in and out of existence, quote unquote. It's not literally coming in and out of existence because there's no such thing as nothingness, but from that, they have their default state is motion. So after trillions of them doing this, they're always trying to expand. So once one of them finally expanded, there's our universe. That's one of my favorite theories, but that is colloquial theory. It's mathematically plausible, but there's no demonstration for its truth.
So dark matter and then quantum fields, like, is that, like, basically the answer?
Well, we know that so 85-ish% of the universe is dark energy. Am I correct in stating that, Sober?
Yes. It's like 65, yeah.
Yeah, like 60, and then like 90 or 80% of the leading for the expansion, the acceleration of the expansion is going to be dark energy. We know this because we can see, like literally observe little dark spheres, not sphere, but circles, and in this nothingness, like it's just a black dot. You can see all the stars and galaxies around it being pushed out.
okay, that's cool. I went to this TikTok live of like this guy was like what was it? He was like, God is real, prove me wrong. And then I went into there and I was gonna prove him wrong, and then he told me to prove to him that I'm an atheist. I was like, what? And then I told him that like everything that y'all told me. And then he's like, oh, it doesn't matter. Prove to me that you're an atheist. And I'm like, what do you
Yeah.
mean? And then he goes, all y'all atheists were like, prove to me that God isn't real or something like that. And then I don't know what to say to him, bro. He was a dumbass, bro. I can see that like all Christians are fucking dumbasses.
Well, atheist is a subjective base. So if you're an atheist, it means you lack a belief. Belief is mind dependent, so it is quite literally subjective. So whenever someone tells me to prove that I'm an atheist, I state to be an atheist is totally subjective, and the only demonstration you can have of it are the words that I say and the way that I live my life. And in accordance with the way that I live my life, there is no justification to believe that I believe in some sort of a deity. I don't know why, but you're gonna have to get dropped.
I just got flagged. It's all good. Hey, I appreciate it though. I'm gonna look more into that. Thank you.
Yeah. You have a good one. I don't know. What did he say that was... What? Did he say something bad?
I don't think so. No, TikTok does it sometimes. They'll just flag people for no reason. One time I hopped on my live and I said, hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? And I got flagged.
I mean, I get flagged for good reasons. Like, I'm just an asshole, but...
Yeah. Well, Cody, thanks for having me up. I gotta go. I appreciate you having me up. I hope you have a good stream, all right, buddy?
Yeah, have a good one, brother.
Thanks, buddy.
Dude, every time I'm in, like, someone's on the panel, someone needs to, like, get my attention every single time, and I keep having to mute and go do it.
Shame on you. How dare you?
But have you heard of the white hole theory?
I have, and I like it.
It's really cool. Well, it's like, it's super, super theoretical. It, like...
Right.
Because, and you would have to, basically, gravity would have to flip. It would have to be anti-gravity. Or dark gravity, however you want to word it.
Yeah, polar opposite. Oh, whoa, what's up, Satan? This dude is a genius in philosophy, by the way. Have you met Satan?
I'm not.
Hi, diddly do there, neighbors.
That is my favorite line.
Oh, man. Have you ever considered Graham Oppy's definition of atheism?
What is that?
So if you ever read, Graham Oppy's a reductive naturalist and a atheist, and he's written a bunch of books. He's a philosopher of religion. And one of them is called The Greatest Argument Against God. And what he does is he goes through and does like a worldview comparison, right? And he says Christianity can account for this, naturalism can account for this, on and on down the line. And then it says, but naturalism is the most parsimonious, simplistic answer.
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't have to deduce as many things. And so he says his atheism is basically a belief that God is false, right?
I'm a hard atheist.
But yeah, so I mean, I guess you'd call it hard atheism. Some people do that because it's not lack theism. But
right.
Yeah, I was just wondering because I noticed that most atheists tend to be just like agnostic atheists
Right.
online, but in academia it tends to be the other way around. I don't know. It seems
I definitely believe that there is no such thing as any god or supernatural at all. My justification for that is when it comes to like Abrahamic, I make the argument that anything outside of time, if we're arguing for a transcendental god, then anything outside of time can't have causal relations, therefore it doesn't exist. Any god that is like Hinduism or Norse pagan or anything like that, my argument is going to be there's no justification for me to grant that it is not anything but imagination.
Yeah, I'm the same way. There's certain gods that I can say with certainty that contradict themselves. So I could say it's not a true thing or it's not
Yeah.
plausible.
For
While they're
me, any triomni god, I cannot. I mean, even any all-powerful god, though that's a little harder to defend. But I think any triomni god is impossible.
Yeah, I mean that's true. Triomny is just I wouldn't accept that. Like when we talk about like if someone says all powerful, absolutely, but if someone says maximally great, then we can go down a different line of reasoning. But
triomni means omni, omnipresent, omnibenevolent.
Yeah,
and
I'm just saying like the semantic behind it.
What's the omni for omnipowerful, for all powerful?
Omnipotent, omniscient,
Omniscient. Yeah.
omnipotent,
Are you guys familiar with that
and
argument?
omnibenevolent.
benevolent.
So are you guys familiar with like actus purus? This is like
No.
So
I'm
God
ignorant
doesn't
of that.
change.
Simplistic, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
God doesn't
divine
change.
simplicity, right? Aquinas, right?
This
So
what
God
Catholics
doesn't
do.
change. Yeah, and a lot of Protestants too will hold to some form of this, but so God doesn't change, and then however, if he doesn't change, then before creation, that means he was not a creator,
Yep.
right?
Yeah,
So then you would have a contradiction there, because then once he creates, he is now a creator.
Right.
So he's either actualizing existence from all of eternity, but in that case, then existence would be
well,
eternal.
not necessarily, right? Like there can be where they can be oppositions where they say his creation must be equal to who he is, right? If he is changeless, then what he creates must in fact be changeless. Stuff within it can have change. That's kind of what Catholic holds to, right? Saying that the that the universe is eternal and it's made by God, but since it's eternal,
Catholic grants
Well, no, they
Spinoza's
don't
axioms.
believe. No. Hold on. They do not believe that existence, as in like the universe,
We're not saying
is
Catholics.
eternal.
There's a creator on here named Catholic Thinker, and he has provided a Thomistic line of reasoning for the Abrahamic God, and it starts with the axioms provided by Spinoza, and then he's very, very intellectual. I love his arguments,
So
but it is
he's
pretty sub.
mixed. Okay, so he's not like, yes, but this would not go against my argument against classical.
No, not classical.
Catholic.
He
Yeah,
doesn't hold to
yeah.
he holds to eternal universe.
Dude,
Yeah,
Federer
so
or Nadal, bro? Which one?
I've heard there's some
Nadal or Federer?
There's some interpretations of Aquinas that he is some sort of panentheist or something. I don't know if I buy that.
I've heard that, but after reading him, I don't grant that at all.
I don't think so either, because
Yeah,
I've
no.
read his stuff.
Yeah, he does not talk about any deity like. It's 100% pan. And I grant
I'm sorry,
that.
what are you saying is 100% pan?
Pantheist.
Yeah, what are you saying Aquinas is?
Yeah,
pantheist?
No, not Aquinas.
Oh, I was about to say.
Yeah, no.
It's like we read two different books.
No.
Guys, I just want to know who you pick between Federer or Nadal.
No clue what that is, but I do have a
Federer-
super
wait.
chat SEK50
I feel
from
like
now.
I feel
Hell
like
yeah.
Jacob
Pause.
Federer
Evan,
is,
love you so much, Evan. My arguments
Roger
against
Federer and Rafael Nadal.
My arguments against Abrahamic gods is that the events described in the sacred books aren't real, thus they
They're
can't
tennis
be
players.
real. That's fair. I mean, I feel like we would have to justify that because it would be a positive, but I do grant that and agree with that wholeheartedly. Like they all have been debunked, but absolutely, I appreciate that. All right, go for it.
That's why I was lame then.
Yeah, so given your stance against Hinduism, which I mean, it's an umbrella term that can mean a lot of different things.
Right.
And you said imaginary, they're imaginary, but that would seem to grate against the very definition of non-dualistic traditions within Hinduism.
That is
like
valid.
the non-dual is not imaginary.
That is
It's not-
valid.
you can't imagine. Or like even Taoism, if you took like the cosmic Tao, right? The Tao that can be named is not the eternal Tao type thing, right?
In my absolute ignorance, I've only barely scratched the surface of the deistic Hinduism. I have not read any of the philosophies yet at all.
So let me recommend the two like best non-dualist schools. Of course, are going to be Advaita Vedanta, which most everybody knows that one to some extent. And then there is another type, because Advaita Vedanta makes like the world an illusion, right?
Yeah, which I don't have an argument necessarily against that.
It's
except
acosmic, right?
I don't think it's. I'm not dualist at all, or idealist, I should say, at all. Like, there's no justification to believe that, and we can empirically test all the things that we see. So,
No, I understand the empirical position, but I'm just saying, like, okay, so then you look at Trika Shaivism, which is less well known and way more worked out. And in this particular non-dualism, existence is real. So it's not doing the it's not going the Advaitin route where it's saying this is all illusionary. It's saying that this is all a reflection, and they give like analogies, like where it's like a mirror, and it's self-reflecting. It's like a self-reflecting mirror. So experience is real, and so it's both dynamic, has dynamic aspect, and also kind of this immovable, changeless aspect to it, which it would call Shiva, and then Shakti is like the dynamic aspect. That it's the power to create these reflections, basically. So it's not like actus purus, like with it doesn't have the problems with that, because it is actually dynamic in its core, right? Has a core dynamic aspect. And plus it's not Cratio ex nihilo, it's Cratio ex Dio. So, and then
I have a question. Do you believe in certainty?
Certainty? Like, you mean the
like you can be certain of some things, like 100%.
So certainty is a mental state. I feel certain about something. Is that what you mean by that?
No, I mean it purely. Like there's like it like logically sound, logically valid, right? It is true. Like you can't think of a case. I can think of 2 cases that are certain. What the hell did you?
I meant to disconnect him.
No, he can. Wait, he can't talk.
No, he said that why is grape wrong?
Oh,
okay.
I mean, that might be like he's asking, like, atheists don't have morals. Like,
we're making a moral argument.
We can go down the
hard R or something.
I mean, I get that, but like,
let's give it a shot. Let's get it. Let's
yeah,
see.
give him a chance because it might be context.
Yeah.
And also, by the way, maybe doesn't believe in evolution, is too much of a coward to come up. So maybe request up.
Yeah.
Bro,
who lied about me? Who lied about what I
dude,
said?
chill. We're not doing that. So you're saying that? Are you trying to say that as atheists we have no morals?
No.
Are you literally saying grape is okay?
No.
Okay, so what's your point?
Did you read what I said?
No.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, in naturalism, you cannot justify why grape is wrong.
Yes, I can.
Or unaliving is wrong. Okay, prove it.
Biology does it, my bro. Like, this is all psychology. It's social constructs. We have empathy. Have you ever heard of it
Social
before?
constructs?
Yeah, have you ever heard of empathy? It's an evolutionary trait in the human mind that we have. You ever heard of that?
So is it biology or is it social constructs?
It is the formation of the brain and the way that we think due to survival aspects through evolution. We are social creatures. We go crazy and die off without each other. It is literally, if survival is important, we ought to do good to others for our own survival.
Bro, you can also hold to like a humanist view, right? Like if I don't want something to happen to me, I ought not to do it to someone else.
Yeah. There's many I mean, that goes down a Hume, but I don't grant Hume's argument.
That's going to run into the problem. You don't grant is ought problem?
I don't think it's a problem at all.
Oh, okay. Well then I can kick my whatever, therefore I ought to. I mean, if there is no, if you can just derive is from oughts, then what's the problem with that argument there?
I mean, I would grant it like it is subjective. Like if in your opinion it is good for something, then you ought to do something. If you can justify that is in the ought.
Wait, good for something? What does that mean?
Non-harmful.
Okay, so when you say harmful is bad, right? Or let's say non-harmful is good, right?
Sure, yeah. Sure.
Is that a descriptive or a prescriptive term?
That's a good question.
So I think you're gonna kind of have to grant Hume's is ought, or you're gonna run into a lot of problems.
That's a
lot of problems.
That stumped me. That's fair. I think I'm just too ignorant on his words then, like the way he phrased
What I would
it.
ask Dude, you and me, by the way, should sit down. We should talk about this because I can really elucidate this topic for you.
I would
really,
need it.
seriously.
Yeah,
I'd love to sit down and talk to you, just a friendly conversation, and explain some of this, elucidate. But anyways, this other guy, you said, is grape wrong? Is that what you said?
No. So I put in my chat, in the chat, why is grape wrong in naturalism, where morality is
Yeah. So what do you mean by wrong?
In my worldview, wrong is good, and wrong only applies to human being in a world where God exists. So anything that God said.
Yeah, you're not
is
telling me what
good.
wrong means. Like, if you say X is wrong on your worldview, what does that mean?
Wait.
What does it say about X? Is it a
Disobedient.
prescriptive or descriptive term?
Disobedience of God.
Sure, I have one follow-up question. Sorry, you said
Okay, that's
right
a description.
Okay. So, bro, you said right and wrong only applies to humans. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Sure, then it's not objective, right? It's just subjective to humans.
I mean, it applies to humans, but it has a more objective ontology. Like, it's not. I'm not saying that.
That
you
is
know,
exactly what you said. You said it only applies to humans.
Yeah. So if all 8 billion people decide tomorrow that unaliving a 5-year-old kid every Monday morning is a good thing, it would not make it good. So it's not a social construct. It's not a subjective opinion. Right? Can you? Yeah. That's
But
my
here's what I don't understand. On your worldview, right? On your worldview, you just have a system of hypothetical imperatives, right? If I don't want to go to hell, I ought not commit whatever, right? I ought be obedient. Doesn't seem like how you're going to get oughtness from the fact of God's commands, because, like, look, I could command you to give me all your money right now, right? That doesn't mean that you ought to. So you're still stuck in the same position he is. He's just going to have hypothetical imperatives. Well, I want a society that eliminates as much harm as possible. Therefore, I ought prohibit certain things or allow other things, right? It seems like you're kind of stuck in the same thing. I just don't understand how you're thinking you're in some sort of privileged position.
No, I mean, is to ought in my worldview comes from the nature and authority of God. So without God, you cannot describe facts. You cannot describe why humans suffer, why humans evolved, or whatever it might mean. Societies prefer cooperation. So in my worldview,
Yeah, what's going to be the argument for that?
I mean, there's argument for what? God existing? Argument for what exactly?
No, that you can't do those things without God.
Yeah, so in my worldview, God would be the ultimate reality, the fundamental truth, and God would have wisdom, God would have knowledge and authority as a creator. So these are the 4 justifications I would give on why something gets from is to an ought.
Yeah, that doesn't get you from is to ought. You just gave me a bunch of ises. How does that get to an ought? Like you just described, God has knowledge, God has this descriptor, that descriptor. Now, how do you get to, therefore, oughtness on that?
Hold on. Can you clarify what exactly you mean by is and ought? We are discussing why we ought to do something, right? Isn't that the question? Like, what do you mean by is and ought? Right.
Even Aquinas wouldn't violate the is-ought distinction. Even Aquinas would just say something like, God has, put a purpose inside of you, has designed you for a certain purpose. So if you want to be fulfilled in life, you ought to seek God, you ought to be obedient and live in alignment with that teleology, right?
Yeah, nature
that
and
doesn't
purpose.
bridge the is-ought problem, though. That's
It
just
does,
a
I
system
think.
of hypothetical.
It
No, that's a
follows
system of
very-
hypothetical imperatives.
What do you mean by that? Hypothetical imperatives? Can you define that?
Yeah, I can. So a hypothetical imperative would be like, if I want to live, I ought to drink water, right? Or if I want to keep the heat out in the summertime, I ought to close the door, right? That has truth conditionals that gives it oughtness, right? If I just say shut the door, that's not true or false. There's no true, or if I say you ought to shut the door, there's no true or falsity there. I'm just commanding you to do something. Commands aren't true or false. There has to be some sort of
So
if clause, some sort of goal that gives it truth or falsity.
right. So all you're arguing for is that morality is just conditional preference, not an objective truth. So in my worldview, hypothetical imperatives cannot produce true moral obligation. So if you want X, do Y. That's that
No, I'm
hypothetical
not
imperative
arguing for. I'm not arguing for that. I'm a moral nihilist. I don't know what this guy is, right? And maybe he hasn't thought about it enough to really classify himself. But I don't believe there are moral imperatives, just hypothetical imperatives. So I would agree with you. Yes, hypothetical imperatives are just based on preferences. They're not getting us to any kind of moral realism, right?
So if you say, for instance, I do not care about justice, or I do not care about human flourishing, or I want power instead, then under pure hypothetical imperative, there is no objective reason why ought to be moral. They ought to be moral. Like at best, you can say morality helps achieve certain goals, but you cannot say you are objectively morally obliged. That is the problem.
Well, on a system, there wouldn't be, on a system of pure hypothetical imperatives, I would argue there is no such thing as morality in any real sense.
Oh,
So for you to say
okay.
moral wouldn't make any sense under this condition. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't come down to
Okay,
moral.
so
It comes down to what is strategic.
yeah. So I mean, I have no argument. If you're a moral nihilist, like Nietzsche would, a typical like Nietzschean understanding, then yeah, in your worldview, grape is not wrong actually.
Nietzsche was a
Unaliving,
perspectivist.
yeah. So these things that we consider as evil or unjust are not unjust because they're just preference based
However,
on
you
your.
could even, however, you could say, you could use good and bad in an instrumental sense. So on this view, even a moral nihilist could say X is bad, right? Because it goes against the goal, right? So like there are good and bad moves in chess, right? There are objective ways to win the game of chess and to lose.
Okay, so good means useful for achieving some goal, and bad means harmful to achieve some
Yep.
goal. Is that your position?
Yep.
Okay. Useful for what though?
Yes. Useful for the goal. That's what it means. That's what good means. It means it's useful for some goal. Like if you say X is bad, that begs the question, bad for what? What does that even mean?
So a knife is good if your goal is cutting. Exercise is good if your goal is health. But so if morality is merely instrumental, then morality only helps achieve pre-chosen desires. It's not.
Yep.
But then morality itself is not objectively binding, right?
Yeah, but that's gonna be the same thing on your view. It's gonna be the same thing. Like, are you a divine command theorist?
Yeah, but your position destroys objective morality.
Okay, well then you still have the same problem. Then good is just that which goes again is in alignment with God's goals. So it's instrumental to God's goals.
Yeah.
And being disobedient is not instrumental. So you're just using that in the same way. And that's my whole point. I don't want to take over this guy's program.
So
I'm gonna allow some other people to speak.
So I would say my position is more rational because I don't see a distinction between God as being an all-powerful, all-knowing entity, an all-wise entity, and something being objectively or his subjective opinion. It's the same thing for me. Something being subjective opinion of God is what I mean by objective. Like there's no distinction there. There's no useful distinction.
Yeah. So yeah. So anybody could do that with anybody. I could do that with myself or with Bob down at the pub, right? I could just be like, you know what? I'm just going to define the objective, right? Objective morality as whatever conforms to my nature or my preferences. You're literally just doing the same thing, except you're calling it God. That's not really getting us anywhere.
I mean, in terms of explanation, yeah, it does. I mean, it's painfully obvious.
No, God's just more powerful. He's just a lot more powerful, infinitely more powerful. That's the only real difference. I mean, if aliens came here from another planet one day and they said, we're going to enforce our, preferences on you, and we are now defining that as the thing you ought to do, right? That would be the same thing, except that God, in your case, is obviously more powerful than the aliens, but still, do you see what I'm saying? You still just deriving oughts from the same way that I'm deriving oughts. You're not There's no sufficient difference to call it more realism, in my view.
Okay.
And with all that being said as well, for you to ground morals in this being, there's still, it's not even epistemically justified. Like that, you can't say that's true at all.
How so? I mean, I can prove it.
Prove it.
How it's justified. Okay, so P1 would be God intentionally created human nature.
Pause. That is a precept. You're begging the question. You have to
Yeah,
demonstrate
that-
God's
you-
existence.
You would have to demonstrate
okay.
that God is real for that to be
Yeah.
even a possible.
Oh, okay. So we want to shift to a different discussion about
No,
the
it's 'cause
existence.
you're
No, it's just
presupposing
you're
God.
presupposing stuff.
Okay, I can prove the existence of God. That's super easy.
I would
you
push
want
it back
run
even
through?
further. I would say you'd have to prove that we'd have to define God. We'd have to find out whether that's even coherent concept.
Yeah, fact.
Whether it's something like a square, or a circle, or
So
a married
let me
bachelor.
get this straight.
You don't hold the
Yeah,
classic.
yeah, let me get this straight. So your issue is not the proof itself, but the definition of God.
That's not what he said.
Okay, so
no,
bro, let me
because
break
look,
it.
if I have, let's say I have a valid argument for snarf, right? Let's say I have a perfectly valid argument for snarf. That's fine. The structure can be valid, the inference rule can be valid, but it could be unsound argument because snarf could be meaningless. Or when I give you a definition for snarf, it might end up being viciously circular. It might end up being a contradiction, right? These kinds of things.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that the definition of God, if it has an inherent contradiction, then yeah, that God does not exist. But
Yeah,
you know,
that's
I
all
mean,
we're trying to do is your definition.
I haven't defined God. I haven't defined God yet. So
That's why we were asking.
do you guys have a definition of God that I should work with, or
No, anyone you want.
It's you,
your
brother.
God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Snarf.
Okay. That's
No, I'm
cool.
just
That's
kidding.
cool.
Give some basic.
Yeah. So I would define some of the basic attributes of God would be God is a transcendent creator, a willing creator, independent, non-physical, singular, uncaused, eternal, and necessary. These are the really basic attributes
Okay,
of how I would define God.
Does he exist in or out of time?
I wouldn't use the in and out because that implies some sort of spatial presupposition. I would say God is independent of space and time.
So if he's independent, that means outside of it, right?
Literally. What the fuck?
That was a
Outside.
simple question.
No, I gave you a more nuanced answer. I don't know
Sure,
why.
bro. Is he dependent on time?
No, God is
Okay,
independent.
then he's outside of it.
Did he create time?
No, don't confuse it with outside. Like,
Wait,
why are you
did he
making it
did
more
he create
harder?
time?
God created time. Yes.
Okay, so there's one claim on the table. Did he create the universe?
Yes.
That's a second claim.
From
Can
what?
you prove either of those?
Yeah. So is he the effective or efficient? Like, is he efficient or material cause of the universe?
Ooh, good line of questioning.
What's the distinction there?
So if he's the efficient cause, then you just believe in creatio ex nihilo. If he's the material cause, then you're a panentheist of some sort, or a pantheist.
Yeah, I would say I'm agnostic about the pre-existing material that the atoms are made up of. So I would. It's
wait,
irrelevant.
wait. You just said they're pre-existing God, or they
no.
co-eternally existed alongside God, or
I'm not interested in what so when I say the apple pie in my oven began to exist, I'm not interested in what the apple pie was before it began to exist, because I'm defining beginning as has a certain utility, has a certain function. So the way I define the universe beginning to exist, I'm saying that it in the current shape and form, with its constants, with its patterns and design, that's how I'm defining beginning. So
okay, it has
nothing to do with
empirical or metaphysical?
The definition of universe, I would define the universe this way. I would say the universe is something that's physical, and I would say it's contingent, given the data of what it's made up of. So I would say
What
the totality
data?
of
What data justifies that it's contingent on something?
Well, I would refer to back to scientists like Alexander Vilenkin, Sean Carroll, and William
Brother,
Lane Craig. I would say
99% of cosmologists do not believe that it was created. So don't even try to go into science for this.
I'm defining universe here. So I would say the totality of contingent physical reality, including space-time, matter, energy, and physical laws.
So here, let me get this straight. When the universe was created, right? That's when space and time began, correct?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah. So that would mean you would have to say that God was prior to time, but also had
Thank you for the correction, nobody.
causation. Also had causation that was within time. Because for something to change, right? It has to be within time.
Yeah, so you're asking if God caused the universe?
Yes.
You're asking what was God doing
You
before
said
time?
created, right?
brother.
Creating is a form of
Let
change.
me break
or
this
cause.
down. I have no
Yeah,
reason to
that's-
believe. Listen, this is what I specifically am going to have you do in order for me to grant this. I have no justification, no demonstration, no evidence, no reasoning, no lot, nothing that points to the universe being created and any causal mechanism being outside of it. So you would have to prove the existence of this unicorn and then link the creation of the universe. First, you'd have to prove that it was created. Then you would have to provide evidence demonstrating that this unicorn is the mechanism in which caused it to be.
Also, bro, you said the universe was the beginning of time, right? If you mean relative to us, I can grant that, but the absolute beginning of time, absolutely not. That is just a claim on claim that 70% of like physicists and cosmologists do not agree with.
It's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I always have this problem with the claim, like in the Kalam cosmological argument, whatever begins to exist must have a right. I totally reject that begins to exist even makes any sense whatsoever. Like it's meaningless.
It doesn't at all.
Meaningless.
Yeah, he ran. If maybe is still here.
He's not gonna join up.
He's not. Well, I'm gonna invite. He's not here. I don't think.
Call me an owl, cause.
Yeah, he's not here, coward. I
Oh, but
really
say-
wanted to talk about evolution. I had a great lecture today.
I'm not a Christian. However, the universe was created by him. Huh?
Yeah,
Well,
that
like,
just
you don't
means
worship
that just
the Christian
means.
God, but you still believe in it. Because
He could. I mean, if constants were real, he can worship a constant.
I mean, they are real though, right? Like the universal gravitational constant. What was it?
Not necessarily gravity, right? Which
No,
gravity isn't even a force, so I don't even know if I would even call that a constant.
It's a constant.
I've been. This is a weird thing for a biologist to work on, but in my own like spare time, I've been trying to figure out. Because I used to be alright at physics and alright at math in like high school. So I've been trying to figure out how centrifugal gravity works.
It's honestly really simple.
It is pretty simple, and I'm now doing equations, and yeah.
Nice. I haven't done equations in a long time. I used to like be obsessed with it. Now I don't see a point because I don't think a lot.
I'm just doing like 3 different variations. A 250 meter diameter one that's a 220 meter diameter, and another that's a 440 meter diameter centrifuge. And I'm like figuring out, this is how radians work, and how you get rotations per minute with a radian.
It's kind of cool.
I figured out that with a 125 meter radius and an attempt to try and get 9.81 meters per second, which is Earth.
Is Oh, 9 point. Okay, I thought you said 9.1. I was like, no, it's 9.8.
No, it's a bit less. Not. Yeah. 9.81. You'd need 26.4 rotations per minute. So.
Nice.
That's with because I remember like years ago with my physics teacher, I asked him how big would a centrifuge have to be, and he said like at least 250 meters in diameter. So yeah. So I decided to work on that one. I named it Project Polaris after For All Mankind. If you ever watched that show.
Yo, what's up, man?
Hey, man, you're over the age of 18.
I am over the age of 18. Fun fact.
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in?
I believe in an all-powerful God,
Any specific religion?
the strongest one,
Which?
the one that beats all the other ones up.
Dude, it's a simple question. I'd like to have an actual conversation, but you have to give us something to work with. Come on now.
The Islamic God, the strongest
Okay.
one.
Thank you. Jesus Christ. All right, what you got for us? Why should we believe in your God?
Yeah, because it's just going to be that, if it is the case
Oh,
that
Phil,
God is
bro.
passive.
You guys have fun.
Go for it.
Oh, wait,
Hunter.
sorry. So you're actually going to let this debate continue? Because I can give like another different argument. But
No,
last
no,
time I
no,
gave
go
that
for it,
argument,
say
you
it.
called me a Phil Dragoner, and then you decided to kick me because I was absolutely embarrassing you in front of like
Hunter,
112
I'm listening to your conversation right now.
Wow.
Like, you can go for it if you
All
want.
right, yeah. So it's just going to be that if the universe is truly necessary, then the universe would be infinite. The universe is not infinite. Conclusion: the universe
What?
is not truly necessary.
That is
Notice
not
the-
true.
What? Seriously? Are you being dead
That
ass
is an
right now?
awful argument.
Did you at least read this before you brought it up?
No, I made it up on the spot.
It seems to be that. Can you justify any of this? P2, for instance.
Premise
What
one
the
or
fuck?
P2?
So what do
The
you
universe-
mean by infinite?
By infinite, you mean eternal.
Hunter, I have a question.
Well,
Do
yeah,
you
by
mean
infinite. Well,
size or
that would,
infinite
wait,
in
that would
time?
like correspond. If I said it's eternal, then it would
No,
necessarily
infinite
follow.
means literally infinite in size. Like it doesn't
Yeah,
mean
in
anything
size.
about
If
being
it's
finite.
eternal, wait, you do realize if
No,
it's
that doesn't
eternal, then it
equate.
would also be infinite in size. You agree or
No.
disagree?
No,
Wait. So is the universe expanding?
it could contract back in. It's called
Wait,
a big crunch.
Oh, if it contracts back, does it do this eternally?
Yes, that doesn't mean it's infinite.
Okay, wait. So then wouldn't the space be finite and the entropy be infinite? Doesn't that sound like a contradiction there?
No, because it goes to an extent
No, that's
where
not
it
how it works
reaches,
because
Hunter.
the entropy, according to the second law of thermodynamics, only increases within a closed system. And in this case, if the system is finite, then the system is closed. And if there's an infinite amount of entropy, then it cannot exist in a
What do
finite
you mean by
system.
finite?
Therefore,
Like
the system
finite
must
that it
be
has a
infinite.
reach, or finite that as it stops?
What do you mean finite? Well, no, finite as in, it's going to be like a cardinal number that's not, starting
A cardinal
from
number where it's expanding to, or where it completely
No,
stops?
in which like the max, it has a maxima. So in
It
this case,
has,
the maximum.
okay, have we reached that maximum, Hunter?
The maximum is, if it's eternal, then clearly it'd be infinite.
That is not what that
No.
means. Who told you that?
Mhm. Okay, wait. Does the entropy only ever increase in a closed system?
What does entropy mean?
Entropy? Well, it's just disorder.
No, define it.
Or
Explain
change.
it. You're bringing this up and
it's
acting
actually
like
just
we're
gonna be
dumb
like-
as shit. You now need to layman term every fucking thing you say because you're just copy pasting ChatGPT and
Disorder?
Discord.
You think disorder is like that? That is a layman term.
It's not.
Disorder. It's in
It's
order,
not accurate.
and then it's not in the order that
It's
it once
not
was.
purely disorder. It is disorder. At least what I know it as is disorder and complexity. Effectively, chaos.
All right, yeah, but if we add the complexity, then that actually makes my case stronger.
Even if
because
we
they would just say the
grant-
time.
Even if we
If the
grant
complexity is
infinite
true of it,
universe,
then it would be
how-
biconditional with time.
Jesus
Meaning
Christ.
that if you were to reverse entropy, you would reverse time.
Dude, so let's say we grant infinite. Like, I don't care about that part of the argument. I was just making fun of how
Mhm.
dumb it was anyway. Why should we believe that a being did that?
Yeah, beautiful question. So we know that this universe is finite since
We
you're willing
don't,
to
but
concede on
okay, yeah, we'll grant this for the sake of argument. Yeah.
that. Okay, well, we know that the universe is, so technically the universe should be infinite. So if the universe is finite, it means there's someone.
We can look
stopping it.
outside and know it's not infinite. I don't
Well,
understand this
look,
argument.
it depends on the manifold that we're accepting in this case, right?
You said size.
Are you guys aware of the Olbers paradox?
No, Satan. Do you know that one?
The Olbers sounds familiar, but I'm
So
not sure
essentially,
about
what it is it's like if the universe is infinite, then it would be necessarily follow that there's like an infinite number of stars, given that the universe should be homogeneous, right? If
Yes,
there's
we
an
could
infinite,
look up into the sky, and then there would be so many stars, the sky would be
and
all.
the night sky would be
Oh.
completely white.
Got you.
That-
Okay.
It'd be like because of all the
Sir,
stars.
how-
The night sky
I
is
want
not
you-
completely white, so this entails that it's finite.
Hunter, okay.
Well, no, you wouldn't even look into the sky because everywhere would be
Also, I'd like to
stars.
call
Which
out a
means
category error that the Welsh skeptic made last time. He said that the universe is expanding faster than light. That's a category error.
It
The
is-
accelerate. No. That's not how it works. The universe doesn't move at some sort of like certain
Wait,
speed.
how are you
The
defining
rate
the
of the
universe, by the way?
acceleration would
Yeah,
be faster.
that's what I was saying. I might have
Okay, but
misspoken,
no, the thing itself that would just be a category.
the
error.
expansion rate is faster than light.
Yeah, but that's not what you said. You said the
He
expansion
just
is
corrected
faster.
himself. He just corrected
Then I
himself.
correct
Hunter,
myself.
let
Okay,
here,
well, let's
let me
not
just throw this
concession
at you,
for
brother.
games.
Let me just throw this at you. Let's say that this is finite, right? And it won't expand forever, right? When we say that, because it could just be right now seem finite, but it could expand forever. We don't know, right? For all it's speed, the acceleration has gone quicker.
Well,
right?
here's the thing. When you say that the acceleration is happening in general, this just shows me that when it was not when it was not expanding, that it had the potentiality to expand. That means there's a possibility of expansion, right? And
Yeah,
we know
at
that
the
if this
singularity?
thing has a non-zero probability, then under the second
Where
Borel
did you
Cantor
get non-zero
lemmas,
probability?
because the fact that it's happening, which means that
Yeah,
when
that means
something has
it's
a
a
non-zero
1-to-1
probability,
ratio, therefore 100% probable.
no. So non-zero probability just is the exact same thing as saying that this thing is 100% possible, just given enough time.
It's
under the
100%
second Borel Cantor
probable.
lemmas.
It's the only thing.
No. The possibility is 100% infinitely often. So
Sure.
like if I said, for example, if we took the sum of n is equal to 1 to infinity for the probability of an a being like an event to a subscript n as an
Jesus
arbitrary
Christ.
number.
Can you
Hunter,
If it's
can you
equal to
layman any
infinity,
of that?
then the
Layman all of
possibility
that,
of
dude.
Hunter, here, let me just throw this at you. Let's grant that the universe stops, right? And this is a prediction by people. It comes to a point where it stops, it breaks apart, comes back to a singularity, and starts all over again.
Okay,
that's
that's
a
another.
theory.
That's great. That's okay. Now you
Sure,
just.
I'm
failed
going
again.
through it. Give me a sec, brother. But
Well,
what
no,
if
you
that
just made a
whole-
mistake.
Sure,
Oh my
I
God.
gave a view that some people hold to, right?
Well, the view's false.
Hunter,
because you just assume a
Hunter,
singularity,
Hunter.
which are not real.
Hunter, you need to chill, bro. You're so condescending. If we're gonna have this conversation, we can have the conversation, but let the dude get his words out.
Sure, I said that's a
No, but
belief
he
some
was just
people hold
wrong. Like
to.
he
I
just.
don't
It's like, for
hold to.
example, suppose he's getting his words out, and then he just says 2 + 2 is equal to 5 and continues. I have to stop him there and tell him he's wrong.
That's
Okay.
Because he
valid.
just
My
assumed a
bad that I said
singularity.
singularity. I meant to a point that was infinitely dense. I guess
That's
not.
a singularity. That's just not
I-
possible.
whoa,
Wait,
I
wait,
just
so
said
you
out
did
loud,
not
I
mean
guess not
singularity. You meant a
infinitely.
point that was infinitely dense.
He
and
just
Okay.
corrected himself, Hunter. You
I
need to
corrected
chill.
myself. I corrected myself, right? So I'm not trying to be that guy. I muted you because you won't shut up, right? I said some people hold to that. What I hold to is a bubble theory, which completely contradicts your view, right? It says, yes, our universe is finite, but there's still a multiverse. There's still big bangs happening all at the same time, right? So what would be your response be to that?
And that's my whole
The
point.
light
Like,
from all those other big bangs
why?
would eventually reach us,
Well,
given that there's an infinite amount of time.
dude,
and since it
pause.
hasn't reached us,
Pause.
therefore it's not. Like what?
Hunter. Okay, here's the thing. We can argue all these different theories. None of it gets us to a god.
It does. It does. It's the principle of
what
Occam's
do you mean
razor.
regress?
The most
No,
probable
dude,
outcome if we say
Occam's
that the
razor
universe
is not a
eternal or whatever.
demonstration of a god. Even if we granted under your worldview that if a god existed, it would be more likely. Even if we granted that, it's not demonstration that it is true and that we are in that world. These are just possibilities in abstract concept frameworks of metaphysics. It's not actual truth. You're just making
Well,
up
the
ideas.
ontology of the universe, right?
Yeah, the universe is
seems that-
ontological, and you're stating that an ontological
Yeah, I know, I
being
know, I know.
created it.
Yeah,
You have to
obviously it's
demonstrate that. Abstract concepts don't demonstrate that.
No. Listen. So, like, given that the universe is like ontological, doesn't it seem contingent about the universe to
No,
be
nothing
expanding,
about the
given that
universe
it
is
could be
contingent, dude.
otherwise?
The attributes of the universe are contingent on its existence.
but
Nothingness can't
necessity- I'm-
exist.
okay.
All things that do exist are the necessity of the universe. Come on. This is basic
By
fucking
the way, I just
philosophy.
Googled it. Your claim about the regress is just absolutely incorrect.
Really? You can bring
Yeah.
in Dr. Blitzer.
Dr. Blitz
that-
about inflationary internalism? How it's going to lead to
I
regress?
cooked him on that too, so it's like
Cooked
You
him?
cook,
If I
I
cook-
guarantee you didn't cook Dr.
I
Blitz.
cooked Dr. Blitz, dude.
Yeah, the guy with the physics degree. You cooked him with
I-
your Ford
Yeah.
logo profile picture?
Yep.
Anyways, how do you demonstrate that a unicorn made a universe from nothingness?
I've been studying physics for 19 years.
I
and I'm
didn't
only
fucking
18.
ask that. Oh, trolling.
Always true.
I'm not
Fuck,
trolling, buddy.
I literally
I
gave
wa-
into
Dude,
it.
I was studying in the womb.
Bet. Can you demonstrate?
Wow.
Oh, damn it. I didn't even kick him.
This is
Good
why I
job.
raise the age limit to who can join my stream to like 21 at least.
That's such a good
Yeah.
idea.
Because a lot of these younger guys, they have like this
Dude, it's fucking
built-in,
year one.
like I know
filmos.
everything, like all 19-year-olds.
Yeah. It's these so like
Yeah,
these
I
guys
kicked you,
are in
Hunter.
Discord groups and it's like year 1, year 2 philosophy majors and they're just like they have these concepts that they just learned about in class.
We
They've
call that
talked
the
about it in
cage
Discord.
stage.
And then they fucking throw it into TikToks and whatnot. And they're like, oh, you're wrong. Substantiate that. Low tier, getting rhetorical backshots. I'm sorry that you can't keep up. Like, bitch, you're talking at 450 words per minute. Of course I can't fucking keep
It's
up.
not even that. Like, half the stuff, like the inflationary thing was absolutely false. It was just absolutely false.
half the stuff they are just false about.
Well,
or
he did have
misleading.
some. He had some good points.
Elliot
which I
hasn't
would love to
requested.
actually- Yeah. Well, I would love to actually talk to him if he like he had some good points. A lot of like not true points, but like he just
Scientists
kept
don't
talking.
understand philosophy. All right, come on up, Elliot.
Ever heard of like philosophers of science? I don't know. Seems like
It's a whole thing, guys.
No, it's fiction.
right. So Bernardo Kastrup doesn't, understand
Dude,
philosophy, even though he
Elliot,
worked with
just
CERN,
request.
and that's so funny.
There's just request Elliot. Like, dude, if you want to be a chicken and just be like, oh, let's do a professional. Fuck no, first of all. Dude, there's no such thing as a winner or a loser in debate. Your people are going to think you win. My people are going to think I won. It's fucking pointless, but I do enjoy the back and forth discourse that we can have here.
Hunter, you're a troll.
What in the
You
fuck
know-
are you eating, Evan?
Ramen.
I had I've had,
I'm realizing now, actually.
to your point, host, right? To your point, academics do not talk to each other like this. So these Phil bros that come on here and act like this and make all these claims like, oh, I talked to Chalmers or whatever. I remember
I was
this
there
one
when
guy
he
saying,
said it. I was there.
It's like, look, we do not talk. Like I had a debate with, was it Dr. Patrick Lee of Franciscan University? We had no moderator. We were totally cordial the whole time. We vehemently disagree with each other, but at no point did we descend to, oh, you're cooked. Oh, what's going to be the argument for that? Oh, none of that ever happened, ever. In
Repeat
2
everything
hours.
I just said.
In 2 hours, okay?
But is
I had
think a lot of
a,
it is also maturity, because like I'm 20, and so I like definitely am, a lot more volatile sometimes.
Oh, Hunter. Oh my God. Which
No.
Discord group are you in, Hunter? Are you KG?
I'm not in any Discord group. But wait, Sober, I did have a question since he's like a
Discord is a poison.
So if we take like the regular models, like if we took like say, I don't know, some Lorentzian manifold that has Riemannian curvature,
Layman
would you
that.
say that we'd have to throw away all the theories of quantum gravity
Layman
Hunter,
that.
like-
Hunter, how long have you been
just for you to
studying
prove
this
your
for?
point?
Hunter,
What? How long have I
layman
been
that.
studying this for?
Yeah.
Ever since we got on this live.
Layman, hey, layman that, bro. Just layman it.
Oh, Lehman? Wait, no. So okay, so the manifold in this case are going to be different theories that we have.
What do you think
of,
layman means?
like speak like a moron, so morons understand.
Sure, if that's the way you want to say that. Oh my
That's a
God.
rude way of putting it, but sure.
Jesus Christ.
Speak to low IQs, is that better?
Yeah, I'm a
No,
room
it
10
literally
by
just means
Q. Talk to
simplify.
me like I'm a room 10
No,
by
dude.
Q.
Like at one point, you didn't know
Talk to you like you're
anything
5
about
years
any
old.
of
Is that
this.
what you just said?
Yes.
Listen, at some
Okay,
point,
so
we're all
speak to
we
you like
all
you're a
don't.
moron. You're a grown ass man asking you to. Oh,
Yeah,
this
if
is
that's
a
what
ball,
you want
a
to
red
straw man
ball.
and state and claim, go for it. Whatever helps you sleep better at night while sucking your
Yes.
thumb, go for it. I just want the fucking
Yes.
argument. I don't give a shit about your IQ. I don't give a shit about my IQ. I care about the evidence that is provided to
Okay.
demonstrate whether a god does or does not
So if
exist.
we take like any given diameter of some universe that exists. So we're gonna use like an existential quantifier and first order predicational
Fucking
logic.
dude, seriously?
What?
Do you even understand what you are saying? Say it
93%.
again like a human, not like a robot.
All right.
We are having
Okay,
a
so essentially-
conversation. This is not a
Okay,
fucking
so essentially,
professional debate
we
between
have
fucking
theories.
scholars.
We have theories of gravity. Well, what is gravity? Well, the best theory is that the universe is this thing called a Lorentzian manifold or a pseudo-Riemannian manifold.
Okay, what is that?
And essentially,
What is that?
what that is, okay, essentially what it is it's going to be this like large, like invisible fabric. And then when something has mass or whatever, right?
I'm talking about space-time
It
curvature.
weighs down on the
So
fabric.
you mean you're referring to like this fabric of space time, right?
Yeah, the fabric of
So
space
that's
time,
what
right?
that's what a layman is, by the way, right?
Okay,
That's
wonderful.
what
Wait,
that is.
I have a question. Okay, wait, this is actually good. What's holding up the fabric of space time?
No clue. Demonstrate that
No
a god
clue.
has anything to do with
Doesn't
that.
it seem more parsimonious to think that it should be infinite?
Why are you
Why would I
prescribing
think that?
a definition to gravity when gravity is already the description of the universe? What do you mean what is holding it up? It is what exists. Nothing
Well,
created
no.
it.
Gravity is not holding it. I'm talking
Gravity
about
is
the
quite
manifold
simply
itself.
the explanation of what happens when mass comes together. That is it. Nothing is holding that. Do you have a
It
do you
conjoins?
have
No. Yeah. So what happens is it weighs down on that fabric, right?
not literally,
And then
brother.
things can-
Not literally.
I don't not way down. It literally curves it, right? It's not like
Yeah,
a
it curves it. It creates this thing
Yeah,
that we
it's
call
not a
Riemannian
weight.
It's a
curvature.
sphere of
It's not-
influence.
It's a mass, like curvature.
Brother,
Right?
here's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
problem.
So all things that
Hunter,
have mass
pause.
can.
Hunter, is
Pause.
gravity a force?
Pause, both of you guys. Pause.
Yeah, of course
Here's the
gravity's gonna be
problem,
some sort
because
of, like,
we
you
could
know-
do this for fucking ever, especially Hunter could do this forever. Here's the problem, Hunter. Demonstrate how God has anything to do with gravity.
Yeah. So essentially, that's where the argument was going, right? If the universe is necessary, then the universe is obviously infinite. The universe is not infinite, therefore it's
Brother,
not
I
necessary.
don't
If
know
it's not
certain
necessary, then
things.
it's contingent. If it's
Demonstrate that God
contingent,
has
it's
anything to
contingent
do
upon
with
So
something else.
you're like going off
Oh
the
my
script.
God.
That's the point, right?
No, there's no
You-
script. I promise you.
Yes,
Okay,
it
that's
is.
swear to
You
God, I
memorized
swear to
it.
God, there's no
so you're
script.
scripting it on your head.
Well, you
that's
guys
why.
don't believe in God. How about this? I swear on Riemannian manifolds.
Swear in your life.
I
Jesus
swear on Albert
Christ.
Einstein. I'm not using a script.
Whoa, don't do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he
Is that
actually
blasphemous?
existed, unlike your
Peace
God.
be upon him. Peace be upon him.
Okay.
What I'm saying is like, why should we grant that the universe, like, are you saying like infinite in the sense of in size? Because obviously that's not true. I don't grant that. But I
Well,
also
I would
don't
say
grant
that
it's
it should be
finite
infinite
when it's
by-
infinitely expanding, right?
I would say it should be infinite by time and space. Like, insofar as if it's infinite by time,
Like
then it should be
STE?
infinite by space. If
Can
it's
you
infinite by space,
can
it
you
should be infinite by time.
justify God doing this?
Yeah. So essentially, when I say that it's an all-powerful mind, so suppose that you guys had a counter hypothesis where you said, "I believe there's an infinite energy
Brother,
source."
my
So
answer
let's-
is I
okay,
don't know. Your answer is magical unicorns did it. I want you to
So
demonstrate
let's
it.
say, fine. Let's say there's like, for example, a finite amount of matter that comes
I don't
from
care.
nothing.
Demonstrate God doing it.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Right. So I think like the best hypothesis that we have is the Big Bang happened, right?
Demonstrate
and prior
God
to the
did
Big
it.
Bang. Okay. Wonderful. Yes, this is perfect.
Wait,
We're
so you
going
think the
from a
universe was
moment.
created?
Okay, we're going from 0 to 1, nothing to something, right?
No.
And
That's
under
not
okay,
true.
No.
under some sort of
No.
axioms,
Hunter,
we can say
pause.
that-
Pause. We said no. There is no part of the Big Bang Theory stating nothingness magically fucking became something except for in your
Okay.
hypothesis.
Hunter,
okay.
describe
Presumably,
layman.
let's just say if this
No,
is the case,
nope,
right?
I'm
No, I'm not
granting the
doing that.
presumption.
No, you
Wait,
have
just
to
so we can get out of the
demonstrate
way.
that it is
No,
true.
why would we grant something that's
Wait, so
not
do you
true?
guys already accept that
Wait,
if
can I-
that was the case, then God is the
Can I
cause?
just dismantle this guy real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. All right. So
Here, wait,
you
hold
believe
up.
God created
Here.
the universe, correct?
I believe that God created the universe, correct?
Yeah.
And I
So
also got- I saw
are
you
you a
got slammed by Breege,
panentheist,
by the way.
pantheist, or a theist?
Pantheist?
Are you a panentheist,
No.
a theist, or
I'm a
a
theist.
classical theist?
Theist.
Okay.
Theist.
So then you believe in Creatio ex nihilo.
That doesn't follow, but yeah, I believe.
Yeah,
in
it does.
Creatio.
It does actually.
No, it doesn't, because you can believe in Creatio ex materia, you can believe in Creatio continua,
Well, I
which
mean,
is
you
actually
could
the,
believe in Creatio ex materia, but then you'd have a co-eternal existent substance along with God.
no. Well, here's the thing.
I don't think I don't think that's the position you want to take.
Oh wait, I affirm Creatio continua. Do you know what that is, or would you like me to explain it to you?
Jesus Christ, the
affirm what?
condescension.
Can I explain to you what Creatio continua is? That's what I hold to.
Oh, you hold to Creatio
Continua.
Continua?
So
Oh,
God
go ahead.
creates an ex nihilo, and then like there's no moment in which God did not create. So there's like, for example, there's us as creation, prior to this, God was always creating. I think it's an
So
attribute of
pure
God to
actuality is
create.
what you're trying to say.
It's a God of the gap argument.
This
No,
is
it's not a God of the
still
gap
hold
argument.
on. This is still creatio ex nihilo though, because you're saying
No,
it
it's
creates
yeah,
out
it
of
is.
nothing.
It is. It's ex nihilo, but
Yes.
continuous. So I'm not saying it's ex
Yeah.
nihilo in the sense that like,
Okay. So let me ask you this then. Okay. So then you believe. So then that's P and not P. You are literally stating P and not P because you're
How's
saying
that?
nothing. Yeah, I'll explain it. I'll explain it to you, sir. So you're saying nothing, right, has the property of can be created out of by God, which is a contradiction because nothing doesn't have any properties. It can't be caused, affected, created out of. It's not anything to do any of that with. That's a P and not P. You're treating nothing as though it is a substance.
Okay, what's the P not P?
He just
Here,
explained
Hunter,
it.
I'll break it
No,
down.
don't
Do you
explain it.
think
Just tell me what the
I
just tell me what
just
the
explained
proposition
it
and
to
the
you.
negation is.
He just
Twice.
He didn't. He just
He
went on a
literally
little
did,
tangent.
word for word.
Okay, then you explain it to me, word for word. Say what's the proposition and the
Non-existence
negation that you
has
just
no
did.
attributes to have anything created from it.
Okay.
You realize that's not a P not P, right? That's not how a P not P is. A P not
So
P is like
you are
me affirming something and then
acting
also
as though
negating it at
in
the
your
same time.
argument. Hold on. Wow. Are you gonna let me talk or do you want me to explain?
Well, it seems like you're getting embarrassed, but
So
continue.
here, pay attention this time, okay? Because I'll explain it to you one more time, okay? So nothing, right, isn't anything. It's an absolute negative. It's not even an is. And you're saying that that has the property of can be created out of by God.
Okay, you do.
Or
It's not
if
a
you want
P
to put
not
it this
P,
way,
right?
it can be created out of God by God if it can be created out of if and only if my God exists, right?
Okay. Wait. So first of all, I'd like to correct you on something. You did not list a P not P. You do realize that, right?
Yes, I did.
No,
Nothing
because because
nothing.
temporally one would come posterior to the logical priority. So that's not a P not P. If you say, oh well,
No, it is a
nothing
P
has
not
the
P.
property.
And he's
A
saying you
P
have to
not
list
P just means you
conditional.
affirm
You're
and
saying
negate a
nothing has
proposition
properties. That is a
simultaneously.
contradiction in terms. That's a contradictio in objecto.
Okay, can you show me the entailment through some sort of like transitive logic where that would like be?
Okay, pause for a sec. Do you believe a changeless state can transition to a state with change?
With an all-powerful being? Yeah, sure.
Oh, so
It
special
doesn't
pleading.
entail a
Oh my
contradiction under
God.
logical modality. So all I mean when I say logical contradiction is what you derive from like a given thing would be a P not P. If you derive a P not P, then that thing's a logical contradiction. This is ex nihilo is not a logical contradiction because one is temporally posterior to a logical priority.
Hold on.
You do realize that
Is
does
a
not entail a P not
contradictio
P,
in
right?
objecto P and not P? Is a
Okay, what's the P not P that's simultaneously being affirmed?
I just told you. You said created out of.
That's
that
not a P not
assumes
P.
that
Look, for
nothing
example, you
is something
said,
to
"Oh,
be
what's a P
created
not
out
P?
of.
Oh, it's
That doesn't
raining
make
and
any
it's
sense.
not raining." That's a P not P. You're giving me this entire little story. Can you just tell me
No,
what the P?
it can also be a contradictio in objecto.
Okay. What's the
in other
P?
words,
Can you
like
just
a
tell me what
square
P is?
circle,
Okay, what's P?
for example.
Just what's P? What's the proposition that you're affirming here?
Square, circle.
That's not what you're talking about. The thing that you were
That's
talking
what he
about.
was. Yes, he said
Yes,
nothingness
I
is
am.
not
You are
something, and you
saying-
said that
No,
it
no.
is.
Okay, no. So it's like, for example, if you say squared circle, this thing does have
And you're
corners,
saying
and it
nothingness
does not
something.
have corners,
Do you
right?
understand
That's
that?
the P not P.
Yeah,
So
your
can you
P
tell me
not
what the
P
P not
is
P is and the
nothingness
thing
and
that you're?
somethingness.
Yes, I told you. Square, circle.
Oh my
right?
God!
Square
Do you
is
understand? Like,
P.
are you dense
Hold
in
on,
the head?
hold on. No, are you dense, dude? I've been doing this longer than you've been alive. Okay, so
Well,
are
clearly
you
you're not very
dense? Do
good
you
at
not
it.
understand that a contradiction in terms is P and not P? That's what
Okay,
makes
that's
it a
what you
contradiction.
derive from something, right?
If
So even when
a
you say something
state
like
of
squared
nothingness,
circle,
Hunter,
the P not P I derive
crap.
from a squared circle is this thing has corners and it does not have corners.
if a state of philosophical nothingness exists, then something cannot emerge.
That's not a P not P. Do you understand what a P not P is, moron?
Okay, would that not
You guys
lead
are
to
just
another
giving me
P?
these like if then
It
statements.
is literally broken down to its most simple terms: thing, not thing.
Okay, can you explain to me what the thing is?
The
Just
next
tell
P
me
would
P.
be something would
Tell
always
me
exist.
P and I'll tell you what not P is, since you guys don't understand what a P not P is. Tell me
Yeah,
what P
so
is.
nothing.
Look, the comments are agreeing with
Nothing.
me. That's
Hold
not
on.
a P not P.
Yeah. So nothing is not a P. It's non-P. Okay. Thingness.
What? No, that could be P. Okay,
no,
and you're saying that
nothingness
there's
cannot
nothing
be
and something at the
anything.
same
That's
time,
the point
right?
of nothingness, dude. Nothingness cannot be anything.
Okay,
It's a
fine,
non-P, non-A,
Okay, so okay,
non-anything.
fine. So something and then not something. Nothing is not something, correct? So that's the P not P. Are those simultaneously being affirmed in ex nihilo?
Yes.
How so?
Because
If
you
we're
are
saying that
treating
matter
it
is
as
coming
though it is
from-
something to come out of, to be
That's not a
caused
P not P.
out of,
P not P would be
created
simultaneous,
out
moron.
of. Yes, it is. You are assuming, yes, because to create from something, to create is a relational property. Like, for example, if I say the sound of one hand clapping, that doesn't make any sense. You know why? Because clapping it's a relationship between two palms.
Wait, really?
Okay?
Really?
You are basically saying a relationship, there is a relationship, non-relationship happening. That's P and not
You
P.
do realize you can clap with one hand. by the
Creation
way,
is a
so it's
relationship.
Bad example.
What if we state it as instead?
No, you
could
can't clap with
agree-
one hand.
Hunter, could you agree that it would be absurd to get
That's
attributes
one hand
from nothing?
clapping.
That's
Yeah,
not what we mean by
logical.
clapping.
That's not a contradiction under logical modality.
I just asked you, would it be absurd?
Would it be absurd? No, it's not about whether or not it would be absurd. Would it be absurd
Oh
if
my
Superman,
God.
if I said Superman existed? Well, it sounds absurd nomologically, but if God existed, then Superman can easily exist, right?
Under
God can just
the
create Superman.
framework of
If s- wait, wait.
supposing its existence. Without any
what was it?
demonstration, no justification, no logical soundness, literally nothing proving it true.
Okay,
Well,
so it's
the
not.
same could be said about
Hold on.
something
So,
like
on your view, right, it's not logically impossible for something to come out of nothing, right?
yeah, that's not a logical contradiction. You do realize that, and anyone's
okay,
view.
okay. Then we don't. What do we do with your God then?
Oh my goodness! Wait,
Why didn't
can I
everything
please
just
explain
pop
it to
out
you?
of nothing without God?
Okay, you said
where's the point then in your God? How is that?
I'm pretty sure the amount of
explanatory
years
at
that
all?
you've been studying this is probably higher than your IQ.
Hunter, his point is that if you hold to a state of nothingness can transition to a state with something, then your God is useless because the Big Bang could have just been a one state with nothing to a state with something, which makes your whole argument
Oh my goodness! Wow.
pointless.
No, that doesn't follow because my God would have a mind, right? So therefore, for example, if you said, "Oh, the Big Bang came from a state of nothingness," then it means it always had the
That's a
potentiality.
non sequitur. That
If the
doesn't
potentiality
do
always
anything.
existed, then it would happen infinitely often.
That's a non sequitur. It does not follow. It doesn't even change.
Wait, what's
the-
a non sequitur? Can you please explain it to me, you philosophy
yeah.
major?
You're saying because X, right? And you're deriving something that doesn't follow. It
You're
doesn't follow. It's a non
overcomplicating it.
sequitur.
All
It's
it
not
means is
connected.
the consequent does not follow the antecedent. That's all it means.
No shit, dude.
He literally
Okay, so
just
why
said
get
that.
it complicated?
He literally just said that.
No, he didn't. He said, "Oh, well, there's an X." First of all, this is the same guy that said ex nihilo is a P not P. So you think
So
I want to listen to this guy?
It is a P not P.
How is it a P not P?
is
It's
P
not
not P.
simultaneously being affirmed.
Because
it's one
you're
point after the other.
producing something
No,
from nothing.
it is because you are
Okay.
simultaneously saying that nothing is nothing, and then you're saying it is something to be created out of. You're
Okay,
making it a
wait.
something. It's a
I have a question. I have a question.
It's a performative contradiction, dude.
No, it's not. So Satan, I have a question for you. When
Yeah,
were
it
you
is.
born? When were you born? Can you please tell me?
Dude, red herring?
A long time ago, sir.
Fine, let's
A
just
long
say
time
you were
ago.
born in 1985 or something, right?
No,
In
I'm older than that.
1985, you were born, hypothetically. In 1984, you did not exist. In 1985, you did exist.
What do you mean by me?
You do exist
Oh
and you
my
don't
God.
exist.
Wait,
that does not mean it's a P
pause.
not P because that's a different
But
moment.
he did.
Okay, because whenever his birthday was, fine. In
Now we're getting into the
1842
problem of vagueness,
Ah.
how to define
Listen.
meaning, all this kind of shit.
Wait, Satan, listen.
mean-
in 1842, you did not exist. In 2026,
I
you do
didn't
exist.
Wait, how do you know I didn't exist?
I'm just assuming because then you'd be the oldest person alive.
How are you defining me?
Well, you as in the person I'm speaking to, I'm gonna assume that you're a human.
Yeah, how are you
right?
defining a person?
And I know that the oldest person alive lived to like
Yeah,
160.
when
that would
do
be over
people
160
when do
years.
people begin to exist?
When did
When do
people
people
begin to
actually
exist?
yeah, when do you come into existence?
I don't know. Maybe. Like, what do you mean? Like all humans? Like the first humans, Adam
Anyone,
and Eve?
you, anybody.
Well, the
Yeah.
moment that they're born.
The moment so they didn't exist before they were born? Well, see, that's
No,
just
they
the
didn't.
definition.
They
And
did not
anybody could
exist
get-
1 year before. they were born.
Are you familiar? Oh, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Let's pretend we're sitting on a table right now, right? We're sitting next in a table across from each other.
Yeah.
And I drop down some rice and I say, let me know when this becomes a pile. Okay? 1 rice, 2 rice, 3 rice, 4 rice. Is it a pile yet? 5 rice.
Yeah, I don't know what you're. I don't know what you're defining
Really?
as
That
pile.
one little grain made that a pile? See,
I
the
don't
whole
know what
problem
you're
is it's all
defining
going
as
to
a
be by
pile.
definition, dude.
But if by pile
It's
all you mean
gonna
is
be by
greater than
definition.
1,
That's why I'm
Raymond.
asking you. It depends on what you
That's
mean.
the point. He's
No,
asking
no,
you.
no. What you're not listening, Satan. Listen, you're not listening. So
Yeah,
essentially,
you're
all
not.
I'm saying, it's two different moments, right? It's two different moments in time. Like when you have matter and then you don't have matter prior to it. It's two different. Like for example, your ontology, right? You
Wait,
didn't have this
there
consciousness.
was
of
there
speaking
was
to-
moments
wait.
before time.
Okay, wait. Was there moments before time? I believe time is eternal.
Oh, okay.
How do you believe in a timeless God?
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know you believed.
I don't
that.
believe in a
That's
timeless God.
interesting.
What does that even mean to believe in a timeless God?
Exactly.
Like what?
That's interesting.
Oh, I
Wait,
didn't.
I have a
You
question.
didn't
Wait,
describe that
but-
over your attributes at all, especially when we
Okay,
actually
wait,
see
Satan,
time
I have a
right.
question. Look, so here I'll make it very
So
simple for you.
what do you mean by time then? What does time mean?
I don't know. I guess like a change within a given system, the measurement of change within a given
So
system.
God changes throughout eternity, throughout.
No, I think
all
that
time?
which is exterior to him changes. So he lives in a world in which there's change, but I don't believe that his ontology changes. And so far as like he has,
So
a certain
everything
attribute.
changes around him in his world, but
That
but
yeah,
he
those
doesn't
things
change?
that the things that which he actualized upon, those things change. Yeah. For example, I didn't exist, a long time ago, like in 1800s. but I do
Actualizes?
exist
What do
now.
you mean by actualizes?
To be real, to be actual in reality.
What do you mean by actualizes?
By
That's a verb.
actualizes, I mean like, for
Yeah.
example, to create, to make true.
Yeah, I understand you're using a verb here, but I'm asking, what does that mean? Because look, I can say I created
To, like,
a
for
table.
example, okay, yeah, I'm explaining to you. To actualize,
Yeah.
let's say, to actualize my ontology. For example, he made it the case that I exist. Well, I didn't exist, 10,000 years ago, right? But I do exist now. So that's a change in which I exist in a moment where God also exists. Well, and then there's a moment where God exists and I don't exist. So there's going to be some sort of change. But there's no change in the ontology of
Except
God himself.
one is, so do you believe in Creatio ex nihilo?
I do believe in Creatio ex nihilo and continua. So it's going to be continua. You
Yeah,
understand what
so
that
I'm
means?
still talking to the same guy.
Yeah. Wait,
All
wait.
right, 'cause you
can I
sound
explain
like
this?
your
Wait,
voice
can I
has
explain the
changed or some
PNP
shit.
thing to you?
It's
Were
weird.
we having this conversation 30 minutes ago?
You sound like somebody else for some reason. It's like my
Hunter,
audio
Hunter,
changed.
do you
No,
hold to
same
an
guy. Wait,
eternal universe?
Satan, I have a question.
Maybe it's
were we
just
having
me.
this conversation 30 minutes ago?
I don't know. I haven't been keeping track. I don't know how many minutes.
Fine.
we've been
Let's say
having this
2 hours ago. Were we having this conversation 2 hours ago?
talk. I would say no.
Okay,
No.
so 2 hours ago, the proposition would be we're not having this conversation. But right now, we are having this conversation. So we are having this conversation and we are not having this conversation. Is that a logical contradiction?
Oh, if we are, yeah. I mean, if you're defining it that way, if I accept a certain definition, right? Then of
No, no, I'm
course,
talking
like,
about that specific
fine.
thing. The fact
Say
that
it.
one of them was 2 hours ago and the other one is now. Is that a logical contradiction?
I don't understand what you're asking.
I already got. Wait.
So
I
is it a
already-
logical
can I interject for a
contradiction
second? Satan,
that we were
had this
speaking
conversation.
now, but we weren't speaking 2 hours ago?
Hunter, when are
I
you gonna
already
speak?
got you to admit, Satan, that ex nihilo creation from that is not a contradiction, even though it has issues.
Nope, it is a
I've already gotten
contradiction.
you
No,
to
it's not a
agree that it was
contradiction.
not a
'cause
Yes, it
look,
is.
see-
I've already
you see how there's
illustrated
no
that it is.
contradiction
You can
with
call
me
all
and you
you
not
want,
having a
but it is.
conversation 2
Months
hours
ago,
ago?
Can you guys,
But
like, talk
we
one
are
at a
having
time?
a conversation now.
About
It,
it. I literally.
Hey, talk one at a time, please. It's like hard to tell to like actually listen.
Let me get one sentence out. A month ago, me and you had a conversation about Satan, and you got cooked and fried about
Nope, never
P and
happened.
not P. Now,
Never
a
happened.
contradiction in its logical form would be affirming two contrary propositions. Me saying that there is something and not something is a P and not P. Me saying there was nothing and now there is something is not affirming two propositions. It's only one proposition.
Yes, it
What do you
is.
not
Because what
understand?
is it coming out of?
What's
And
the
you're saying
second
nothing.
proposition?
Not
but
me.
there's two distinct
I'm
points of
explaining that
time.
to you.
What's the second?
I'm
what's the
explaining
second
that to
proposition?
you. Yeah, I'm explaining that to you. So if you would like be quiet long enough. Okay, so listen. There was nothing, right? And then there was something. And you're saying that
That's two different
something came out of nothing.
What's
That's
the
not a
That is
second
P and not P.
proposition?
No, that's not a P
Satan,
and not P.
what's the
P and not
second
P means it's
proposition?
You're making
simultaneously
nothing
affirmed.
a something.
Satan,
You're saying nothing
what's
is a
the
square
second
circle.
proposition?
It's a
Just give me
Oh
contradiction.
the
my
second
goodness, I
proposition.
don't know how to explain it to a moron like
Wait,
Satan.
Hunter, chill. Let him answer the question. Satan, give me the second proposition. A logical contradiction has a form of two propositions. Two, not one. Give me the P and not P within two exact contrary
Proposition
propositions.
1, nothingness is
Give me.
existence. Proposition 2, nothingness can obtain. That's what I would say.
What? That's
That's
not a
not a P.
contradiction. That's literally not, bro. Are you guys?
I
you
would
said
argue
you-
that as two claims.
Satan, I'm not
How
gonna be
long have
rude.
you been debating
You
this,
said you have been debating
evidence
for
first?
years, for longer than Hunter
Is that not
probably
two
has been
claims?
born, and he just gave an invalid inference or a reductio to absurdum and said that was a P not P. Can you address what your host
Do you
said,
understand
please?
do you understand that it doesn't have no, see you don't understand that in order to have a contradiction, you don't
Okay.
need two separate premises.
Wait,
You can just have a
propositions. What are you
contradiction in
talking
terms.
about?
sober actually
You
seems like a
understand what a
smart
You need two
contradictio and objectio is,
propositions.
right?
That's a logical form of a
contradictio. What is a
contradiction.
contradictio? This guy's just
No,
making
you
up
do
terms.
not.
Oh my
No, you
days.
do not.
Look, even me as a Christian and a theist, I agree that ex nihilo
A
creation is a
contradictio and
very,
objectio
very,
means,
very,
and I'm not
very
making up
dumb,
terms. By the way, Schopenhauer
dumb
used this too.
concept.
But
It's not dumb.
contradictio and
HD,
objectio
just
means
chill out,
contradiction
bro.
in terms.
Bruh.
Wait, I actually think
Oh
evidence.
my days.
I think evidence first is smarter than Satan. Wait, evidence first. Were we having this conversation 2 hours ago?
Somewhat. I mean, I
Like
would
3
just,
hours ago.
I would bring you guys back to the epistemic justification, like the.
Well, no. Well, I just want to explain something really quick. Were we having this conversation 3 hours ago?
I think
No, we weren't.
because you
Come
came
on,
up.
can you just
No,
be
you
like-
came up earlier,
be-
didn't you?
No, I didn't. I swear to God, this is the first time I came up
Oh, okay.
today.
Probably not.
Were you having
Okay,
the
we didn't.
conversation before
Are
the
we
live
having this
started?
conversation now?
Correct.
So is it a P not P? That is it a contradiction that we did not have this conversation? We are having this conversation?
No, but that's, dude. There's a massive difference from I don't exist, but then I am existing from nothingness.
I know. So a P not P
Wow.
is simultaneously affirmed.
Yeah,
So
you're
when it comes to
you're
ex nihilo,
simultaneously
there's
saying
nothing,
nothingness
missing.
and
is something.
then there's
or at
That
least
is, that is a
It's
that
not
is
there's
a
nothing and there's something
Evidence
simultaneously.
first. Do you have a whiteboard?
me
Let's
me
draw it out. Let's
existing
see if there's
in
an
the
actual
past
contradiction.
before
You have
we
a whiteboard.
speak.
that's not the argument. The argument is not, we're not saying that's what you're saying.
Just talk one at a time, guys. I can't fucking follow anything.
If any of you guys have a whiteboard, write this out. Right,
Brother.
You
is,
already. I'm not even gonna be dishonest. You know what a contradiction is. We've already laid it out. It's
yeah, a
P not P.
contradiction is nothingness and somethingness at the
Square
same
circle.
time.
Square
Okay,
circle
thank
is
you.
not
a
gonna
At the
be a
same time,
contradiction.
is ex nihilo
Yeah,
Yeah,
nothingness
and
and
you're
something
you're
at the same time?
saying that this nothingness has
affirming a
some sort of
proposition.
attribute that something can come from.
No,
that
we're
is
not saying it's at the same
nothingness
time,
is
though.
something.
Something is
Nah,
arising
that's-
from nothing.
Oh, bro.
You're saying
Oh.
something is coming from nothing.
Yes, because God has the capability to do that because God's infinitely
A,
powerful.
presupposition by definition. B,
Wait, Catholic
nothingness
special, please.
cannot make
Okay,
something.
wait, can you please bring up Catholic thinker? He's actually a smart dude,
I don't think you want that.
and he's like famous.
Famous.
Yeah, it's so smart to say a contradicting an objecto. That's right. It's so smart to say that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let me
Nothing
just-
is-
everyone mute
these
up. Everyone
guys
just mute
can
up.
be
so
a
you can talk.
cause or be created out of. That is so
HD,
smart.
HD, give your
So smart.
Actually, Hunter, HD, mute up. Hunter, give what you wanted to talk to the Catholic about.
Oh no, I was gonna help get Catholic to explain to Satan what a P not P is because he doesn't seem to understand.
Well, actually, Hunter, I was
No,
coming.
you don't seem to understand.
Yeah,
So,
Catholic's
hold
a
on.
friend.
So hold on, Hunter. I was coming up to help explain the misunderstanding you were having as far as like what the criticism is. So first of all, within Catholicism and Thomistic understanding, creation ex nihilo is not from true nothingness. Thomas Aquinas calls it emanation, where it's still from the being of God. But the reason why it's still called creation ex nihilo is because he is drawing it from his own being, man from not man. And since not man has no being, then, and no being is no thing, and no thing is nothing, that's why we call it creation ex nihilo, but it's not true nothingness. The reason why true nothingness is a contradiction in and of itself is either there always had to be true nothingness, because then you couldn't move from true nothingness into something, or there always had to be something. And because we see existing things, we can see that there always had to be something. The question then becomes, is the thing that always existed the universe in and of itself, or is the universe dependent on something else?
Which
and
is
what
where
is that
I kept
dependent on?
trying to get you.
Catholic,
Hunter.
do you realize?
Hunter,
Oh,
this
Catholic,
is
can you please?
Catholic, we're not talking about that. We're
Catholic,
asking
what's
if
the P
creation
not
from
P?
nothing is a contradiction. Is there a P not
The
P? We've already said
yes.
there's not a contradiction.
Okay, what's the P
So
not P,
the
Catholic thinker?
P
Well, in the
and
way
not
he
P.
just defined it,
The P
I
and
would
not
have
P.
to
P not
Okay.
P
ask
within
him further
creation from
questions because it
absolute
doesn't
nothing.
sound like he's saying the same thing you guys are saying.
Wait, Satan, can you mute
So
up?
a P not the P not P and saying
So
that
the Catholic Catechism says
Can
God
you mute up
bestows
so
being where
Catholic
there
can
was
explain the
none.
P not P because you failed to do so earlier?
Hunter,
Go
I
ahead,
think that
Catholic.
you're confusing is that I
No,
don't
I
think
didn't.
you did fail to do
Nope,
it.
Wait,
I
I'll
didn't.
debunk Catholic after this, but I just want to know what the P not P is.
Debunk him? He's probably
Yeah.
the smartest theist I've ever spoken to.
If
A
Catholic
Okay, we'll see
contradictio
then.
in objecto is
if
look it up,
if
dude.
if Catholic
Okay,
is
we don't
saying
care
that
about the
creation,
contradictio. Nice.
if
Good job.
Catholic is saying that creation from nothing is a proposition, is a contradiction, that I'm very, I don't have enough credence to say that he's one of the best debaters on here. That's going to be very tough
Both
position
him
for him to
and
hold.
Satan have explained it to you guys.
Also,
You
sorry,
have
so-
Wait,
not.
no, he hasn't.
You
so
have
Catholic thinker,
not.
what's the P not P?
You've
Can you
not.
guys actually let him
You're
talk?
just
and quit
bringing up
fucking-
Yeah.
Guys,
non-sequiturs.
please, I want to listen to Catholic thinker.
So the P not P. In nothingness, there is no state or ability to change.
Can you just give me the P not P? That's not even.
That's what I'm getting to. That's what I'm getting to. In true nothingness, you have no time. Time is the measurement of change, which means that it's a changeless state. Then you have moving from the changeless state, the nothingness, into something. Now you're saying a changeless state changes. But if it's a changeless state, it is impossible for it to change because that's contrary to its nature. Now you are saying changeless changing.
Okay.
That was a great
Wait,
explanation.
wait.
Can I
Catholic
respond,
thinker.
please?
Catholic
Can I
thinker. Do you know what
respond?
materia ex nihilo is? So we don't
Yes,
care about
I-
time. We're talking about the matter coming from nothing.
I didn't say anything about time as far as the reason why I brought up the time was to indicate that there wouldn't even be time to measure a change.
Well, I can
Because
accept
if there
that.
is-
Catholic, he believes time's eternal, by the way.
I can accept time as eternal. So there'd be T1 and T2. T1 is a moment where there's no matter. T2 is a moment where there is matter.
and
There's
if
no
time-
logical
now here-
contradiction because it's not
what-
simultaneous.
Exactly.
So here, no. Here's the thing though. What does time measure?
Change in a given system.
Okay, so if you have true nothingness, there is no change.
Okay.
Therefore, there is no time as well.
That's only presupposing that we're saying that nothing is an agent, which we have not. The only thing that we're saying when
I
we say
never
nothing
said
is
nothing
that
was an agent.
wait. The only thing we say when we say nothing is say that there is no prior material cause. From no prior material cause to material, that itself is not affirming two propositions is contradictory. So it's not logically impossible.
So
even
then
if we
what
have
you're
a metaphysical
describing,
debate about whether it's possible.
what you're describing, and this is why you need to be extremely clear, and this is why I was coming up to help clarify, because y'all were using the creation ex nihilo argument of there was nothing that then turned into something.
We gave no
that
argument.
is a that is a contradiction.
Well, no,
We
just
gave
the
no
matter itself.
arguments.
Versus
We
what
gave
you
no
just said,
arguments. We
H-
literally asked them if creation from ex nihilo is a contradiction, and they said yes
And I
because
showed-
it isn't. And wait, let me just say what they said. They said because to go from a state of nothing to something itself has a logical form of
I don't think we're
contradiction.
gonna get
That's where we
anywhere
gave
with this.
pushback to, because there's
Yeah,
no P and
and-
not P within that specific statement.
I showed you the P and not P for one, and then two,
Right.
you then
Okay.
changed it from the nothingness because nothingness would also exclude time. Otherwise, what you're describing is not nothingness. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Cody.
Okay.
Hunter, do
So-
you
so
grant
let me
what
just
he just
get this-
said? Yes or no?
Okay, so I can grant what he
Just-
said
okay,
insofar
cool.
as
So we gotta move
insofar as
on.
he says that ex nihilo is just matter.
Hunter. This is getting extremely circular. I'm not saying fallacy. I'm just saying we're running in fucking circles. What we want, okay, I love Catholics' arguments because when there's a hole somewhere and I say I can't grant that because it's missing this, he says that is fair. I'm going to keep working on it. You just keep on running to another Philbro horseshit mouth vomit thing. Just tangent. I don't give a shit about the time aspect. I care about you saying that a god did this stuff. I want to have that justified.
Yeah, 100%. But just one quick question. So Catholic thinker.
No.
Is materia ex nihilo
No.
logical contradiction?
Hunter, we're not running in fucking circles. You're going to
Alright,
move
alright,
on
alright.
or fuck off.
Okay. So yeah, so the entire idea here is, if materia ex nihilo did happen, then God is the cause. Materia ex nihilo
Okay,
did
pause.
happen.
There's a claim there. That you saying God would be the cause, I don't even grant that because there could be other options. That's a false dichotomy.
Okay, I'll explain it to you. The dichotomy. I'm saying God can.
You're saying
only
God
be the cause.
or
That's
not
a
God. It
dichotomy.
could be God. It could be deeper mechanic and physics. It could be something to do with string theory. It could be
That would be
quantum
not God.
fluctuations.
You realize that, right?
That's true. Valid.
Okay, so it was a dichotomy.
I said valid, dumbass. Are you trying to be a condescending bitch, or do you want to have a conversation?
whoa.
You're being
Whoa,
okay.
calm down, that's it.
Shut up. We can grant if we slip up on words. You don't need to be a dick about it. I'm trying my absolute fucking best to be nice to you because you're providing something of substance, even though it's running in circles. I can grant I had a slip up there. Let's fucking move on. How do we justify that it was a god and not something natural?
Yeah, 100%. So essentially, it's going to be that. Wait, would you first like me to explain to you that if it did happen, God would be the cause?
You need demonstrate that God has anything to do with anything, dude.
Yeah. I think like the most reasonable hypothesis that we have is that this universe is finite, right?
So what?
And if it's finite, if it's finite, it would be ascribed like some certain size, and this size could be distinct. It could be different, right?
Come on.
So essentially,
where's God?
Yeah. So so the universe is expanding, right? Which means it has the potentiality.
Where's God?
If it can
Land the plane.
Yeah, I'll land the plane. So if there's a finite amount of matter, I mean, if ex nihilo, which was exactly what I was explaining here, right? 1 coming from 0, 1 divided by 0, under some axioms is infinity. God is infinitely great, therefore God is the cause.
No, that's a definition of a metaphysical being that doesn't actually exist. Can you demonstrate that it is fucking true? It's you just defined it into existence. That doesn't make it fucking true. Definitions don't make unicorns or Harry Potter fucking real.
Okay. All I can say that I mean by God is
I don't care. I don't care. You need to demonstrate it.
Hunter, what he's trying to say is that he would have to grant your definitions for this to hold to be true, right?
Well, he said he rejects both.
I could even grant the fucking definition, but you're still just defining it as true.
What he's trying to say is that he can just say the same thing, but say it's a natural phenomenon that we don't understand yet. Right?
Literally.
And your whole argument falls. That's his point.
Can I
If
explain
evidence granted his premises, he'd have to agree to the conclusion that Hunter came to. What are you talking about? Are you guys even tracking?
Okay, so look, suppose it's an infinite energy source, right? And it's not God. And let's say this thing just creates.
I don't have to say suppose it's an energy source. It could be something we haven't fucking learned about.
If you granted his premise, you'd have to say it's an infinite. What are you? Are you guys tracking? You have to disagree with the premise. If you grant his premise, then yes, that
I'm not
would be the
granting
case.
his premise, and I'm also not saying it's false. I'm saying I don't have a justified reason to accept it as true.
What's your theory of epistemic justification?
Dude, you're talking about an empirical universe. I'm waiting for some sort of empirical proof that there's a causal mechanism leading to a God creating the empirical world.
Empirical proof? You do
Wait, empirical proof for causation?
Right? Yes.
Empirical proof for causation.
Yes.
Not to mention empirical proof is a category error because of proofs that are necessary. And then
proof by definition, Oxford Dictionary, evidence and facts leading to a true conclusion. Evidence by definition, Oxford Dictionary, facts and information leading to a true conclusion. Can you provide evidence?
Yeah, okay, so
you need to provide a causal mechanism that the universe did not exist and was created by this God.
Yeah. Wait, so can you just concede
what's the cause? No,
proof
you need to concede that you have no fucking evidence that there's a causal mechanism for a God making anything.
Wait, can you just
can you wait, can you just concede can you just concede are you not tracking it, low tier? Can you concede that you have no causal mechanism for a God creating anything? Literally anything.
Well, I'm trying to explain it to you, but you keep saying,
no, you need to provide the evidence. I know you need to raise your fucking IQ and provide the causal mechanism for a universe non-existent becoming existent by a God.
I have a conversation with you, and it's so hard.
Unmute and provide the causal mechanism.
Yeah, so the causal mechanism is going to be God.
Demonstrate that. What causal? How do you connect them, dude?
Okay,
connect
so
it.
first, are you gonna ask me what I mean by God first?
Connect the fucking gap.
Yes, wonderful. So all I mean by God is an
connect the gap.
Yeah, the universe came in ex nihilo.
Claim is not evidence of claims. Defining God as the creator of something does not make him the creator of something.
Which, Hunter, in all honesty, I'm not taking sides here, right? I'm agnostic in this whole conversation. But you were getting mad, even though Cody did concede to you. He conceded not in general. He conceded to the point where he made a mess up, right? He conceded to that. But Satan, me, and Evidence said you're wrong about that, right? About that logical, whatever the fuck it was, that premise, right? We had a whole discussion about it. You said, let's bring Catholic up here. He's smarter than you guys. He'll tell us the truth. Catholic agreed with us, and you still died on that hill saying you are correct.
And we grant Catholic's explanation when it comes to the universe, because he's able to provide causal mechanisms to demonstrate why we should believe that the universe exists.
I don't grant it, actually.
Okay. The thing I don't
I'd have
grant
to
is the
get
causal
into the
mechanism
semantics.
linking the universe to the God, but he's working on it. And maybe Catholic will get me to fucking convert, but you just defining God as the creator of it, and because you defined it as such, it's therefore true, is a God of the gap argument. It is just fallacious. You have no explanatory power at all, except for this is the definition, therefore it's true. That's not a fucking explanation.
I just, if I can real quick, I want to thank Catholic for dumbing down what I was saying to them in a way that I think was more, dumbing is not the word, more in layman's terms. Like, I think
it was very good.
You encapsulated what I was saying, and I was just saying contradictio in objecto. I kept explaining that, contradiction in terms is P and not P, and then you explained it in a really eloquent way. So I appreciate that. I don't know if I agree with your particular thing. I'd have to get into the semantics with you on that, and I have debated Catholics on this kind of thing, and not all of them have the exact same
I'd be
way of
shocked if
arguing
they did.
for it, but yeah, I appreciate that. That's all I want to say.
Sure, Catholic. Maybe you can, for me anyway, can you break it down in the same terms you're using, how it was what they were doing was using a simultaneous contradiction?
Yeah, so they were calling it nothing. But true philosophical nothing, what the theological ex nihilo is implying, is absence of everything. Yep. And if there is nothing, then time itself can't exist. They were trying to say that time would exist in this state, but if time is the measurement of change and there's no change taking place, then there's no time.
Which is hilarious because they also granted eternal time.
Not only that, can I point something out here real quick? I think the answer to the question of why is there something rather than nothing is that nothing isn't an option. If it were, that would be something.
Yep.
That would still be something.
Again,
if nothing
going
were an
back to
option, that's
Spinoza.
still something to be.
Omar, are you theistic?
Yeah, he's Islam.
Islam? Are you guys versed in?
No, I think you're our best bet.
Okay. Omar, how you doing, man?
Oh, what up, bro? How you guys doing?
I'm doing all right, brother. You're over the age of 18, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you Muslim?
No, I'm Christian.
Okay, cool. What you got, brother?
So first off, I just want to say, in the Bible it says, "Blessed are those who have not seen and yet have believed."
Yeah.
So evidence isn't always going to prove anything.
Why?
You could have all the evidence in the world.
I would argue that is a way for, how do I say this politely? I can't think of a nicer way to say this. That is a way for unintelligent people to be indoctrinated.
Yeah, it's all good. All unbelievers say that.
I'm
But
trying to
also
think of a
wanna
better
say,
way to say it.
Luke 17:21.
If I
the
pause,
kingdom of God is within you.
Pause. 1 Peter 3:15, brother. You need to demonstrate why you believe in the evidence justifying it. If you're going to use Bible scriptures, don't cherry pick.
I'm not cherry picking. I'm just saying.
Cool. 1 Peter 3:15. Prove your God.
You could have all the evidence in the world,
brother. Why
but
would I
that
grant
still
the
won't
Bible
convince
at
a lot
all?
of people.
Why would I grant the Bible as true in the first place?
Because there are multiple pieces of evidence that point to the geographical.
There are true places, correct. Would you grant that New York is in the book of Spider-Man, but Spider-Man isn't real?
Yeah, but
So
Spider-Man
just because a
has
book, pause, you
auth-
just said yes, so you grant that, good. So just because the Bible has some real places does not mean that that God exists.
Well, if you look at the authors of Spider-Man, you could obviously see
Okay,
that
name the author of the
authors
Gospels.
Spider-Man, the disciples,
False.
Paul.
False.
How's that false?
Incorrect. The Gospels are completely anonymous. The names were attributed by Irenaeus in the 2nd century. I have no reason to believe them. Plus, they're not even eyewitness accounts. There is no such thing as a contemporary eyewitness for Jesus. They don't exist. Pliny, Tacitus, and
There's plenty of
Josephus
evidence
are
that
not
Jesus exists.
witnesses. Neither was Paul. I don't even believe Paul existed. And Paul never met Jesus.
Have you seen the Alexamenos graffito?
Never heard of that one.
Nah, search it up.
Have you guys heard of
It's
that
the
one?
first. It's the earliest depiction of Jesus Christ with the head of a donkey being praised by a random man, or Alexamenos being praised by Alexamenos. So that's the first real depiction of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, what year is that?
That's the 1st century. I'm not sure what year, but it's in the first century.
Okay, how do you know that's a real depiction of Jesus Christ?
Because at the time, Jesus was being mocked because he was
according to the story,
crucified. Because he's being crucified.
Brother, I'm a
Also,
mythicist. I don't believe Jesus existed.
you could also look at the written account by Josephus.
Carrier. All right.
Yeah, I'm a hardcore.
But yeah, there's plenty of evidence.
Well,
but
Armar. Okay,
sir?
what did you call that?
Which one?
The
Alexamenos graffito.
A what?
Alexamenos graffito.
Found it. Okay, what the fuck? It's literally just a dude on. It's a drawing of a fucking horse donkey.
Yeah.
On a
And in the
cross.
Bible,
Maybe.
in the Bible,
Maybe
in the
on a
Bible,
cross.
What does Jesus write on when he's?
A donkey, because donkeys were fucking
Yeah.
common. What the fuck?
But who
That's
was
a
also
massive jump.
Okay, but who was also crucified?
Not a donkey. This is showing a donkey with its arms
Jesus
out.
was that's why they're mocking Jesus, because he rode on a donkey and then he was crucified.
How do you know that?
And someone.
How do you know?
It's in
Pause.
the Bible.
Pause. How do you know that?
It's in the Bible.
No, it's not. Where in the Bible does it say there's a drawing in
I never said
the
the
year
drawings in the Bible.
132?
I said Jesus is crucified. but
Yeah. Is
that
Jesus a
image-
donkey?
That drawing
Is Jesus a
mock.
donkey?
It's a mockery.
Is
It's
Jesus
a
a
mockery,
donkey?
I said it's a
Is
mockery.
Jesus a donkey?
I said it's a
Is
mockery.
Jesus a
Symbolism.
donkey? I'm gonna ask this
Symbolism.
over and over and over. Is
All right,
Jesus
it's
a donkey?
It's not good. Keep on going.
Is
It's
Jesus a
symbolism.
donkey?
It's symbolism.
Here's my point. This is a donkey with its arms out. That's it. It has nothing to do with Jesus. It has nothing to do with a
Say that about
human.
You could say that about every painting with symbolism.
Incorrect.
Do you look at it? Do you look at it with just your eyes and
Paintings,
not actually thinking?
dude. This is the equivalent of like, well, how do you know that Julius Caesar existed? Contemporary witness. When it comes to paintings that actually have context with writings from the author or the artist, that is where we get the context. You're developing your own interpretation of this being a mockery when all it is.
You want some written
Let
evidence?
me simplify this for you. This is just a fucking, not even a drawing, just a cave inscription from a fucking knife of a dude with a donkey dude with its arms out wide. There's no cross. It's a bunch of it's just a dude next to a really tall ass fucking donkey. That's all it is. That has nothing to do with Jesus. It has nothing to do with a Messiah being crucified. You just interpreted your own fucking thoughts into it.
All right, that's all good. So do you want a written account? You could look at
Name one
Annals.
contemporary. One. Name one.
Annals.
False.
Annals.
False.
How's it false?
Yeah, there's
How's it
not a
false?
single contemporary writing of Jesus. Not one. Not even in the Annals. Not
Are you
one.
sure?
It doesn't exist. That's a
He's
factual.
convinced me that we need to start worshiping donkeys now.
It is actually consensus,
you guys don't
scholar,
understand
factual,
symbolism.
historical fact. There is zero, not one contemporary witness of a man named Yeshua HaMashiach.
Of course there is. And then Annals.
No, incorrect. It is not contemporary, and there's zero witnesses for it.
Zero witnesses?
Yeah, there's not a single fucking witness of Jesus. Not one.
There is.
No,
There
there's
is.
not. Name one.
I can't think of any names off the top of my head.
Exactly.
I
They
had to
don't
do more
exist,
research.
brother. They don't exist.
Of course they do, bro.
No, they don't. The names were attributed in the 2nd century by Irenaeus for the Gospels. Paul never met
Okay,
Jesus.
How do you know Julius Caesar existed?
A, lineage. B, architecture. We also have his fucking face on a coin. We can see the fucking stories of which he and his people wrote about with authorship. There's contemporary witnesses with authored scribings. We know he existed because of contemporary witnesses. There's not one for Jesus.
Have you seen the written account by Joseph?
Josephus did not fucking meet him. Josephus, A, was a Jew, didn't grant him as Messiah, first of all.
Jesus was a Jew as well.
Did you not hear the second part of what I said? What did I say? 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 What did I say?
Not like Jesus.
Josephus did not grant him as the Messiah. Holy fuck. Josephus did not grant him any messianic attributes. He said people believed in him. That is not granting him being divine. It's not granting his existence. It's saying that people believed he existed. Tacitus didn't even fucking write about it. His were interpolated. I can even show you the literal writing, where off to the side of the writings, it was added, Christus. He did not do that.
Christus is a name.
There was also
not a name. It's a title. It's a title. And if you could actually read it, it'll actually describe Jesus.
No, it doesn't.
So,
He didn't write about it.
so Omar, real quick, like, I disagree with the Jesus mythos.
Yeah, no one agrees with me on that, and that's perfectly fine.
Yes. But the thing is that like all Josephus does is at best gets you to a doomsday prophet, cult leader, like however you, like someone existed under the name of Jesus who went out and preached that the end of the world was coming.
Yeah, that's the most we'd have from that. If I granted Josephus, Tacitus, Pliny, and that fucking carving you showed me, congratulations, a man preached, lived, and died. Okay, so?
You got a lot more work to show divinity.
There's also a lot of predictions that the Bible
Not one.
talks about. There is.
Let me ask you something. If I tell you within the next 3 years it's going to rain, is that a prophecy?
The prophecies were way more exact.
Let me ask. No, they weren't. Where does it say anything exact?
There's a passage. I forgot what book it is. But there's a passage that talks about helicopters, but they don't say helicopters.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, what do you think I'm talking about?
No fucking clue. The Bible doesn't talk about helicopters.
Exactly.
They didn't exist. The language didn't exist.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. They didn't say the exact
They
word
didn't even
helicopters.
describe a helicopter, dude. The blades did
They
not
described
exist.
it.
A flying machine like that
I never
did not
said
exist.
flying machine. I never said that. I said if you
Okay,
let me
bring up the
continue-
scripture.
All right, let me search it up really quick. All right.
Before you do that, what shape is the Earth?
Round. I mean, a sphere.
Good boy. Okay, how old is the Earth?
I don't know. You tell me.
Not 6,000 years old. You agree?
I don't know. You tell me. Let's see what you have to say.
I agree.
Why are you getting so triggered, bro? It's just
Because you're
it's just
fucking
a
dumb,
simple,
and the stupidity
it's just
is
a
making
simple
me lose brain
conversation, bro.
cells. You are the equivalent of drinking 4 shots
just
of
a
vodka.
simple conversation,
Okay,
bro.
go find the
There's no need
scripture.
to-
Chill. Go find the scripture.
I'm chill, bro. You're not chill.
Go
Hey,
find.
bro, I'm just having a lovely.
Go find the scripture where the Bible says fucking helicopters exist. Jesus Christ. Hey, actually, we could
Give me 1
use
second,
you up
bro.
here, Jaren. I was trying to bring up the points from the website, if you have the time, on Tacitus. I'm a little bit too ignorant to go in depth on it, though. So he's claiming that we have eyewitness accounts, writings from Tacitus, Josephus, and this thing called Alexamenos Graphito, which is a describing of Yeah, Jesus.
Tacitus wouldn't have been an eyewitness account, even less so than Josephus, but he is credible because he basically our standards for writing history comes from Tacitus, and he made it a point to not use hearsay as a source of information. In fact, there was a very popular story that he went out and debunked because it was only based on hearsay. He also had very negative things to say about Christianity. And if he could have mocked Christians by saying, man, they believe in this guy that never even existed, an argument can be made that he probably would have included that to mock Christians, but and
Here, Jaron will go more in depth on it. What's up, brother?
Sup, fool?
Anywho, Omar, you want to say something about Tacitus again?
I wasn't speaking about Tacitus for the majority of the part. I was talking about
contemporary witnesses in general.
The Alexamenos graffito, and how that symbolizes and that depicts the first ever mockery of Jesus Christ.
Does the graffito say Jesus?
No. It looks like a literal donkey with its
symbolism.
I'm gonna
what
bring
did Jesus
this up.
write on?
Here, let me show you this.
What did he write on? Why would they pick that random ass story from?
Oh shit!
Yeah, so there's actually some scholars that say that that's a jackal face, anyways. On top of that, the word that is used for the cross in Greek is stauros, which actually is closer. The Jehovah's Witness actually get it correct. It's closer to torture stake, which would not have a cross beam. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense that he would have his arms outstretched for this. It doesn't say Jesus Christ or Christian, and in no way, shape, or form is that like actually supposed to be Jesus. Even if it is Jesus, it's from about the 3rd century, so it doesn't matter.
From the 1st century.
It is not from the 1st century.
Where do you get your source that says it's from the 3rd century?
Literally everything that talks about it.
Because my sources say that it comes from the 1st century. And that's
okay, I don't know why you wrote something on Microsoft Word, but in no way, shape, or form does any scholar who ever talks about it say that it comes from the 1st century definitively.
Lots of scholars have said that it's from the 1st century. That's the earliest.
Not definitively. In no way, shape, or form would we be able to date it to that time.
Yeah, here's the Wikipedia.
How do you date it to the 3rd century then?
Here's the Wikipedia. The most likely is going to be late 3rd century.
Wikipedia? That's not.
I'm just saying that is it. Okay. Provide one.
I'd have to search it up, but I could do that.
So
later.
somehow you think somebody puts it in the 1st century when the most likely is the late 3rd century? You're like 200 years off, bro.
Well, Wikipedia isn't also.
This is also this is in accordance with Balch, David, Osiek, Carolyn, in 2003 writings with is that Bart Ehrman? Ain't no fucking way.
Bart Ehrman does talk about the Alexamenos graffito.
It looks like Ehrman even agrees with that.
Yeah, so that's the leading scholar on this particular source saying that it's from the late 3rd. So I don't know how to say this in your original language, but eat shit.
All right, guys. But first, well, before I leave, I just want to say, blessed are those who believe without seeing, and the kingdom of heaven is within you.
Blessed is Odin for being a more fun and more powerful god, and he actually got rid of the frost giants because they don't exist, and the book says so.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan, motherfucker. All right, get fucked. Get fucked, stay fucked.
I don't know how you do it, dude.
Lots of caffeine.
I mean, I've been doing this a long time, but I find myself now doing it less and less because it does wear on you.
That's about. Well, I grew up Messianic Jew, right? My dad's pastor, and I did evangelizing, street preaching for my entire life.
Wait, you did street preaching? So did I.
Amen, sister. Clock that to you.
Did you get your open air preacher's coin?
No, I did not.
Challenge coin? Ah, you didn't
I
go
went,
through Ray Comfort's Ambassadors Academy? I did.
Banana Man.
I went
to
through Banana Man's Ambassadors Academy.
I almost
when I
did.
was-
I went to Pennsylvania and started going to their seminary out there, and some weird shit started happening. So I left immediately. I was like, "This is fucking weird," so I just fucking left.
So did you go, like, we went to college camp, because like I was doing open air preaching before I went to his academy thing or whatever and met Kurt Cameron and all that stuff.
I gotta drop. I gotta get back to work.
I appreciate you, Catholic. You're awesome, brother.
I have to say though, that's what led to my deconversion, was arguing with all these biologists.
Oh, really? Mine was
and
arguing with a witch.
Yeah, like that's like part of it. And then there was this guy who was arguing for, we were doing like transcendental arguments.
Ew.
And he actually argued a position that was really consistent. And that really shocked me. It was very shocking to me. And he was this plant biologist at UC Davis. And I remember there was this one guy, he was not with us, but his name is Jesse Morrell. And he used to get like, he was a Christian, right? He would, like a weird kind of, we would consider him a heretic. But he'd get like a Quran and attach it to a rope and throw it out at a Muslim on campus and reel it in and say, "Come defend your book." I think he still does it too. I'm not even sure.
What?
I think he still has a YouTube channel.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. I
remember we had this one, we used to have these atheists that get really mad at us, so they would dress up in these like furry costumes.
That's
and
hot.
they would wait till we weren't looking, and they would run and push us off our stools and then keep running.
Kinky.
Yeah.
Speaking of kinky, how are you doing, Jaren? Appreciate you hopping up and saying hi and helping me defend that. I'm still a little bit ignorant on the subject matter.
No worries, no worries. I've actually talked to the guy before. I said hi before I left his mom's house last night. But that being said, when you bring up the Lexamenos Graffito, you're already kind of cooked, because you're talking about something that is so incredibly late that it just doesn't mean anything.
No, bruh, it's a fucking donkey man. Period. It doesn't say Jesus. It doesn't say Christ. It doesn't. What?
You should probably be a little nicer to your stepson, your future stepson. I mean.
I'm not marrying the woman, man.
Or are you?
This is
Are you
straight
his dad?
carnal.
Are you his real dad?
This is just carnal, purely physical.
No comment. I withhold judgment. I agree, Ian B. I still have no clue how to correctly pronounce that. Love you.
But when it comes to Tacitus, the person who was on here before, the Catholic thinker or something, I think it said.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So they are correct that Tacitus is generally very reliable. He's one of the best ancient Roman historians because he had access to the Roman archives, the Senate records. He was a former senator. So he was somebody who definitely had a lot of information that Rome had. If Rome knew about it, he was likely to have it listed somewhere in his documents. He was very well connected. But therein lies the problem here, because as that person pointed out, he wouldn't have gone off of hearsay. And considering the fact that Christ is a title and not a name, he wouldn't have said that Christ was put to death during the reign of Emperor Tiberius at the hands of one of our procurators, Pontius Pilate, because the arrest record or crucifixion record would have said Yeshua or his Greek or Latin
Yeah.
variant.
Yeshua HaMashiach. Yeah.
Yeah, so it definitely wouldn't have said Christ. That's not even something that Pilate supposedly put above his head on the cross.
Yeah.
On top of that, Pilate wasn't a procurator, he was a prefect. Tacitus actually explains what the difference is and uses these terms correctly elsewhere. But here he calls Pilate a procurator, despite the fact that Judea didn't even have a procurator until the decade after Pilate was dismissed.
Oh, they fucked up.
Yeah, yeah, so and to make matters worse, the original word, when you look at the 11th century manuscript, which is the oldest manuscript we have for Tacitus, Annals, Book 15, Section 44, which is where this is found, says Christians instead of Christians.
Right.
And it tries to go on to say that Christ is where they get their name, but that doesn't make any sense because Christians with an E would not get their name from Christ with an I, which again isn't a name, that's a title. So yeah, it's pretty clear that the section about Christ and everything like that, and Pilate, and like a superstition that breaks out in Judea and crap like that, that is something that is added later. When Tertullian, the first Christian we know of that writes in Latin around 200, when he alludes to this by saying, consult your history books or read your history books, we were blamed for the fire in Rome and stuff. When he's alluding to this, he doesn't quote it, but he alludes to it. He doesn't mention that Tacitus says anything about Jesus. He just mentions that they talk about, or Tacitus talks about, the punishments for Rome, for the fire. It's not until the 5th century that we get a Christian that mentions that Tacitus says anything about Jesus. So it's pretty obviously just added later.
But hey, we have 25,000 manuscripts, so it's true.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm cooked.
Yeah, nuh-uh.
25,000
That's why I'm
copies.
putting out my next book, and I'm going to print a bunch of copies myself.
You said
so it's got to be true.
I called dibs.
I put out all the time. You know, I'm Satan. You know what I mean?
Oh man, I'm always horny for Satan.
Oh no, I'm not going to drop the soap.
Oh,
again,
well,
that's not going to happen.
Again. Anyways, did you just fucking growl?
Who, me? Or somebody else? Are you hearing growling noises?
Yeah, I'm hearing the Lord's voice.
Is he like is he like
in
that,
my
or
ear?
or is it like yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
He must have blasphemed the Holy Spirit.
He sounds like thy art is murder. I don't know why.
Don't say that with too many Christians around.
You know, I'm actually starting to lean in the mythicist direction, to be honest.
Ooh, come on
after
over.
looking more into it. Yeah, because I was like
sufficiently erect.
Intuitively, it makes more
that.
sense to me, but I've always pushed against it because I have that bias and because most scholars don't agree with it. But then I also realized, but wait a minute, you don't accept that argument for any other thing. Like if scientist says X is true, you say, no, where's your data? I don't care that you have a PhD. Where's your data? Where's your argumentation, right? What's your evidence? So then I started actually looking into like Bart Ehrman's or these other people's reasons, and I think they're extremely weak. Like, I didn't read the Jesus Deception by Adam Green or anything, but you know.
Well, I know of another book.
Christ before Jesus.
Yeah.
Christ before Jesus? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Never heard of that. Huh. Who's that by?
That's a good question.
Oh, is that by you?
I have an audiobook.
Jared, go for it.
Yeah, it's my.
Sounds good.
I'm a data scientist. And
You should like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a book.
Do
You
Sociological.
can send me a link. Send me a link, or send me a little message and tell me where I can find it. I'll put it on my next book run.
We make it super accessible. It's $3 for the ebook. It's Christ Before Jesus.
Christ Before Jesus. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting title. I am almost finished with this book that I'm writing, which is like there's two books I'm working on. One is on metaethics, but that one is going to be further along.
Yeah, you had some
but it's just a
interesting
redo.
ethics that you shared today that I want to go in depth with you on.
Uh-oh.
You're not an objectivist, are you?
Hell no.
Okay.
No.
It kind of sounded
no,
like it was
no,
going
no.
down that
I'm
route.
a moral nihilist. I'm a
Oh.
hybrid theorist
That's
between. So I have a more Humean take that's mixed with expressivism and also error theory. I mix the two.
Oh, I don't know those.
I came out with my own kind of meta-ethical kind of qualified form of moral nihilism like back in 2017. And now I'm revamping it because, well, you learn a lot in that amount of time. And so I wanted to add more detail and more critiques. So that's what I'm doing right now. But the main one I'm working on is this book that it's basically like a mock God. It's like
I mock God.
giving you a coherent and internally consistent, coherent system for a sadist God.
Oh!
That better explains the problem of gratuitous suffering, so that when you argue with Christians, you can say, well, I got this book here. It's called the Upanishad of Panan Satanism. And if I have had it like pressure tested and all this kind of stuff and really gotten down like into the fine details on a lot of theological issues.
So you're a
So
pantheist.
it's kind of, so I've mixed it. It's like a mix of Eastern and Western thought. You know, it's got some Nietzsche, it's got some Hume for metaethics, it's got some C.L. Stevenson, some A.J. Ayer, some Simon Blackburn. But then for metaphysics, it draws from different Eastern metaphysics, like Kashmir Shaivism, a little bit of Advaita, this kind of thing.
Really?
Yeah, and the book just basically says, inadvertently in one little part, I made sure that it said basically, this could either be an impersonal God and think it's just effectively a sadist, or if you want to, you can say, no, it's intentionally a sadist, and here's how you would do that. Like, here's the intricate, like, metaphysics you would need to avoid certain problems, right? That's pretty much what I've done here. But I wrote it all in poetry. The whole thing entire thing is written in poetry.
That's impressive.
Yeah. But the other book on metaethics, that's all academic, you know, citations, stuff like that. It's a very different feel.
I want to hear that really bad. Nihilist. How?
How?
Yeah.
Oh, are you saying that, host? Do you want to hear?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so a lot of people, they think of nihilism and they think, oh, pessimist, or they think of something like this. But nihilism is a series of views in philosophy. It's just negating something. So you have ontological nihilism, also called compositional nihilism. You have epistemic forms of nihilism. And this is more of like, this is a moral nihilism, so it's a meta-ethical position, stating that there are no true moral prescriptions. You can make a moral prescription, but they're not true or false. They could be false, but they could be untrue, but they're never true. So it's basically, I'm combining emotivism or expressivism with error theory. And then I just tackle many different secular positions and theistic positions one at a time, showing how they either violate Hume's is ought, or they end up in, I just reduce them to absurdity in some other way. Like they're, for example, non-naturalists, they have a problem with things being ambiguous and meaningless. What is it? Relaxed realism, a position I just recently refuted in the manuscript. I added that to the manuscript, but there's a lot of problems with them, but one of them is when you ask them, what is the moral reason why, what does that mean? They'll just say it's a reason. They just give you like a circular, well, we can't define it. So they're almost going in the direction of G.E. Moore and his non-natural properties. Oh, goodness is just like color. You can't really, describe it. You can't give it a descriptive definition. It's just badness is badness, this kind of thing.
Do you grant qualia?
Yeah.
Ah, okay, I don't. I reduce.
Are you an
everything.
eliminativist?
Reductionist.
Yeah, but are you an eliminativist?
Meaning?
So, like, the Churchlands, Paul and Patricia Churchland's work, Eliminativism.
I'm ignorant.
It basically says that all these talks about mind and qualia stuff is just folk psychology. I think there's a lot of problems with that kind of view. So they would reject like emergentism, that mind is an emergent property of the brain, that kind of stuff.
No, I just break it down to the neurological structure of perception through the cornea of light refraction into the releasing of chemical compound.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, that sounds like a whole nother conversation. We were talking about metaethics. I don't want to go off in a rabbit trail.
Yeah.
But in any case, what I do is I basically say that moral terms and sentences are either false or they're untrue.
Okay.
They're not true or false. So imagine I say, shut the door, right? Is that true or false?
Neither.
Correct, right? I'm just expressing a desire for you to perform a certain action. That's it, right? Now, how can that have truth conditionals? Because look, I can say there was milk in my refrigerator.
Having
Is
done
that
or
true or
observed
false?
it.
Well, no. So like, there was milk in my refrigerator. Is that truth apt? Is that true or false?
I say untrue.
Nope. It's a proposition. It's true. There either is or is not milk in my refrigerator. I mean, unless we're talking about like the quantum world or something, like is the cat really in the, I don't know, or something like this.
Yeah.
But the way we normally use language, right? We use it descriptively and prescriptively. We use it to express emotion, but we also use it to describe features of the world, right? So like for example, a detective describes a schmurder scene. He's not advocating schmurder. He's just describing what happened, right? Now, oughtness and morality is about advocating. It's about prescribing behavior. And so the question is, where do you get this oughtness from? And what I'm saying is this oughtness does not exist. This is just another horse crap thing carried over from religion. And it's also a power structure. It's a way, if we can convince people that our preferences are objective and binding, we can control people. We also use language, like C.L. Stevenson pointed this out in his book, Ethics and Language, that we use language not just to express emotion, but also to say, boo X also. In other words, we're trying to influence other people's attitudes with language as well, to share our own, because we're a social species, right? So I think that morality, quote unquote, begins as non-cognitive mental states, and then later thought structures, convoluted belief structures are erected around those. Like when you're a kid and someone takes your toy, right? You don't have any concept of wrongness or oughtness. You just know how you feel, and you feel a negative attitude about X. And what I'm saying is that through religion, through different ideologies, we kind of drill this into people. And if you ask most people what they mean by these terms, like wrong, right, good, whatever, you'll get a lot of circularity. They won't really know what they mean by it, or they'll give you a descriptive definition, which doesn't get you to oughtness. There's all this kind of problem, right? So, yeah, basically, I'm saying morality doesn't exist. If what you mean by morality is some sort of stance-independent ought, some sort of ought that is independent of your goals. And I wouldn't consider those kind of oughts moral. I would just consider those like every other philosopher in this subject pretty much will say, with the exception of a few, but there's arguments against that, it doesn't make any sense to call this kind of oughtness moral, because then you would have to say, if I like the taste of infants, I eat babies is a moral ought, or something like this.
Yeah,
I
I can see that.
So
interesting.
All there are, I think, are strategic goods. There's no moral goods. There's just strategy.
you wouldn't ground it at all as an evolutionary trait through psychology.
Well, no, if you read Richard Joyce's book, he's a moral nihilist, and he argues from evolutionary psychology and biology that by the way, his book's called The Evolution of Morality. It's exactly why we should not believe in moral truths, that they're false, and here are reasons why. Sharon Street makes the same argument. It's called the evolutionary debunking argument against morality, basically. And what it shows is, look, evolution helped us to evolve to pass on our genes, not to give us true morality or true like oughtness in the world, okay, like in some categorical sense. It's just evolved to help us pass on our genes, basically, okay? And sometimes knowing things about reality overlaps with that, and so we are able to know some things about reality, but everything that evolution tells us, and with the argument from disagreement and all this kind of stuff, seems to indicate that morality is something that we use. It's a tool. It's not true, but it's something that's useful, right? And it helps us to maintain in-groups, right? So it helps us to pass on our genes.
Wouldn't you
know what I
grant
mean?
the gene passing as an ought?
What do you mean, from what? Where would you get that ought from?
If it is beneficial to continue our lineage, then we ought take care of one another.
No, that would be an is ought problem. So
God,
you could say
fucking
it is,
hate that Hume wrote that.
So
Son of a bitch.
but it's true though. I mean, like, look, I could show you all the problems with that, but look, I think you could rephrase this and kind of say something similar, okay? So you could say, X is beneficial for us continuing to exist. I prefer to exist, therefore we ought to X.
That's what I always bring it up as. If survival is important, then we ought to do X, Y, Z. Yeah.
Yep.
That is
None
fair.
of that
Like,
would
that
be,
goes against Hume's. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, because look, let me explain this to you so you can get a better understanding. Let's do like a real quick thought experiment.
So pause
Imagine,
before we correct me if I'm wrong. Hume's ought problem is basically the why should it matter, correct? Like if I say we should do this, that becomes a problem.
So let me explain this to you. Okay. Imagine you're in a burning building, okay? And you correctly apprehend that the walls are on fire or the roof is on fire, and if you don't leave, you're going to be unalived at some point. Now, those are facts. Those are just facts. There is no oughtness there until you have, I don't want to experience what it's like to, there has to be I want some sort of inner, what it's like to feel motivated, right? There has to be some motivation. Without it, it's just a collection of facts. So what Hume says is there is no oughtness and just by facts alone. There has to be some inner, I want to see my kids grow up. I want to live. I want to continue to live. Whatever, right? That's where the oughtness comes from. It's those specific, it's because he was what you call an irrationalist, in the sense that he didn't, like Kant tried to argue that there were these special kind of oughts that are just logical. And he would say, no, oughts are, so that like reason serves the passions, not the other way around. Reason helps the passions achieve the passions, actualize what they want, right? You see what I'm saying? It's like a map. It shows you how to accomplish your goals, but it's not a thing, and it's not an end in itself. It's not a goal in itself.
Yeah, I can see that.
So it's always, so you get rid of these, and then, so then Schopenhauer later responded to Kant and said, because Kant was writing in response to if you read the introduction to his book, he states that he's responding to Hume. And then Schopenhauer responds to Kant's categorical imperatives and says that they are contradictio in objectos, meaning a contradiction in terms, because an ought seems to imply promised reward or avoiding some sort of punishment. right? There's some sort of motivation there.
That's valid.
So anyways, it's deeper than this. There are more arguments. This is just one of them, but I'm just explaining I'm trying to give you a better in-depth understanding of Hume's theory of motivation so that you better understand what a hypothetical imperative is, what ought means in that sense, right? And then you can understand why other oughts are either circular, they just kind of beg the question, you ought to do this, why?
Right.
Because you ought to, you don't get anywhere.
Right, circular,
so yeah.
Yeah.
And this is a problem even for God hypotheses, and I'm actually writing on that right now. I'm currently arguing against Christian moral non-naturalism. Basically, it's like a Christian version of G.E. Moore's non-natural properties.
Jesus Christ.
So it's
I hate metaphysics so much.
Well, I mean, it is complicated. It's a very complicated subject. I'll say that.
Here's a thought. So I brought this up with nobody the other day, and I came to a conclusion. He didn't grant it, but we didn't really go in depth in as to why. I was saying we don't know anything except for that of what we ground in some sort of axiom. I grant self-evident as the only form of axiom. Like if I'm working in a metaphysical framework, I'll grant some sort of foundation other than self-evident. But when it comes to reasoning and justifications in reality, only something that's self-evident, because otherwise I could still reduce it down to something. So if I reduce it down all the way to something that has to be self-evident, then the question becomes, well, how do I know that I even know that part? Because if it is the evidence of itself and that is through only observation, then technically I don't know anything, because I can't test that except for through observation based on its own self-evidence, which technically it is evidence of its own self, right? Like things exist. There's no way for that to be opposite. But I mean, it leads to absurdities, and I think that's the strongest metaphysical struggle that I'm having right now, is like, how do we grant knowledge, right, when it breaks down all the way? You got an answer?
When it breaks down all the way, like for me, a self-evident thing would be like, I exist, like I am experiencing right now, and that experience is me, right? Experience is occurring, and that is me. I can't deny that. I can't prove that to anybody else. But I know, because I am experiencing, and I am that experiencing happening, right? I am that suchness that's unfolding. A brain in a vat?
Yeah.
That would still be self-evident that I exist, regardless of being a brain in a vat.
That's valid. Yeah, sure. Cool. I grant that.
And then the question would be, why would you even think I was a brain? What reason would we have to believe that I'm a brain in a vat, right?
I always bring up phenomenal conservatism.
Like, how do you know last Tuesdayism is not true?
Yeah, no justification. I'm a justified skeptic, so no justification to believe it. There's absolutely no evidence for it to be true, so I will not grant it until something tells me to.
Yeah, so I think I'm not like an epistemologist, right?
Okay.
I concentrate mainly on metaethics, ontology, things like that. But I do think from time to time about epistemology. I do, and I think
how
that
do you know
could
anything is ontological, though?
So I think you could, in a theoretical sense, ground stuff. Like, for example, let's take Whitehead's part-to-whole relations in process.
God damn it.
Process ontology, right? He has a part-to-whole relation, so that there isn't this representationalism like you have in many physicalisms, or in many forms of idealism, right? So you have at least a part-to-whole direct access to the world, because you are part of that world, that you're a part of the process.
I feel like the world. All of this can derive, though, like with the idea that we don't. You're grounding it, but I'm not seeing what you're grounding it in. It seems you're just granting it. You are like the
granting it.
definition of
Oh, yeah.
taking it for granted, like literally.
I'm saying what I'm saying is best we can do, right, is build a model that best explains how could we account for knowledge, for knowing anything at all, right? And then we try to deduce as little as possible, and we try to make it self-consistent. But at the end of the day, I can't like step outside of my own experience to verify my own experience, right?
Right.
So I think the best we can do is build a model that best explains our experience, and that is self-consistent.
What is your
and that's-
epistemic model? I know you don't like epistemology, but
I'm a type of idealist. Some would say like absolute idealist, but
ooh, okay.
that's not even accurate, because I have an Eastern metaphysic, and it's just that I'm talking to a Western person, and I'm trying to think what is the most analogous
you're a
thing to
pantheistic Satanist.
Western philosophy, right? In my position.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. And then also you're
I mean,
theistic.
that's what I would call it. Yeah,
Sure.
Pan and Satanist. Yeah.
Right. Okay. That's
right.
Cool. Yeah.
And so I would just say Satan is existence. Satan is existence, and you don't have to postulate that it's personal except through us, although you could if you wanted to.
So Crowley.
But yeah. I'm sorry, Crowley? No. Crowley wasn't a Satanist. Look, here's what I'm saying is the world is made up of relational properties, it seems like, right? It's very relational. And there are, even in the natural world, we have predator and prey, right? We have herd species, non-herd species. We have different forces colliding, different bodies, celestial bodies kind of battling over equal distant meteorites.
Thank you,
It seems like the world, it seems like the world, whether it's set up this way or not,
God, I hate
is
seeing
kind of
this.
irrelevant to me.
Fuck. Yeah. That's
No,
so
I'm
valid.
just saying, like the world that I
Are you nihilist?
experience,
Like
right?
purely.
I'm a moral nihilist, but I'm not necessarily an epistemic nihilist, depending
Okay.
on what we mean by that. Yeah. So I'm a moral nihilist when it comes to moral knowledge, right? I don't think that's a thing, but not when it comes to like any kind of knowledge, because while I'm a type of idealist, I'm not a representationalist. I'm a direct idealist. I'm an objective idealist. So I think there is an objective world out there. I don't think if I had an aneurysm right now, the world would just stop.
Oh shit! I didn't know that
So
existed.
I'm not a Berkeleyan.
Oh, thank
I'm a
God.
monist too.
Fuck,
Just
yeah,
like,
I hate Berkeley.
yeah, I don't like Berkeley either, but I do like some of his arguments because I find they're useful sometimes for some situations.
Yeah, when I'm making up a fictional character, yeah.
Well, even just like arguing against empiricists.
I'm a
Okay.
natural
I think,
empiricist.
yeah, I get it, right? But you have to admit that you're contemplating epistemic nihilism now because you realize that to try to verify your senses, you're going to have to appeal to your senses at some point. Like
it is very frustrating.
there's no way around that.
But I can't ground it in idealism either, because that leads to absurdities.
But you don't have to. Here's the thing, though. You don't really have to, because look.
But I want to.
You can just
There's
say.
got to be a grounding. There's
No,
got to be like an absolute grounding.
But does there though?
There's got to
Does
be.
there really though?
Like, you know what I'm okay. So
Well,
it's
look,
like with the God
I mean,
thing.
I could make a transcendental argument for pan and Satanism, just like the Christians do, and I would have less baggage because they got Creatio ex nihilo, they've got dualism involved, right? All this kind of stuff that
Dualism
I don't have
would
to
be
deal with
cool.
as
I
a
would
monist.
love for that to be true. If idealism is true, though, then everything seemingly is true. That's my problem with that.
No, what are you talking about? No. No, what are you talking about? Idealists are monists. So there wouldn't be any spirits, there wouldn't be any souls, there wouldn't be any of that kind of stuff. There's just mind. There's the mind at large.
Person who's guided more by ideals? No. Person who believes in the theory of idealism. Come on, where's it at? Son of a bitch.
Well, that Kant's transcendental idealist, that's different than what I'm talking about.
Because when I'm thinking idealist, I'm thinking that all that exists is mind and thought, and that the universe. I'm thinking Berkeley.
Oh, okay. You're thinking of subjective idealism.
Yeah.
Yeah, Berkeley was a subjective idealist.
Because
yeah, I would
when
not
I think of
agree
that,
with Berkeley
all
on, like,
things
most
can be granted.
anything.
It's absurd. Like anything can be
Oh,
granted.
yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
objective
So, like,
idealism.
Yes. So basically, there's this mind at large. So to kind of borrow from Kastrup's work.
Oh, we
if
are
you know
mind.
who Kastrup is, right?
That makes sense. Is that I don't? Is that grounding that all things exist mind dependent? Therefore, there has to be an overall mind for all things to exist.
No. Listen. So
Sorry.
everything is mind on his view. Now I'm describing his view. It's not entirely. I don't agree with him on everything, and we'll get into the distinction in a second.
Russell, what the fuck are you
between my
Wing
view and
me
his view.
for? Fuck you. Anyways.
But he would say that there is the mind at large, and we're all disassociated boundaries in the mind at large, just like there's DID. He uses that as an analogy. In DID, dissociative identity disorder, you could have different consciousness inside the same brain. And so what he's saying is there are these epistemic boundaries, and that's how we perceive ourselves. That's why we perceive ourselves as separate minds. But what he's saying is ultimately there's only really one mind. Now, there's another way that you could look at this, which I think is better than Kastrup's view, which is, again, going back to the East, okay, much, much older stuff, which says that there is this non-dual kind of mind, which isn't what we think of as mind, because what we think of as mind is experience, relational properties, thoughts, feelings, emotions, right? This kind of thing, something to experience. But mind, simpliciter, like in its most simplistic form, right, is not consciousness of anything. It's just consciousness.
Sure.
And you can't make it into a concept because it's non-dual, right? So it's kind of like this apophatic.
You still grant
principle.
that it's an emergent property of the brain.
No, the brain is an emergent property of this mind. It's what the mind at large is doing, I guess you could say.
Continue.
Yeah. So you can't obviously you can't empirically falsify this because it's not a empirical view, right?
I grant
But
that it
you
is
can,
totally material.
on this view. But hold on, but what is material? So so you're gonna let me
Matter.
Okay, I'm gonna dissect you now.
Okay, do it.
I'm gonna dissect you.
God damn it.
All right. So we're going into.
Oh fuck! This is
we're
gonna
going into some
suck.
dissection here.
This is gonna fucking suck.
All right. So what is matter? What is matter? Have you ever heard of Hempel's dilemma?
No.
Hempel's dilemma basically shows that materialism doesn't really mean much. It's kind of like a promissory note. And I can recommend Dr. Peter Chartet-H's paper, Why I'm Not a Physicalist. And Dr. Peter Chartet-H is a philosopher of mind, teaches at Exeter, also a good friend of mine. And he basically argues from Hempel's dilemma, irreducible mentality, the evolutionary argument, from epiphenomenalism, things like this, that you're reduced as a physicalist to epiphenomenalism, which means that mental states are not causative, so then why would they evolve in the first place? Things like this. But physicalism, if I ask you what physical is, what is physical, right? What are you going to say? Included in that definition is going to be mind independence, isn't it? Right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say that something is physical is mind independent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you prove that? Right? You're still kind of like begging the question, because have you ever experienced anything that's mind independent? Have you experienced
argue that
anything
all
other than your own experience?
So experience would be of mind independent things that are then, well, I guess, okay, I see what you're saying. The experience itself would be mind dependent, therefore you're not experiencing anything independent. But I would argue that it's the processing of information of independent things.
Yeah, I know that's your supposition, right? But I'm saying like anything that you've ever experienced has always been experience. Like even your brain.
Yeah.
If you've ever observed your brain, right? That's been in your experience. And could you picture a world where you don't exist?
I guess
like
not.
in a strict sense, could you actually picture a world where you don't exist?
I suppose. Well, I mean,
no, right? Because to picture a world where you don't exist, you're
wanna
still
say
a mind
yes.
observing that world.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right?
Okay, I'm following. I'm tracking. Low tier.
Yeah. So it seems like physical doesn't really mean much, does it? And
Well-
it keeps changing things. I mean, physicalists used to call themselves materialists, but then that became too restrictive because we learned so much about the material, well, the world, right? And so they started going, oh, I want to be called physicalist, right?
But isn't it all physical?
Because
matter.
What is physical though? What does that mean?
Anything tangible, observable, testable.
Okay,
like,
but
matter.
I mean,
We can
in your
mold that.
in your dream, things are tangible. You experience them as tangible.
Yeah, but that gets a little bit Berkeley-esque because that's kind of shifting fiction from reality, something 100% subjective.
No, but that's kind of begging the question because how do you know?
Ah, God damn you!
Right? Like, if all you have is your own mind, right? That's all you have, and you can't get outside of your experience to see that anything is independent of it, right?
How do you grant anything then?
I think that. Well, then what you do is you just, again, you can either go to physicalism, but the physicalism has a lot of problems. And again, I've mentioned, I think that the hard problem consciousness is a problem for physicalism. And I'm not the only one, but
yeah, right.
I think that is a big problem. You can correlate, but how does it's not like you could show me, like sadness doesn't seem to be local. It doesn't seem to be like you could give me its spin or mass or something, right? It seems like it is something that is kind of not reducible to parts.
We could put it in a jar.
Could you though? How would you know?
I mean, it's just chemicals.
Yeah, but how do you know that though?
Well,
like you would
can
have to
test
show
it.
how you can reduce it.
So like, let's say someone that's depressed, right? And you give them a dopamine pill.
Yeah, that's correlation though.
I would say this is
'Cause, like,
correlation
look,
with
that would be
causation
true.
because the causal mechanism would be dopamine filling into the body.
Yeah, but that's just a like it's not like you can falsify that. All you know is that
you could.
No, all you know is that one is accompanied by the other. You don't know that one causes the other.
Well,
And
I
by the
suppose
way,
the
that would be
semantic is
true.
what.
That would be true in idealism as well. So that would not be an argument for physicalism.
But it's a physical process.
What is a physical process again?
So basically, okay, wait. So matter doesn't exist, or it is all 100% experiential.
So matter, what you're calling matter is a definition, right? We dice the world up into different things to make predictions about the world.
Yeah.
Okay, matter is a measurement. I mean, that's literally what the word comes from, the word to measure. It comes from a Sanskrit word, and that word ultimately derives from a root word that actually means magic. Okay? But none of that is pertinent. I'm just saying I found that interesting.
But you don't think that the laws of physics can be manipulated?
No. So I would consider myself a non-reductive naturalist in the sense that, and I know not a lot of naturalists push back on people who think mind is fundamental being naturalists, but depending on how you define it, I could be a non-reductive naturalist. It's not like I think miracles happen, right? It's not like I think there are goblins and spirits and you make reality, man, you know, that kind of shit. Like I don't believe in that. Yeah. Like the only difference between me and you really, ultimately, the only
Semantics,
real
it
difference
seems.
is really, yeah, it's semantics, but it's also what we think is fundamental. That's it. We both agree that we're both monists.
Sure.
Right?
How are you a monist, though, if you separate mind from brain?
I don't separate mind from brain.
Your descriptor seemed...
So you think, here, let me explain this to you.
Yeah.
You think that mind and brain, right? Like personality, thoughts, feelings, emotions, memory, all of that requires a brain, right?
Right.
I agree with you on that. It's just that I think that a brain is ultimately reducible to mind. But what I mean by mind in this sense is not dual mind like we're experiencing right now, like where there's like relational properties like consciousness of. I think that there is this
fundamental mind.
Yeah, there is this kind of fundamental mind from which things emerge, right? So one way you could think of it is, imagine you laid down on your bed.
Oh, that's hot.
And you could strip away all feelings. So you now don't have bodily sensations.
Oh.
Now you strip away thoughts. Now you strip away memories, like you have Alzheimer's or something, right? Or something like that, right? Some really severe form of Alzheimer's. Now you strip away sight. There's no sight. Now you strip away thoughts. Some would argue, like me, that, or would say that there is still this kind of presence there. There is still something there, but it's a potential for consciousness of. Now, you could call that energy, but then again, you're going to be, oh, energy means the ability to do work.
No,
physics.
I always
Now
reduce it all the way down to energy, that being of like radiation being the first.
You could think of it like this field, and we're like irritations in the field. And the brain is a kind of like a collection of irritations in the field, like it's made out of
So
particles.
are you just going back to Spinozans?
Well, no, Spinoza believes in like many different modes.
Yeah.
This kind of thing, right? And yeah, I'm not sure that I would agree with Spinoza on all that kind of stuff. Like I'm more Eastern, but I would just say that there is this non-dual consciousness and it manifests everything from itself. It is, this whole thing is like it's Leela.
Does it have intent? Let me rephrase that. Not intent. It could. Intelligence.
Ooh, so that's a tricky word. So I would say you could argue either way. You could argue that it just does what it does because that's what it's nature to do. Or just like water, the nature of water is to settle under certain conditions into a mud puddle, right? Right? It's just the nature of this thing, like an apple tree apples, to produce a world, to produce duality and experience, and do it in a consistent way to which we have this world around us. Now, you could say that's intentional, or you could say it's non-intentional, but the effect is still the same. It wouldn't matter ultimately. Like, look, if you or I evolved empathy, or if God created this with empathy, does it effectively matter? No, we have empathy, right? Either way.
I gotcha. Okay, more of a teleological thought process.
Well, I actually have a little bit of a question. Does it have the power to control what it naturally creates, or is it just creating to create?
Huh?
So control what it creates. I would say it creates necessarily out of its nature. It just creates in a certain way because that's in its nature to create that way. Like
does it have, like, let's say it does it have the ability to stop something that it created. Like, let's say this thing, it naturally formated, I don't know, a pig, right? Does it have that power to stop that pig from running? Where, like, does it? What kind of like power
Yeah,
would
it
you
does.
define this being as?
Yeah, it could.
Okay.
It could have a lion chasing the pig or a human. This has happened a lot throughout nature, throughout the world. Humans hunt pigs.
I don't.
Like, what do you mean by stop? You mean just like
kind of like how do I put this, because you're defining kind of like, in a way, just snapping its fingers, and then it can just have the pig go from existence to non-existence. Or
no,
it can
there's
have
no
like
such thing as non-existence.
well, yes, just
it is existence. It's what it means
let me
to
do my
exist.
little bit of a rant.
It's self-existent, right? So it is existence. It's the irreducible. It's the is of which there is no iser. Like, you could have planets, but you couldn't have planets without space, right? To exist in. Think of it like that. It is like the space in which everything exists in. If you think about your mind, there's like awareness. That is awareness of the thoughts, of the feelings, of the emotions, of the memories. And that awareness is more fundamental, because if you didn't have awareness, those things could not exist. They would not have a space to exist in. It would make no sense to say, I have memories that I'm not aware of. That doesn't make any sense at all.
No,
right?
it doesn't. But would you say that's possible? Because, like, for an example, there's this certain condition. It's a sleeping condition where
Possible? Do you mean logically possible?
I don't know which. We'll just run with normal.
I mean,
possible.
it doesn't create square circles or anything, and it doesn't just it doesn't seem to blip things out of it, like make a lion into a tree all of a sudden or something like this, right? Or make a lion go back to the ground or something, like just decompose right in front of you. Like, it seems like it has this consistency to it in which it manifests. Now, that just seems to be its nature, and I could just say that's just irreducibly so. It just is that way. And you could say, well, why is that way? And I could say it just is. Like, that ultimately any worldview is going to have those things that just are what they are.
Would you define it as perfection? And how would you be defining perfection?
Perfect for what? Yeah, perfect. I would ask the question, perfect for what?
Do you think it perfectly made existence, or do you think it's perfect in its own nature? It has no flaws.
Perfect for me requires a goal. Like, perfect for what, right? Like, this hammer is perfect for hammering nails, at least in the context of other tools that I could use, right? Like a butter knife is not going to be, it's more efficient.
It's perfect? Would you say it's perfect for its natural ability to create, since it just creates to create without really having an intent towards it? Would you say that it's perfect at doing that?
I mean, if this thing has intention, I'm not saying that it does. I'm saying you could look at it either way, right? You could postulate intention, and with that, there are weaknesses and strengths. And if you could postulate a non-intention, and with that, there are weaknesses and strengths. But that goes for any view. Any view you give me is going to have weaknesses and strengths, like explanatory gaps and, maybe even paradoxes, right?
Yeah, well, honestly, what I'm just trying to do is I'm trying to get more of a definition for this God, because to me, I can't really,
It's
don't
not a
like,
thing. It's not a thing. You can't reduce it to a concept. It's like trying to reduce it to some sort of thought is like the tip of this finger trying to touch the tip of this finger. It's so fundamental that it cannot be reduced. It would be like the same thing. Like, if science now, like, let's say 50 years from now said, we finally did it. We discovered the fundamental particle. It makes up every other thing, right? How would they know that 100 years from then that they won't develop some new technology or some new method that will actually reveal that something else is more fundamental, right? You could never prove fundamentality, right? It's not empirically possible. You can't get there, right? It's always going to be an infinite regress. You're never going to be able to prove X is fundamental, like empirically.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I want to say that I was trying to reduce it. I was just trying to see what it can and can't do, because when I
Oh, I see
hear,
what you're saying. Yeah.
when I hear it just does what it does, I don't really like that. It kind of like I want to know if there's any form of control
I
or
could
any
give
form
it-
of intent it has.
Yeah, so I could give it so one thing I did in the book was I came up with, okay, so you have Satanis Mysticus, which is like that's like that irreducible mind that's simple, right? Simple, absolutely simple, right? Just pure awareness, not awareness of anything.
And you
right?
don't believe in mysticism, correct?
I don't know what you mean by believe. I don't know. I've had some. It depends on what you mean by mysticism too. Like I don't believe in ghosts, magic, or any of that kind of stuff, right? So I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah, anything supernatural.
No, I mean I've meditated. I've done meditation
Yeah.
and stuff. You know.
I mean, I reduced that to psychology.
Feel like I've come to the. I think that I know that I've had an experience that I would describe as non-dual. Right. That's the only way now to describe it. But I would not call this magic. I would just say that this is just isness. It's just raw isness.
Yeah,
Like,
the
there's no way to
necessity
get at
that
it.
of
Like eventually you
existence.
just run into. Yeah. But I mean that word mystical is kind of tricky. It depends on what you mean by that.
Interesting.
I think
would you still classify like this kind of like being we're speaking of here as a god? Like what would you call this thing?
I don't use that word. People like to use that word, but I'll use it sometimes because when I when I explain this metaphysics, they go, "Oh, God," right? I call it Satan. The great Satan.
I mean,
Because
like kind of like
let me tell
regardless.
you
I
why
just
I
wanted to
call
know
it-
what you would
let me tell you why
classify
I
it.
call it this, though. Let me tell you why, because there's a real reason. Why do we call tornadoes Category 5 tornadoes? Because how much they eat. We call them Category 5s because of how much they eat. This thing, whatever it is, creates a world where literally right now, millions and millions and millions of creatures are devouring each other.
Well, I guess that's kind of
It
like
creates-
where
It creates
I-
Australian coludas that the male of the species only lives long enough to reproduce, and it literally shags itself to unalive and unalives on top of the female.
well, I
It
guess
creates
that kind of like just
parasitic
goes back
loss.
to
I mean, I could go on and on.
yeah. For me, that kind of goes back to does it have intent? Because I want to see exactly why it would need animals, pigs, or anything to fight and eat each other. Instead it could just feed off of energy, because well, energy can't be made, or like within our realm energy is eternal. So I wanted to see why it would use finite things instead of an infinite food source.
Cannibalizes itself because it is all that exists.
You're muffled.
I'm muffled?
Yeah, there you are.
Okay. I said it cannibalizes itself because it is all that exists. And you could postulate, like I said, I was getting into that. So Satanis Mysticus, the fundamental, and then its manifestation, which is reality, which I call Satanus Aestheticus. And you could say that there is an intentional aspect to that, a kind of design to it, where it designs things. But if you're going to say it designed things, then you have to say that, and it's personal, right? And it has intentionality, then you're going to have to say it's a sadist. I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to bite that piece of lead. Okay. Sorry, I'm not sure if you're allowed to say the B word on here. But I'm willing to bite that and say, yeah, if I'm arguing with a Christian, say, yeah, God's a sadist. It's like a sick kid with a magnifying glass. But in the end, the only one he's really tormenting is himself. Because he is all that is.
He's
Or it
fucking
is all that
Sid
is.
from Toy Story.
I don't know. I this is like giving like
I
it's,
haven't watched that movie in so long, so I'm not getting the reference. But
Damn.
I don't know. There's just I just don't like the way you're defining this because it just
like,
it seems like yeah
I
seems
I
like
like the way you're defining it. I just don't see the grounding.
well for me it's just I feel like it's such a
so I could just
vulgar-
appeal. So I could just appeal to. Well, of course you don't. You know, you don't see the grounding because you haven't had the mystical experience.
God
but once
damn
you
it,
have
you
the mystical
Christian.
experience and you experience the non-dual, then you will know. Once you have the mystical experience,
Son of a
yeah.
bitch.
Once you experience that you are God and everything is God, right? Everything is this suchness. Then you will know. But yes, you can't get it at through like empiricism and all this other stuff. Yes. So I could just, you know what I mean? I could do something like that. I could take that
I mean,
route.
I agree that we are God in the sense of the universe, but like nature, yeah.
I should have asked that next.
Yeah, and nature
are
is
you
devouring
the-
itself, isn't it?
I actually
It's
invoke more
effectively.
of I invoke Wicca when it comes to that, just birth and death and rebirth.
Oh no, you didn't.
I'm
You didn't
a
go there.
witch. I'm an atheist witch, and I do the practices that of
Oh my goodness.
Wicca and chaos
I'm
magic.
like the-
I'm not a Wiccan.
listen.
I'm not a
Blasphemy.
Wiccan. I'm not a Wiccan.
Blasphemy.
I'm not a Wiccan. I just do
This
the
is
practices.
blasphemy.
Do you define this being as independent or it's yeah? Would you define it as independent?
It's all that exists.
Fundamental mind.
It's
All.
infinite.
Okay.
Infinite. All that exists. There is nothing other than it. There is nothing beside it.
Yeah, it's on
Then-
Wikipedia.
and it's not an option.
I do grant
Wikipedia
that.
is that thing? Wikipedia.
I don't think
No.
Wikipedia is actually a thing now. She's silly. She do be. By the way, if you guys
Oh, I
haven't
thought you
followed
were
her,
saying that. I
go on
was
ahead
like,
and
wow.
follow Contradeity.
Russell is calling you out in the comments, Satan. Satan, low tier, debate me.
Dude, Russell, oh my god, maggots are smarter than you, bro. They don't even have brains.
And also, I hope I'm making some kind of sense with my questions because I suck at like this whole idea with philosophy,
do you
but I'm
swallow?
trying. All right.
Oh no, you're doing fine. Yeah, yeah.
See,
Dude, you're fine. Don't worry about anything. There's no right or wrong questions for me.
I cannot
You can
grant
ask whatever you want.
any belief system without being able to justify it. Like anything that's unknown to me, I'll grant PC. So I'll believe it until I find some sort of defeater.
Yeah, but you believe in an external world, don't you?
Yes, but that's our ideas. I don't know if it's our semantics that we disagree on, but I am able to.
You
my
believe everything wasn't invented
observations
last Tuesday,
are
right?
that of objectiveness, and I can test to know if my experiences are in reality or not. Like, I know that things exist because I can see this, I can touch it. This is objective. It doesn't exist only in my mind. Every single person can experience and demonstrate this, and I can demonstrate that myself. I can use an fMRI machine.
Yeah, but
to see
that's
which
true in
part of
my
the
view
brain-
too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's just the semantics that I'm not clicking with.
Yeah, me and Cody go about this two different ways. I more so try and find an internal critique with it. He goes after the semantics. So that's why I was trying to get more characteristics for this god is because whenever you don't give that
Lupin for brain in a vat, I grant
It's
PC.
really complicated, dude. I've been I've been working on this book and I've pressure tested it, right? Which means I run it through like many different AIs and also people that I know, and I say, here, is this internally consistent? What are the weaknesses? How can I rephrase this to avoid this problem or that problem, right? Now, for me to get in, and I don't remember all of that. Like it's like a 20,000 page tome.
25,000 manuscripts?
No, it's 25,000 words. Okay. But it's written in poetry. So for a poem, that is extremely long.
That is
right?
a lot.
But it is extremely like philosophically and theologically detailed, and it's Eastern philosophy. So for me to break this down to you in one sitting is not really possible.
Right, sure.
Um,
See, I would do formal debates if they were like this. This is what debate is about. This is what philosophy is about. Not fucking, can you substantiate P1? Do you not grant P1? Why do you not grant that? Substantiate your claims. You're getting rhetorical back. Like, shut the fuck up.
But here's the thing, though, about my view is that if you walk away from here and you say, I don't believe your thing, like I find it whatever, ick, or whatever it is, it doesn't matter to me at all, because there is no heaven or hell. I'm not trying to save you from anything. You are God already, or Satan, whatever.
Sure.
You are this thing looking out at itself. There is no impetus for me to try to convince you of my view at all. You asked, you were curious, so I told you. I'm not a salesman. I'm a philosophical entertainer.
I love that.
I'm a philosophical entertainer. I'm simply here to give you some things to chew on, and you can do what you want.
Yeah, I need to read those books. I'm almost done with Microhumor
seriously.
and Spinoza's Ethics, and then once I'm done with those, I was going to look at some philosophers that I disagree with. So those books that you provided, I think I would disagree enough to be able to read them.
What books?
You said something about who was it? God, you referenced 3 books, I want to say.
Was this on the meta-ethics, or was this on...
There was one meta-ethics, and that was through the science person, the psychologist or whatever. That one sounds good. And then also...
No, you're talking about Richard Joyce. He's a philosopher.
Okay, yeah.
But he uses evolutionary psychology and science to argue against realism in meta-ethics, yeah.
That, and then some... Whatever epistemology you hold to, I need to learn.
He would actually agree with me. He would actually agree with me as far as meta-ethics, but he would disagree with me. He would probably agree with you on, physicalism and stuff like that.
Yeah, I want to get into your mind on non-physicalism, because that's just wild to me.
Well, go right now, go to philosopher.eu.
You know who should we get in here? We should get Catholic. I want to hear what Catholic has to say about this.
I think Catholic would agree quite a lot. Okay, philosopher.eu.
Okay, now now you see writings where it says writings. Scroll down till you see something called Why I'm Not a Physicalist.
Let me see if I can type that.
Now, he's written lots of books, but these are his free writings that you can read without, buying them.
There it is.
He also wrote Neo-Nihilism, the Philosophy of Power, which is his book on metaethics. And he actually agrees with me on metaethics, by the way. Do you see it, Why I'm Not a Physicalist?
There's so many. No. We got, let's see, Schopenhauer interpreting Nietzsche nihilism, Nietzsche power, Kant's ethics, logical positivism, Carl Jung, Kant's moral, Kant on self, panpsychism. Fuck panpsychism. Fuck that shit. Hypnagogic. Schopenhauer, atheist, idealist, visionary, neo-nihilism, value of Nietzsche, philosophy and psychedelic, metaphysical doctrine, A.N. Whitehead, Antichrist, philosopher of virtues, Quina summary, A.N. White, and originality, Whitehead, philosophy, the hidden psychedelic, elementary propositional logic, conditionals, the great God, 3am magazine, panpsychism 3, against Anil, conspectus, oh, there it is, why am I not, 4 reasons. Okay, got it. Oh, this is short. Wait, is this it?
Yeah, this is just like a brief little summary.
Okay, cool.
You would have to read his books to get more an exhaustive thing.
Yeah,
but this is like a
can
brief.
I buy that? Can I just like copy and paste this into Amazon?
I don't see why not.
Cool. I'm gonna buy that too after I'll read this tonight.
Scroll down to where you see Hempel's dilemma.
Okay, where does Hempel's dilemma leave us? Irreducible mentality. It seems one cannot accept physicalism according to the first horn, nor can one accept it according to the second. This disposes us to current position of agnosticism towards physicalism. It is not rational to place one's belief in a position that is either right or wrong or unknown. Oh man, see it's the semantics here, because I just
So
he's saying
that, right? You can't place your faith in something that you know is wrong, but also the way someone might define physicalism is always like pushed off into the future, and so as a promissory note, and so it's almost like the same as, well, Jesus will come back one day, right? It's a promissory note, and that's why he's saying he remains an ontic agnostic. He's not saying physicalism is false. Like, you couldn't design a physicalism in the future that will accurately describe things and enough for it to convince him. He's saying right now he's an ontic agnostic.
Man, I don't disagree with that, but I also don't, because I just withhold judgment until I have justification.
That's kind of what he's doing. He's an ontic agnostic. He's saying I'm not saying I know what the fundamentals of shit is, right?
That's valid, and I do say that.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that either. I'm not claiming to know what the fundamentals of things are either. I'm saying here's a hypothesis. It's not even testable by natural science, but here is a hypothesis, and it's something you could use in an argument with somebody. Remember I said in the beginning, it's a mock God?
Sure, yep.
Right? So it's like, yeah, I could believe it. I could choose to believe it, but it wouldn't make me behave any differently than you. It wouldn't make me behave like a Christian, because it offers me utterly no consolation. There's no afterlife. There's no souls. There's no, when this brain kicks off, there is no me anymore. The awareness that's behind my eyes goes back. Well, it never goes anywhere. It's always where it is. But all the memories, all the personality, all the feelings, all that's gone. Everything that you would call a person, right, is gone. So effectively, I believe the same thing, or have the same inkling that you do about things, that when it's over, that's it, right? Yep. Except that I think there's something that's left over. It's just not a personal thing, and it's not me-ness. It's like an impersonal mind, basically. Yeah.
Yeah,
and it just manifests as something else, a grasshopper, a snake, or
so you accept reincarnation then?
No. I reject reincarnation.
That sounds like to me.
No. Reincarnation is, so you have like a subtle body, right? And the subtle body goes on, but the gross body, which is the physical body, obviously unalives at some point, right? But the subtle body goes on and reincarnates until it reaches moksha. I don't believe any of that shit. Okay,
I didn't mean it like that. I meant when I said reincarnation, I mean
definitely
the simple
close to Socratic reasoning.
The simple idea of when you pass away, you might your energy, for an instance, might form into something else.
No. Think of it like this: when it's just like material, like physicalism. When my body goes away, it becomes the ground, and it goes back into what it originally was. Right?
I would say you are a physicalist without the title of physicalist.
It's like, it's not physicalism, but it has a lot of the features, and I think that's kind of what makes.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. Basically physicalist in the sense that all things tested are true, but in the idea that you don't actually know everything, you don't grant that all things are physical. Yeah?
Wait, what?
You don't take the title of physicalist because you don't know if all things reduce to physical.
Well, I don't, and I also think that I also hold a certain position on a hard problem of consciousness, and I don't think that.
Yeah, that's valid.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't think, I would agree with his argument of irreducibility, which you can read, which I've given you a source to. Yeah. But I think that mentality is irreducible. It's just that I don't think that mentality as in I don't think that mental states, I'm feeling something right now, or I have an intention or a memory, right? I don't think these are reducible to matter, but I do think that they are reducible to fundamental mind, which is not those things. It is more fundamental than those things. So we both, I would think, well, you said you're not an emergentist, right?
I am.
You are? Okay, so we both agree that this mind emerges from something. It's just we disagree on what that is.
Yeah.
And but I don't think that mind like awareness emerges from anything. I think that's fundamental. At least that is the postulation on this view. It's the hypothesis, right? I'm not claiming that I have, I can prove this, or that I have some knockdown, drag out argument that could, I could form a transcendental argument for this, but it's not going to convince you.
Maybe.
So I don't think it would.
I try to be like we all. Were you a Christian
me.
one day?
Yep.
Yeah, we all are where we are because. Oh, that's right. We had a lot in common.
Yeah.
We're all where we're at because of having open minds. So I feel like as atheists, or however you want to define yourself, right? The Satanist. We are here because of open-mindedness. So it is in our best interest to continue having that open mind. And if we're wrong on something, or someone provides a justification to believe something other than what we currently subscribe to, we have to do it. Like, that is just being honest.
I would define it in more of an aesthetic way. I think we gravitate where we are because of aesthetics. So you and I find, for example, so like, here, I'll explain what I mean. I know this might sound counterintuitive, but I promise you it's not once I explain it.
I love you.
You have a preference. You have a preference for truth.
Yeah.
Which means you find it aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah.
You want to have as many true beliefs as possible and as few false beliefs as possible, right? Some people value comfort more. They value
filthy Christians.
Like, think about it. This part of the reason why I invented this poem and this whole theological structure in the first place.
Love poems, make them.
No one ever invents a God who's a sadist, who doesn't offer them eternal life. They always have an omnibenevolent God who cares about them, all this kind of stuff, because it's a wet blanket. It's a warm blanket for them, right? It's something that gives them comfort. Notice they never invent anything that has no utility.
That's
right?
true.
But if you're honest about it, theologizing, right? If you could be honest about it, if that's even possible, I think you would do what I'm doing, and that is invent a God with the least amount of things, like deducing the least amount of things, where you have extreme simplicity, and it seems to match the way existence seems to behave.
Well, so like in my philosophy, so I'm writing a book as well, and I'm doing the pursuit of happiness and that of God, and I'm trying to reduce everything to, and I know it's not going to happen, especially not in my lifetime, but it's kind of like a search to prove the supernatural, but it keeps on debunking itself, for instance. But I haven't created my own God, but I do practice my witchcraft, right? I've got all these practices.
You practice witchcraft?
Yeah. I call myself an atheist witch. Yeah.
I thought you were joking. I've never heard of that.
Oh no, yeah, I'm a witch. Yeah.
Pull them out.
Wait. So
pull
are
the
you
shit
like
out.
Church of Satan?
No, I'm completely okay.
Oh, okay, because I know they practice
Carl Jung tarot cards, right? I do tarot for the kind of like shadow work.
I played around with the I Ching and stuff, but I don't think there's any magical stuff to it.
Yeah, no magic at all. 100% absolutely physicalism. So I do tarot, pendulum. I've got a money jar here that I've got wax sealed. Affirmations, incenses for aromatherapy, lots of candles with color coordination in accordance with the symbolism due to the psychological effects therein. And then, all of it, though, I ground completely in psychology and physiology. So that has provided me a sort of purpose, but not really.
It sounds like Levian Satanism and magic.
Very fucking similar. Very fucking similar. I can't call myself, I can't take on a title because if I were to subscribe, for
You just said,
instance,
you called yourself an atheistic witch or something.
yeah, and well, which because the definition. So I'm so hell bent on definitions. Definition wise, just literally meaning the skill and practice of that of nature. So I just play with nature because nature is the closest thing to God that I'll ever have. And if I want to have better financial success, I'm going to rewire and do priming effects and placebo effects to my brain to manipulate myself into only seeing this success or whatever and going towards that, etc., for whatever it may be.
Okay, that's interesting. Because I know, like, anyways, I know people at the Church of Satan, or I should say I'm acquainted, right, with quite a few are like high up, like even the highest up dude. Peter H. Gilmore, right? And so I know, like, and I've read all their texts, and so like I'm aware of what they mean by magic, right?
Right, MAGICK.
Greater and lesser magic they have defined as, right? So lesser magic would be like just manipulation, and then greater magic is when you go into a ritual chamber and you do rituals. And he had this concept called, let me see if I can remember this. So it's called the supernormal. So in other words, LaVey would do these rituals. Yeah, he would do these rituals, and then something would happen. But LaVey was a materialist, right? He was a physicalist. So yeah, very much so. And yeah, they all are, all of them, right?
You got it.
And so what they would say is that
I'm about to
greater
be a
magic, if that is not something that's just pure coincidence that I did this ritual and then X happened, right? Then it's something about nature that is natural we just haven't discovered yet, and he would call that the supernormal.
So I've done a lot lately on my own framework to make sense of that what is this question. But with that being thought of as well, is the universe's default state is that of order, and all things that do exist in reality have order, and that means that there is some sort of probabilistic cause. And if we're doing something, there's usually a pretty fucking high probability of something having correlation with what the effect that we're expecting or the outcome that we want and desire. So the causal mechanism, I can never claim to know that this is true, and I never do a ritual twice if I don't have a causal mechanism for it, even if it was successful, except I will grant if it has a higher probability of over 50% of the time it works, I will continue doing it. I will not say that it is, I won't put any truth claim to it though. I'll just say I do it and it happens to work out and I don't know.
Yeah. So have you heard about some of the things that happened to LaVey where he did rituals and then things happen to people?
No, but it makes sense in psychology. You got the
There's some
nocebo
very
effect.
famous. Well, there's like a very famous thing where like there was this actress who he was dating, and he told her not to hang out with this one guy for some reason. I think there was something off about him. And she continued to hang out with him, and a short time later, they got in this car accident, and with this thing that actually decapitated both of them in the car. I forget what it was. It was some kind of machine, and I guess the guy didn't anticipate distance or stop as quickly, and yeah. And there's like other instances like that.
Well,
and so he would say,
the causal mechanism is subconscious.
If that's not pure, yeah, I mean, he didn't. I don't think he told her he did a ritual or something, cursed the guy. But I think that he would say, look, if that's not just pure coincidence, then there's something super normal about it. It's not non-physical, but there's something we just don't know about the way things operate.
I see when it comes to things like that, though, that I completely break it down to okay, so like you can tell something. Okay, quick little testimony. I had a dream when I was 11, 12 years old, where I have the choice of heaven, hell, or earth. I choose earth so I could be with my mother. I talk to Satan. He says he's going to take my mother away from me. And then within that year, my mom ends up bedbound. We end up homeless. She loses her job. Like, it got really bad. I could say that there was something super normal about that, or I can look at the psychology of knowing that my mom actually had slight differences in her mood, slightly less energy, maybe slightly different facial expressions than typical. Like, my brain was sending, because when you're sleeping, that is your brain processing the information from the day. So my brain is processing the information of shit is getting weird when something's going to happen type thing. So I just break it down to psychology.
Yeah, I mean, it very well could be something like that, you know, like you ever just get like a weird feeling about something,
but that's psychology,
you
though.
Don't really
gut feeling, intuition.
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with you, right? I feel like there is something that one part of the brain is seeing and it's not communicating with the other part of the brain totally, and it's just giving you this feeling, but it's not telling you like its calculations. It's seeing some sort of pattern that's leading it to some sort of calculation that something is about to happen, right? It's anticipating. This is like just a hypothesis I have. I don't have any, like, you know, I'm not a neuroscientist or anything, but I kind of wonder if it's something like that, right? Because you know how like there are they've done experiments where they can show one part of the brain something and the other part of the brain won't be necessarily communicating with the other, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've often wondered about that.
Which
like,
I abuse the fuck out of.
What Oh, is he freezing up or am I freezing up?
Testing. I know there's a delay.
Yeah, your internet will like drop and then it'll go back to normal. It's gonna like back and forth. But I honestly,
I forgot if there's jaded.
yeah, I know. I well, because I go about this such a different way than what you do, so I don't really have anything to input here. But yeah,
you normie.
If you wanted to convince Cody, I feel like you'd have such a better time if you can get the semantics right. While with me, if there's just certain things that you have to be able to include, or I'm just not going to grant it.
Which would be causal mechanism, I would think.
No, for me, I don't grant it if you just say, well, it does what it does. I don't like that answer. The reason I don't like that answer is because at that point, I wouldn't define that as a god. I would just define that as you putting nature into that god box. And I don't like.
No, I'm totally fine with that. See, I don't even like using the word God. I don't even like using the word God. It's other people that try to force me to use that. I call it Satan.
Yeah.
And Satan just means adversary. And it seems like this like, think about it, right? Think like there's just this non-dual stuff. Well, you can't really think of it, but it's just non-dual, it's non-differentiated, right? And then all of a sudden, as soon as you create differentiation, right, you automatically create what we have now, this world of differentiation. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of like as soon as you make a goal, as soon as you have like a set of preferences for something, right? You have simultaneously summoned in those things that you don't like.
Summon them demons.
Things that.
Well, what would you call like when you look at nature? Would you say that it's purely an adversary, or would you say it's an adversary that can sometimes not be one? Because I wouldn't say that nature's always against us. I would say that sometimes it does work with us.
Have you read The Lucifer Principle by Howard Bloom?
No.
You should read that book. So he goes into evolutionary psychology, biology, all this stuff, and he shows you why he calls it the Lucifer Principle. Now, it's not to say that there aren't symbiotic relationships. Of course there are, right? But what it says is that, of course, there are symbiotic relationships, but these relationships exist. For example, we have people form into symbiotic relationships with each other called tribes. And in doing that, they also form an out-group. And they harden this in-group, right? we form ourselves into these what he calls superorganisms called societies, and then we automatically form an outgroup. And we do this, right? It's almost like nature is doing this so that they'll be better organized for adversarial things, right? So yeah, there is symbiosis, but no one's like, I'm not denying that there are symbiotic relationships at all. Of course, we are Venom.
Oh, that actually sounded so fucking good. Okay.
Wait, how did you do that?
I've been beatboxing my whole life. I can do a lot of shit with my throat. Come find
Fair
out,
enough,
Daddy.
fair enough. All right. Okay. Besides that, yeah. For me,
Humans, look, humans are always finding new ways to like divide themselves into subcultures, into religions, into cults, into ideologies. You're a Democrat, I'm Republican, whatever it is. You're
something bad. Would you say that is against other views?
There is no good or evil on my view. There is. I'm a nihilist. There is no good or evil. Things just are what they are. Yeah.
Got it. I love it.
Christians
so
would
much.
call that bad.
Do Christians call anything?
Christians would call that bad.
God damn it! Nicene Christianity, Edict of Theodosius.
So what I do is I say, yeah, okay. You want this to be personal? Okay. Satanic Aestheticus now has a personal aspect. And he designed things intentionally this way. And he is everything that you hate and also everything that you love. He's everything, right?
That's so hard to.
But there is no good or bad. It's just the way things are. And yes. And you can't accept that. So you try to dress the void that is Satanus up in these fancy threads because you can't handle the brutal fact of Satanus. Yes. You have to, for example, Christians cannot handle the fact of nature. So what they do is they invent this ad hoc story that, you know what? Well, of course, obligate carnivores exist, but they didn't used to exist. Man sinned by listening to this little talking snake. And so it's man's fault for why things are the way they are, but eventually God is going to restore it back to making life non-adversarial, right? And we're not going to have predator and prey. We're not going to have all these things that we hate, right? They can't handle existence, so they create this post hoc rationalization, this kind of trust me bro thing, right? Because they just can't handle the fact of the brutality of existence.
Absurdism.
It's not supposed to be this way. And I just embrace it and I say, nope. If there is a teleology to this, then that's the way it wants it. But that doesn't produce that doesn't mean that I ought to want it to be that way. It just means that it wants it to be that way. You still don't get like some sort of, universal ought out of this or something.
Very teleological.
Yeah, I mean, I bake that into it, and then I also kind of put in a little phrase that said, hey, but you could also interpret this as effectively this way. Right?
And I like that.
So,
it's very grounded.
And there's a lot of art to it too. I've generated a lot of art. I would say I came up with the concept and then use AI to make it happen. I made like my own form of the Baphomet. Are you guys familiar with the Baphomet?
Oh yeah, as above, so below, all things. Yep.
So have you seen the Salve in one arm, and then so you have Salve, and then you have Coagula?
Yeah.
So Salve means to break apart, and Coagula means to basically to bring together, right? So in nature you have creation and destruction, right? You have development and you have dissolution. You have old age, right? And you have young when you're young and you're coming together, you're developing, right? You're in the stage of Coagula. But then when you hit middle age, you start to develop into that stage called Salve.
Yeah,
and things start to break apart. It sucks, brother. It sucks.
I'm 25 and I'm enjoying the shit out of it.
Oh, screw you.
I'm
You're not
still,
even
I'm
there yet.
still.
You don't even know. You have no idea. You have no idea what Solve is at 25. I'm sorry.
Who did you say did the take on how nature is an adversary? Who was that you said?
Oh, Howard Bloom, his book, The Lucifer Principle. I wish he'd have called it the Sainted Principle, but I get why he called it the Lucifer Principle. But the Saint Principle would have been more accurate, but whatever, you know.
What's it called?
Your mom.
The Lucifer Principle?
Oh, okay, there we go.
Did you find it? It's pretty well written. It's interesting. He goes into he goes into all these different creatures that you've never heard of, for example, but even into like microbes and different things. But dude, I could talk about the sick things. Well, what most people would consider sick, right? I mean, look at.
I just read the sickest thing of all time, mommy fur. Ew, ew.
Look at the praying mantis.
Rovis, what's up, daddy?
Look at the prey mantis who eats the head of the mate, right? Or the same thing with the black widow, right? Or like I mentioned, the coluda, right? The coluda, that is have you guys ever heard of the Australian coluda?
Mm-mm.
It's a type of like marsupial or some shit, and it's kind of cute, but it's carnivorous, and yeah, the male of the species only lives very short amount of time because it literally shags itself to unalivement. As soon as it hits puberty, it goes, oh my god, and it just starts shagging everything, and then it dies.
So it's the embodiment of Dilbros.
I'm not making this shit up.
I do gotta ask. So, when he says when nature is being used here, would you consider like food for an example? Because I want to say that food is against us. It can be, but that's not what it always is. So would that still because it obviously comes from nature. So what would you classify that in? Because we can go into animals and how this.
Wait, I'm sorry. You kind of cut out in the beginning, and I didn't.
Oh, okay.
You cut out in the beginning, so I didn't hear what the first part of it says.
Right.
What was that?
When you're saying nature, right, where would you put food? Because food isn't always against us. Like rotten food is obviously against us, but then there's good food that gives us a lot of good things. Because that obviously still comes from nature. So where would you put that? Because we can go into like animals and we can list out how every single one of their purposes can just be completely against themselves, or
food being against us. I'm not even sure what the hell that means.
Raw
what do you mean by
food,
that?
for an example.
You mean like it?
Well, that's just our stomach, though.
I mean, there
That's
are
how we
all kinds of microorganisms that are out to invade us all the time, that are in food, and so we do all kinds of things to food to guard against that, right? We spray food, we clean it, we cook it, right? I mean, there are always things like nature is always at war.
That's what I'm saying.
But in a sense, those things actually make us stronger.
I did not need to be thinking about that right now. That's so rude. Like, why is that now an image in my head that I'm consciously thinking about every time I blink? Why, you're fired.
You do blink a lot. You do.
It's a tick.
It's a nervous, yeah.
Well, I have Tourette's. I do have Tourette's.
The eyebrows is especially what I notice. Like
you're done.
Especially when he hears something interesting. Oh my god, that's when they start fucking moving, man. He's like a little puppy dog when they get excited and their ears go up.
Yeah, I guess my way of calling it Satan too is also just saying, instead of hating nature or saying it's sinful, right, like Christians do or other religions, I embrace it. I'm life affirming.
I do have to get going, you guys. Great talking to you, Zane. I'm gonna give you a follow. I'm definitely gonna have to talk to you once again because this is interesting.
Yeah, I was only supposed to stream 2 hours today as well, and I'm on 4.5.
Holy crap. Yeah, I don't even know how long I've been on here before.
You're on 3 hours, brother. Holy shit, you've been here for 3.5
has it been
hours.
3 hours? Wow.
3 hours and
Okay,
20
yeah.
minutes. Nerd.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I am a nerd. If it wasn't on here, it'd be on Telegram in my debate group or on my own stream on this app, you know, like.
Bro, I'm going to play
So
video games
I was
after
glad to
this.
spend it with you. You seem like a nice guy. I met you. What was it with Rez's channel, right?
Yeah, Resurrected.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. I like him a lot. He's super chill. I try to get in with everyone.
You've been doing this
especially
9
creators.
months, huh?
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. I think I'm on a year officially. Actually, I made the YouTube channel and TikTok almost 13 months ago. It's also how long I've been studying philosophy.
I have
I'm
to
very
say,
new.
without exception, every member.
Potter.
Oh, just hang out with me, dude. And my co-host Bob, he's really into it too.
Does he build?
He's closer to your age. I think he's like a year younger than you. But
What
yeah,
a
he's
fucking child. Children and these fucking phones.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Children and their damn phones.
Well, it's definitely a lag.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, we can
Yeah,
call
because
it
your
there.
picture is frozen.
Well, I think that's a good time to end it then.
Excuse me. Oh, now you're moving. Oh, no, you're not.
Testing 1 2. Testing.
Poor
Testing.
connection. Oh.
Did you just call me an
Oh, wait,
unk?
there you go. Me? No.
No, YouTube. Well, we'll go on ahead and end it here. I'm gonna go play with my cat, the brand new cat I got today. Take some photos.
Are
Everyone
you?
on Discord's freaking out about it.
Sweet, dude. Yeah, I love cats.
Oh, me too.
All right, man. We'll take it easy.
All right, adios, brother.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Oh yeah. I absolutely loved having you, brother. We'll talk a lot more. We're in DMs. We'll chat it up. I can't believe you're gonna end it before throwing us a beat. Yeah, that's not something that happens anymore. Yeah, no, that's driving in the car with the music on full blast activities right there with no one around. Yeah, philosophy fucking sucks when you're debating Phil bros. It's fucking awesome when you have someone like that. I absolutely love having good faith interlocutors. Those are the best. But all right, we're ending it out. Appreciate everyone being here. This one's gonna do good on YouTube. YouTube also, you guys have been absolute fucking legends. Holy shit. Love you all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Adios. YouTube, I love you more. You're the favorite child. You're the favorite child. You're the favorite child. Ooh, Gucci Goo. Adios, guys. Love you.